Chapter 24 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher STOWE. Chapter 24 Desires and Dreams. Moses passed rather a restless and uneasy night on his return to the home roof which had sheltered his childhood. All his life past, and all his life expected, seemed to boil and seethe and ferment in his thoughts, and to go round and round in never-ceasing circles before him. Moses was par excellence, proud, ambitious, and wilful. These words, generally supposed to describe positive vices of the mind, in fact are only the overaction of certain very valuable portions of our nature, since one can conceive all three to raise a man immensely in the scale of moral being, simply by being applied to right objects. He who is too proud even to admit a mean thought, who is ambitious only of ideal excellence, who has an inflexible will only in the pursuit of truth and righteousness, may be a saint and a hero. But Moses was neither a saint nor a hero, but an undeveloped chaotic young man, whose pride made him sensitive and restless, whose ambition was fixed on wealth and worldly success, whose willfulness was for the most part a blind determination to compass his own points, with the leave of Providence or without. There was no God in his estimate of life, and a sort of secret, unsuspected determination at the bottom of his heart that there should be none. He feared religion, from a suspicion which he entertained that it might hamper some of his future schemes. He did not wish to put himself under its rules, lest he might find them in some future time inconveniently strict. With such determinations and feelings, the Bible, necessarily an excessively uninteresting book to him, he never read, and satisfied himself with determining in a general way that it was not worth reading, and, as was the custom with many young men in America at that period, announced himself as a skeptic, and seemed to value himself not a little on the distinction. Pride in skepticism is a peculiar distinction of young men. It takes years and maturity to make the discovery that the power of faith is nobler than the power of doubt, and that there is a celestial wisdom in the ingenious propensity to trust, which belongs to honest and noble natures. Elderly skeptics generally regard their unbelief as a misfortune. Not that Moses was, after all, without the angel in him. He had a good deal of the susceptibility to poetic feeling, the power of vague and dreamy aspiration, the longing after the good and beautiful, which is God's witness in the soul. A noble sentiment in poetry, a fine scene in nature, had power to bring tears in his great dark eyes, and he had, under the influence of such things, brief inspired moments in which he vaguely longed to do, or be, something grand or noble. But this, however, was something apart from the real purpose of his life, a sort of voice crying in the wilderness, to which he gave little heed. Practically, he was determined with all his might to have a good time in this life, whatever another might be, if there were one, and that he would do it by the strength of his right arm. Wealth he saw to be the lamp of Aladdin, which commanded all other things, and the pursuit of wealth was therefore the first step in his program. As for plans of the heart and domestic life, Moses was one of that very common class who had more desire to be loved than power of loving. His cravings and dreams were not for somebody to be devoted to, but for somebody who should be devoted to him. And, like most people who possess this characteristic, he mistook it for an affectionate disposition. Now the chief treasure of his heart had always been his little sister Mara, chiefly from his conviction that he was the one absorbing thought and love of her heart. He had never figured life to himself otherwise than with Maria at his side, his unquestioning, devoted friend. Of course, he and his plans, his ways and wants, would always be in the future, as they always had been, her sole thought. These sleeping partnerships in the interchange of affection, which support one's heart with a basis of uncounted wealth, and leave one free to come and go, and buy and sell, without exaction or interference, are a convenience certainly, and the loss of them in any way is like the sudden breaking of a bank in which all one's deposits are laid. It had never occurred to Moses how or in what capacity he should always stand banker to the whole wealth of love that there was in Mara's heart, and what provision he should make on his part for returning this incalculable debt. But the interview of this evening had raised a new thought in his mind. Mara, as he saw that day, was no longer a little girl in a pink sunbonnet. She was a woman, a little one, it is true, but every inch a woman, and a woman invested with a singular poetic charm of appearance, which, more than beauty, has the power of awakening feeling in the other sex. He felt in himself, in the experience of that one day, that there was something subtle and veiled about her, which set the imagination at work, that the wistful, plaintive expression of her dark eyes, and a thousand little shy and tremulous movements of her face, affected him more than the most brilliant of Sally Kittredge's sprightly sallies. Yes, there would be people falling in love with her fast enough, he thought, even here, where she is as secluded as a pearl in an oyster shell. It seems means were found to come after her, and then all the love of her heart, that priceless love, would go to another. Mara would be absorbed in someone else, would love someone else, as he knew she could, with heart and soul and mind and strength. When he thought of this, it affected him much as it would if one were turned out of a warm, smiling apartment into a bleak December storm. What should he do if that treasure which he had taken most for granted in all his valuations of life should suddenly be found to belong to another? Who was this fellow that seemed so free to visit her, and what had passed between them? Was Mara in love with him, or going to be? There is no saying how the consideration of this question enhanced in our hero's opinion both her beauty and all her other good qualities. Such a brave little heart, such a good, clear little head, and such a pretty hand and foot. She was always so cheerful, so unselfish, so devoted. When had he ever seen her angry, except when she had taken up some childish quarrel of his, and fought for him like a little Spartan? Then she was pious, too. She was born religious, thought our hero, who, in common with many men professing skepticism for their own particular part, set a great value on religion in that unknown future person, whom they are fond of designating in advance as my wife. Yes, Moses meant his wife should be pious, and pray for him, while he did as he pleased. Now, there's that witch of a Sally Kittredge, he said to himself. I wouldn't have such a girl for a wife. Nothing to her but foam and frisk, no heart more than a bobolink. But isn't she amusing? By George, isn't she, though? But, thought Moses, it's time I settled this matter who is to be my wife. I won't marry till I'm rich, that's flat. My wife isn't to rub and grub, so at it I must go to raise the wind. I wonder if old Sewell really does know anything about my parents. Miss Emily would have it that there was some mystery that he had the key of, but I never could get anything from him. He always put me off in such a smooth way that I couldn't tell whether he did or he didn't. But now, supposing I have relatives, family connections, then who knows but what there may be property coming to me? That's an idea worth looking after, surely. There's no saying with what vividness ideas and images go through one's wakeful brain when the midnight moon is making an exact shadow of your window sash, with panes of light, on your chamber floor. How vividly we all have loved and hated, and planned and hoped and feared and desired and dreamed, as we tossed and turned to and fro upon such watchful, still nights. In the stillness, the tide upon one side of the island replied to the dash on the other side in unbroken symphony, and Moses began to remember all the stories gossips had told him of how he had floated ashore there, like a fragment of tropical seaweed borne landward by a great gale. He positively wondered at himself that he had never thought of it more, and the more he meditated, the more mysterious and inexplicable he felt. Then he had heard Miss Roxy once speaking something about a bracelet. He was sure he had. But afterwards it was hushed up, and no one seemed to know anything about it when he inquired. But in those days he was a boy. He was a nobody. Now he was a young man. He could go to Mr. Sewell, and demand as his right a fair answer to any questions he might ask. If he found, as was quite likely, that there was nothing to be known, his mind would be thus far settled. He should trust only to his own resources. So far as the state of the young man's finances were concerned, it would be considered in those simple times and regions an auspicious beginning of life. The sum entrusted to him by Captain Kittridge had been more than doubled by the liberality of Zephaniah Pennel, and Moses had traded upon it in foreign parts with a skill and energy that brought a very fair return, and gave him, in the eyes of the shrewd, thrifty neighbors, the prestige of a young man who was marked for success in the world. He had already formed an advantageous arrangement with his grandfather and Captain Kittridge, by which a ship was to be built, which he should command, and thus the old Saturday afternoon dream of their childhood be fulfilled. As he thought of it, there arose in his mind a picture of Mara, with her golden hair and plaintive eyes and little white hands, reigning as a fairy queen in the captain's cabin, with a sort of wish to carry her off and make sure that no one else should ever get her from him. But these midnight dreams were all sobered down by the plain, matter-of-fact beams of the morning sun, and nothing remained of immediate, definite purpose except the resolve, which came strongly upon Moses as he looked across the blue band of Harpswell Bay, that he would go that morning and have a talk with Mr. Sewell. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 25. Miss Emily. Miss Roxy Toothacre was seated by the window of the little keeping-room where Miss Emily Sewell sat on everyday occasions. Around her were the insignia of her power and sway. Her big tailor's goose was heating between Miss Emily's bright brass fire irons. Her great pincushion was by her side, bristling with pins of all sizes, and with broken needles thriftily made into pins by heads of red sealing-wax, and with needles threaded with all varieties of cotton, silk, and linen. Her scissors hung martially by her side. Her black bombazet work-apron was on, and the expression of her iron features was that of deep responsibility, for she was making the minister a new Sunday vest. The good soul looks not a day older than when we left her 10 years ago. Like the gray, weather-beaten rocks of her native shore, her strong features had an unchangeable identity beyond that of anything fair and blooming. There was of course no chance for a gray streak in her stiff, uncompromising mohair frisette, which still pushed up her cap border bristlingly as of old, and the clear, high winds and bracing atmosphere of that rough coast kept her in an admirable state of preservation. Miss Emily had now and then a white hair among her soft, pretty brown ones, and looked a little thinner, but the round, bright spot of bloom on each cheek was there just as of yore. And just as of yore she was thinking of her brother, and filling her little head with endless calculations to keep him looking fresh and respectable, and his housekeeping comfortable and easy, on very limited means. She was now officiously and anxiously attending on Miss Roxy, who was in the midst of the responsible operation which should conduce greatly to this end. "Does that twist work well?" she said nervously, "because I believe I've got some other upstairs in my India box." Miss Roxy surveyed the article, bit a fragment off, as if she meant to taste it, threaded a needle, and made a few cabalistical stitches, and then pronounced, ex cathedra, that it would do. Miss Emily gave a sigh of relief. After buttons and tapes and linings, and various other items had been also discussed, the conversation began to flow into general channels. "Did you know Moses Pennel had got home from Umbagog?" said Miss Roxy. "Yes, Captain Kittridge told brother so this morning. I wonder he doesn't call over to see us." "Your brother took a sight of interest in that boy," said Miss Roxy. "I was saying to Ruey this morning that if Moses Pennel ever did turn out well, he ought to have a large share of the credit." "Brother always did feel a peculiar interest in him. It was such a strange providence that seemed to cast in his lot among us," said Miss Emily. "As sure as you live, there he is a comin' to the front door," said Miss Roxy. "Dear me," said Miss Emily, "and here I have on this old faded chintz. Just so sure as one puts on any old rag, and thinks nobody will come, company is sure to call." "Law, I'm sure I shouldn't think of calling him company," said Miss Roxy. A rap at the door put an end to this conversation, and very soon Miss Emily introduced our hero into the little sitting-room, in the midst of a perfect stream of apologies relating to her old dress and the littered condition of the sitting-room, for Miss Emily held to the doctrine of those who consider any sign of human occupation and existence in a room as being disorder, however reputable and respectable be the cause of it. "Well, really," she said, after she had seated Moses by the fire, "how time does pass, to be sure! It don't seem more than yesterday since you used to come with your Latin books, and now here you are a grown man. I must run and tell Mr. Sewell. He will be so glad to see you." Mr. Sewell soon appeared from his study in morning gown and slippers, and seemed heartily responsive to the proposition which Moses soon made to him to have some private conversation with him in his study. "I declare," said Miss Emily, as soon as the study door had closed upon her brother and Moses, "what a handsome young man he is, and what a beautiful way he has with him! So deferential. A great many young men nowadays seem to think nothing of their minister, but he comes to seek advice. Very proper. It isn't every young man that appreciates the privilege of having elderly friends. I declare what a beautiful couple he and Mara Lincoln would make. Don't Providence seem in a peculiar way to have designed them for each other?" "I hope not," said Miss Roxy, with her grimmest expression. "You don't? Why not?" "I have never liked him," said Miss Roxy, who had possessed herself of her great heavy goose, and was now thumping and squeaking it emphatically on the press-board. "She's 1,000 times too good for Moses Pennel. Thump. I ne'er had no faith in him. Thump. He's dreffle unstiddy. Thump. He's handsome, but he knows it. Thump. He won't never love nobody so much as he does himself. Thump. Fortissimo conspirito." "Well, really now, Miss Roxy, you mustn't always remember the sins of his youth. Boys must sow their wild oats. He was unsteady for a while, but now everybody says he's doing well. And as to his knowing he's handsome, and all that, I don't see as he does. See how polite and deferential he was to us all, this morning, and he spoke so handsomely to you." "I don't want none of his politeness," said Miss Roxy, inexorably. "And as to Mara Lincoln, she might have better than him any day. Miss Badger was a tellin' Captain Brown, Sunday noon, that she was very much admired in Boston." "So she was," said Miss Emily, bridling. "I never reveal secrets, or I might tell something. But there has been a young man, but I promised not to speak of it, and I shan't." "If you mean Mr. Adams," said Miss Roxy, "you needn't worry about keepin' that secret, 'cause that ar was all talked over atween meetin's a Sunday noon. For Mis' Kittridge, she used to know his Aunt Jerushy, her that married Solomon Peters, and Mis' Captain Badger, she says that he has a very good property, and is a professor in the Old South Church in Boston." "Dear me," said Miss Emily, "how things do get about!" "People will talk; there ain't no use trying to help it," said Miss Roxy. "But it's strongly borne in on my mind that it ain't Adams, nor 'tain't Moses Pennel that's to marry her. I've had peculiar exercises of mind about that ar child. Well, I have." And Miss Roxy pulled a large spotted bandana handkerchief out of her pocket, and blew her nose like a trumpet, and then wiped the withered corners of her eyes, which were humid as some old Orr's Island rock wet with sea spray. Miss Emily had a secret love of romancing. It was one of the recreations of her quiet, monotonous life to build air castles, which she furnished regardless of expense, and in which she set up at housekeeping her various friends and acquaintances; and she had always been bent on weaving a romance on the history of Mara and Moses Pennel. The good little body had done her best to second Mr. Sewell's attempts toward the education of the children. It was little busy Miss Emily who persuaded honest Zephaniah and Mary Pennel that talents such as Mara's ought to be cultivated, and that ended in sending her to Miss Plucher's school in Portland. There her artistic faculties were trained into creating funeral monuments out of chenille embroidery, fully equal to Miss Emily's own; also to painting landscapes, in which the ground and all the trees were one unvarying tint of blue-green; and also to creating flowers of a new and particular construction, which, as Sally Kittridge remarked, were pretty, but did not look like anything in heaven or earth. Mara had obediently and patiently done all these things, and solaced herself with copying flowers and birds and landscapes as near as possible like nature, as a recreation from these more dignified toils. Miss Emily had also been the means of getting Mara invited to Boston, where she saw some really polished society, and gained as much knowledge of the forms of artificial life as a nature so wholly and strongly individual could obtain. So little Miss Emily regarded Mara as her godchild, and was intent on finishing her up into a romance in real life, of which a handsome young man who had been washed ashore in a shipwreck should be the hero. What would she have said could she have heard the conversation that was passing in her brother's study? Little could she dream that the mystery, about which she had timidly nibbled for years, was now about to be unrolled. But it was even so. But upon what she does not see, good reader, you and I, following invisibly on tiptoe, will make our observation. When Moses was first ushered into Mr. Sewell's study, and found himself quite alone, with the door shut, his heart beat so that he fancied the good man must hear it. He knew well what he wanted and meant to say, but he found in himself all that shrinking and nervous repugnance which always attends the proposing of any decisive question. "I thought it proper," he began, "that I should call and express my sense of obligation to you, sir, for all the kindness you showed me when a boy. I'm afraid in those thoughtless days I did not seem to appreciate it so much as I do now." As Moses said this, the color rose in his cheeks, and his fine eyes grew moist with a sort of subdued feeling that made his face for the moment more than usually beautiful. Mr. Sewell looked at him with an expression of peculiar interest, which seemed to have something almost of pain in it, and answered with a degree of feeling more than he commonly showed. "It has been a pleasure to me to do anything I could for you, my young friend. I only wish it could have been more. I congratulate you on your present prospects in life. You have perfect health, you have energy and enterprise, you are courageous and self-reliant, and I trust your habits are pure and virtuous. It only remains that you add to all this that fear of the Lord which is the beginning of wisdom." Moses bowed his head respectfully, and then sat silent a moment, as if he were looking through some cloud where he vainly tried to discover objects. Mr. Sewell continued gravely, "You have the greatest reason to bless the kind Providence which has cast your lot in such a family, in such a community. I have had some means in my youth of comparing other parts of the country with our New England, and it is my opinion that a young man could not ask a better introduction into life than the wholesome nurture of a Christian family in our favored land." "Mr. Sewell," said Moses, raising his head, and suddenly looking him straight in the eyes, "do you know anything of my family?" The question was so point blank and sudden, that for a moment Mr. Sewell made a sort of motion as if he dodged a pistol shot, and then his face assumed an expression of grave thoughtfulness, while Moses drew a long breath. It was out. The question had been asked. "My son," replied Mr. Sewell, "it has always been my intention, when you had arrived at years of discretion, to make you acquainted with all that I know or suspect in regard to your life. I trust that when I tell you all I do know, you will see that I have acted for the best in the matter. It has been my study and my prayer to do so." Mr. Sewell then rose, and unlocking the cabinet of which we have before made mention, in his apartment, drew forth a very yellow and time-worn package of papers, which he untied. From these he selected one which enveloped an old-fashioned miniature case. "I am going to show you," he said, "what only you and my God know that I possess. I have not looked at it now for 10 years, but I have no doubt that it is the likeness of your mother." Moses took it in his hand, and for a few moments there came a mist over his eyes. He could not see clearly. He walked to the window as if needing a clearer light. What he saw was a painting of a beautiful young girl, with large, melancholy eyes, and a clustering abundance of black, curly hair. The face was of a beautiful clear oval, with that warm brunette tint in which the Italian painters delight. The black eyebrows were strongly and clearly defined, and there was in the face an indescribable expression of childish innocence and shyness, mingled with a kind of confiding frankness, that gave the picture the charm which sometimes fixes itself in faces for which we involuntarily make a history. She was represented as simply attired in a white muslin, made low in the neck, and the hands and arms were singularly beautiful. The picture, as Moses looked at it, seemed to stand smiling at him with a childish grace, a tender, ignorant innocence, which affected him deeply. "My young friend," said Mr. Sewell, "I have written all that I know of the original of this picture, and the reasons I have for thinking her your mother. You will find it all in this paper, which, if I had been providentially removed, was to have been given you in your 21st year. You will see in the delicate nature of the narrative that it could not properly have been imparted to you till you had arrived at years of understanding. I trust when you know all that you will be satisfied with the course I have pursued. You will read it at your leisure, and after reading I shall be happy to see you again." Moses took the package, and after exchanging salutations with Mr. Sewell, hastily left the house and sought his boat. When one has suddenly come into possession of a letter or a paper in which is known to be hidden the solution of some long-pondered secret, of the decision of fate with regard to some long-cherished desire, who has not been conscious of a sort of pain, an unwillingness at once to know what is therein? We turn the letter again and again, we lay it by and return to it, and defer from moment to moment the opening of it. So Moses did not sit down in the first-rate hired spot to ponder the paper. He put it in the breast pocket of his coat, and then taking up his oars rowed across the bay. He did not land at the house, but passed around the south point of the island, and rowed up the other side to seek a solitary retreat in the rocks, which had always been a favorite with him in his early days. The shores of the island, as we have said, are a precipitous wall of rock, whose long ribbed ledges extend far out into the sea. At high tide these ledges are covered with the smooth blue sea quite up to the precipitous shore. There was a place, however, where the rocky shore shelved over, forming between two ledges a sort of grotto, whose smooth floor of shells and many-colored pebbles was never wet by the rising tide. It had been the delight of Moses when a boy, to come here and watch the gradual rise of the tide till the grotto was entirely cut off from all approach, and then to look out in a sort of hermit-like security over the open ocean that stretched before him. Many an hour he had sat there and dreamed of all the possible fortunes that might be found for him when he should launch away into that blue, smiling futurity. It was now about half tide, and Moses left his boat and made his way over the ledge of rocks toward his retreat. They were all shaggy and slippery with yellow seaweeds, with here and there among them wide crystal pools, where purple and lilac and green mosses unfolded their delicate threads, and thousands of curious little shellfish were tranquilly pursuing their quiet life. The rocks where the pellucid water lay were in some places crusted with barnacles, which were opening and shutting the little white scaly doors of their tiny houses, and drawing in and out those delicate pink plumes which seemed to be their nerves of enjoyment. Moses and Mara had rambled and played here many hours in their childhood, amusing themselves with catching crabs and young lobsters and various little fish for these rocky aquariums, and then studying at their leisure their various ways. Now he had come hither a man, to learn the secret of his life. Moses stretched himself down on the clean, pebbly shore of the grotto, and drew forth Mr. Sewell's letter. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 26. Dolores. Mr. Sewell's letter ran as follows: My dear young friend, it has always been my intention when you arrived at years of maturity to acquaint you with some circumstances which have given me reason to conjecture your true parentage, and to let you know what steps I have taken to satisfy my own mind in relation to these conjectures. In order to do this, it will be necessary for me to go back to the earlier years of my life, and give you the history of some incidents which are known to none of my most intimate friends. I trust I may rely on your honor that they will ever remain as secrets with you. I graduated from Harvard University in . At the time, I was suffering somewhat from an affection of the lungs, which occasioned great alarm to my mother, many of whose family had died of consumption. In order to allay her uneasiness, and also for the purpose of raising funds for the pursuit of my professional studies, I accepted a position as tutor in the family of a wealthy gentleman at St. Augustine, in Florida. I cannot do justice to myself, to the motives which actuated me in the events which took place in this family. without speaking with the most undisguised freedom of the character of all the parties with whom I was connected. Don José Mendoza was a Spanish gentleman of large property, who had emigrated from the Spanish West Indies to Florida, bringing with him an only daughter, who had been left an orphan by the death of her mother at a very early age. He brought to this country a large number of slaves, and shortly after his arrival married an American lady, a widow with 3 children. By her he had 4 other children, and thus it will appear that the family was made up of such a variety of elements as only the most judicious care could harmonize. But the character of the father and mother was such that judicious care was not a thing to be expected of either. Don José was extremely ignorant and proud, and had lived a life of the grossest dissipation. Habits of absolute authority in the midst of a community of a very low moral standard had produced in him all the worst vices of despots. He was cruel, overbearing, and dreadfully passionate. His wife was a woman who had pretensions to beauty, and at times could make herself agreeable, and even fascinating, but she was possessed of a temper quite as violent and ungoverned as his own. Imagine now 2 classes of slaves, the one belonging to the mistress, and the other brought into the country by the master, and each animated by a party spirit and jealousy. Imagine children of different marriages, inheriting from their parents violent tempers and stubborn wills, flattered and fawned on by slaves, and alternately petted or stormed at, now by this parent and now by that, and you will have some idea of the task which I undertook in being tutor in this family. I was young and fearless in those days, as you are now, and the difficulties of the position, instead of exciting apprehension, only awakened the spirit of enterprise and adventure. The whole arrangements of the household, to me fresh from the simplicity and order of New England, had a singular and wild sort of novelty which was attractive rather than otherwise. I was well recommended in the family by an influential and wealthy gentleman of Boston, who represented my family, as indeed it was, as among the oldest and most respectable of Boston, and spoke in such terms of me personally as I should not have ventured to use in relation to myself. When I arrived, I found that 2 or 3 tutors, who had endeavored to bear rule in this tempestuous family, had thrown up the command after a short trial, and that the parents felt some little apprehension of not being able to secure the services of another, a circumstance which I did not fail to improve in making my preliminary arrangements. I assumed an air of grave hauteur, was very exacting in all my requisitions and stipulations, and would give no promise of doing more than to give the situation a temporary trial. I put on an air of supreme indifference as to my continuance, and acted in fact rather on the assumption that I should confer a favor by remaining. In this way I succeeded in obtaining at the outset a position of more respect and deference than had been enjoyed by any of my predecessors. I had a fine apartment, a servant exclusively devoted to me, a horse for riding, and saw myself treated among the servants as a person of consideration and distinction. Don José and his wife both had in fact a very strong desire to retain my services, when after the trial of a week or 2 it was found that I really could make their discordant and turbulent children to some extent obedient and studious during certain portions of the day, and in fact I soon acquired in the whole family that ascendency which a well-bred person who respects himself, and can keep his temper, must have over passionate and undisciplined natures. I became the receptacle of the complaints of all, and a sort of confidential adviser. Don José imparted to me, with more frankness than good taste, his chagrins with regard to his wife's indolence, ill temper, and bad management, and his wife in turn omitted no opportunity to vent complaints against her husband for similar reasons. I endeavored, to the best of my ability, to act a friendly part by both. It never was in my nature to see anything that needed to be done without trying to do it, and it was impossible to work at all without becoming so interested in my work as to do far more than I had agreed to do. I assisted Don José about many of his affairs, brought his neglected accounts into order, and suggested from time to time arrangements which relieved the difficulties which had been brought on by disorder and neglect. In fact, I became, as he said, quite a necessary of life to him. In regard to the children, I had a more difficult task. The children of Don José by his present wife had been systematically stimulated by the negroes into a chronic habit of dislike and jealousy toward her children by a former husband. On the slightest pretext, they were constantly running to their father with complaints, and as the mother warmly espoused the cause of her first children, criminations and recriminations often convulsed the whole family. In ill-regulated families in that region, the care of the children is from the first in the hands of half-barbarized negroes, whose power of molding and assimilating childish minds is peculiar, so that the teacher has to contend constantly with a savage element in the children, which seems to have been drawn in with the mother's milk. It is, in a modified way, something the same result as if the child had formed its manners in Dahomey or on the coast of Guinea. In the fierce quarrels which were carried on between the children of this family, I had frequent occasion to observe this strange, savage element, which sometimes led to expressions and actions which would seem incredible in civilized society. The 3 children by Madame Mendoza's former husband were 2 girls of 16 and 18 and a boy of 14. The 4 children of the second marriage consisted of 3 boys and a daughter, the eldest being not more than 13. The natural capacity of all the children was good, although, from self-will and indolence, they had grown up in a degree of ignorance which could not have been tolerated except in a family living an isolated plantation life in the midst of barbarized dependents. Savage and untaught and passionate as they were, the work of teaching them was not without its interest to me. A power of control was with me a natural gift, and then that command of temper which is the common attribute of well-trained persons in the Northern States, was something so singular in this family as to invest its possessor with a certain awe, and my calm, energetic voice and determined manner often acted as a charm on their stormy natures. But there was one member of the family of whom I have not yet spoken, and yet all this letter is about her, the daughter of Don José by his first marriage. Poor Dolores! Poor child! God grant she may have entered into his rest. I need not describe her. You have seen her picture, and in the wild, rude, discordant family, she always reminded me of the words, "a lily among thorns." She was in her nature unlike all the rest, and, I may say, unlike any one I ever saw. She seemed to live a lonely kind of life in this disorderly household, often marked out as the object of the spites and petty tyrannies of both parties. She was regarded with bitter hatred and jealousy by Madame Mendoza, who was sure to visit her with unsparing bitterness and cruelty after the occasional demonstrations of fondness she received from her father. Her exquisite beauty and the gentle softness of her manners made her such a contrast to her sisters as constantly excited their ill will. Unlike them all, she was fastidiously neat in her personal habits, and orderly in all the little arrangements of life. She seemed to me in this family to be like some shy, beautiful pet creature, in the hands of rude, unappreciated owners, hunted from quarter to quarter, and finding rest only by stealth. Yet she seemed to have no perception of the harshness and cruelty with which she was treated. She had grown up with it. It was the habit of her life to study peaceable methods of averting or avoiding the various inconveniences and annoyances of her lot, and secure to herself a little quiet. It not unfrequently happened, amid the cabals and storms which shook the family, that one party or the other took up and patronized Dolores for a while, more, as it would appear, out of hatred for the other than any real love to her. At such times it was really affecting to see with what warmth the poor child would receive these equivocal demonstrations of goodwill, the nearest approaches to affection which she had ever known, and the bitterness with which she would mourn when they were capriciously withdrawn again. With a heart full of affection, she reminded me of some delicate climbing plant, trying vainly to ascend the slippery side of an inhospitable well, and throwing its neglected tendrils around every weed for support. Her only fast, unfailing friend was her old negro nurse, or Mammy, as the children called her. This old creature, with the cunning and subtlety which had grown up from years of servitude, watched and waited upon the interests of her little mistress, and contrived to carry many points for her in the confused household. Her young mistress was her one thought and purpose in living. She would have gone through fire and water to serve her, and this faithful, devoted heart, blind and ignorant though it were, was the only unfailing refuge and solace of the poor hunted child. Dolores, of course, became my pupil among the rest. Like the others, she had suffered by the neglect and interruptions in the education of the family, but she was intelligent and docile, and learned with a surprising rapidity. It was not astonishing that she should soon have formed an enthusiastic attachment to me, as I was the only intelligent, cultivated person she had ever seen, and treated her with unvarying consideration and delicacy. The poor thing had been so accustomed to barbarous words and manners that simple politeness and the usages of good society seemed to her the cause for the most boundless gratitude. It is due to myself, in view of what follows, to say that I was from the first aware of the very obvious danger which lay in my path in finding myself brought into close and daily relations with a young creature so confiding, so attractive, and so singularly circumstanced. I knew that it would be in the highest degree dishonorable to make the slightest advances toward gaining from her that kind of affection which might interfere with her happiness in such future relations as her father might arrange for her. According to the European fashion, I know that Dolores was in her father's hands, to be disposed of for life according to his pleasure, as absolutely as if she had been one of his slaves. I had every reason to think that his plans on this subject were matured, and only waited for a little more teaching and training on my part, and her fuller development in womanhood, to be announced to her. In looking back over the past, therefore, I have not to reproach myself with any dishonest and dishonorable breach of trust, for I was from the first upon my guard, and so much so that even the jealousy of my other scholars never accused me of partiality. I was not in the habit of giving very warm praise, and was in my general management anxious rather to be just than conciliatory, knowing that with the kind of spirits I had to deal with, firmness and justice went farther than anything else. If I approved Dolores oftener than the rest, it was seen to be because she never failed in a duty. If I spent more time with her lessons, it was because her enthusiasm for study led her to learn longer ones and study more things. But I am sure there was never a look or a word toward her that went beyond the proprieties of my position. But yet I could not so well guard my heart. I was young and full of feeling. She was beautiful, and more than that, there was something in her Spanish nature at once so warm and simple, so artless and yet so unconsciously poetic, that her presence was a continual charm. How well I remember her now, all her little ways, the movements of her pretty little hands, the expression of her changeful face as she recited to me, the grave, rapt earnestness with which she listened to all my instructions. I had not been with her many weeks before I felt conscious that it was her presence that charmed the whole house, and made the otherwise perplexing and distasteful details of my situation agreeable. I had a dim perception that this growing passion was a dangerous thing for myself. But was it a reason, I asked, why I should relinquish a position in which I felt that I was useful, and when I could do for this lovely child what no one else could do? I call her a child. She always impressed me as such, though she was in her 16th year, and had the early womanly development of southern climates. She seemed to me like something frail and precious, needing to be guarded and cared for. And when reason told me that I risked my own happiness in holding my position, love argued on the other hand that I was her only friend, and that I should be willing to risk something myself for the sake of protecting and shielding her. For there was no doubt that my presence in the family was a restraint upon the passions which formerly vented themselves so recklessly on her, and established a sort of order in which she found more peace than she had ever known before. For a long time in our intercourse I was in the habit of looking on myself as the only party in danger. It did not occur to me that this heart, so beautiful and so lonely, might, in the want of all natural and appropriate objects of attachment, fasten itself on me unsolicited, from the mere necessity of loving. She seemed to me so much too beautiful, too perfect, to belong to a lot in life like mine, that I could not suppose it possible this could occur without the most blameworthy solicitation on my part, and it is the saddest and most affecting proof to me how this poor child had been starved for sympathy and love, that she should have repaid such cold services as mine with such an entire devotion. At first her feelings were expressed openly toward me, with the dutiful air of a good child. She placed flowers on my desk in the morning, and made quaint little nosegays in the Spanish fashion, which she gave me, and busied her leisure with various ingenious little knickknacks of fancy work which she brought me. I treated them all as the offerings of a child while with her, but I kept them sacredly in my own room. To tell the truth, I have some of the poor little things now. But after a while I could not help seeing how she loved me, and then I felt as if I ought to go, but how could I? The pain to myself I could have borne, but how could I leave her to all the misery of her bleak, ungenial position? She, poor thing, was so unconscious of what I knew, for I was made clear-sighted by love. I tried the more strictly to keep to the path I had marked out for myself, but I fear I did not always do it. In fact, many things seemed to conspire to throw us together. The sisters, who were sometimes invited out to visit on neighboring estates, were glad enough to dispense with the presence and attractions of Dolores, and so she was frequently left at home to study with me in their absence. As to Don José, although he always treated me with civility, yet he had such an ingrained and deep-rooted idea of his own superiority of position, that I suppose he would as soon have imagined the possibility of his daughter's falling in love with one of his horses. I was a great convenience to him. I had a knack of governing and carrying points in his family that it had always troubled and fatigued him to endeavor to arrange, and that was all, so that my intercourse with Dolores was as free and unwatched, and gave me as many opportunities of enjoying her undisturbed society as heart could desire. At last came the crisis, however. After breakfast one morning, Don José called Dolores into his library and announced to her that he had concluded for her a treaty of marriage, and expected her husband to arrive in a few days. He expected that this news would be received by her with the glee with which a young girl hears of a new dress, or of a ball ticket, and was quite confounded at the grave and mournful silence in which she received it. She said no word, made no opposition, but went out from the room and shut herself up in her own apartment, and spent the day in tears and sobs. Don José, who had rather a greater regard for Dolores than for any creature living, and who had confidently expected to give great delight by the news he had imparted, was quite confounded by this turn of things. If there had been one word of either expostulation or argument, he would have blazed and stormed in a fury of passion. But as it was, this broken-hearted submission, though vexatious, was perplexing. He sent for me, and opened his mind, and begged me to talk with Dolores and show her the advantages of the alliance, which the poor foolish child, he said, did not seem to comprehend. The man was immensely rich, and had a splendid estate in Cuba. It was a most desirable thing. I ventured to inquire whether his person and manners were such as would be pleasing to a young girl, and could gather only that he was a man of about 50, who had been most of his life in the military service, and was now desirous of making an establishment for the repose of his latter days, at the head of which he would place a handsome and tractable woman, and do well by her. I represented that it would perhaps be safer to say no more on the subject until Dolores had seen him, and to this he agreed. Madame Mendoza was very zealous in the affair, for the sake of getting clear of the presence of Dolores in the family, and her sisters laughed at her for her dejected appearance. They only wished, they said, that so much luck might happen to them. For myself, I endeavored to take as little notice as possible of the affair, though what I felt may be conjectured. I knew, I was perfectly certain, that Dolores loved me as I loved her. I knew that she had one of those simple and unworldly natures which wealth and splendor could not satisfy, and whose life would lie entirely in her affections. Sometimes I violently debated with myself whether honor required me to sacrifice her happiness as well as my own, and I felt the strongest temptation to ask her to be my wife and fly with me to the Northern States, where I did not doubt my ability to make for her a humble and happy home. But the sense of honor is often stronger than all reasoning, and I felt that such a course would be the betrayal of a trust, and I determined at least to command myself till I should see the character of the man who was destined to be her husband. Meanwhile, the whole manner of Dolores was changed. She maintained a stony, gloomy silence, performed all her duties in a listless way, and occasionally, when I commented on anything in her lessons or exercises, would break into little flashes of petulance, most strange and unnatural in her. Sometimes I could feel that she was looking at me earnestly, but if I turned my eyes towards her, hers were instantly averted. But there was in her eyes a peculiar expression at times, such as I have seen in the eye of a hunted animal when it turned at bay, a sort of desperate resistance, which, taken in connection with her fragile form and lovely face, produced a mournful impression. One morning I found Dolores sitting alone in the schoolroom, leaning her head on her arms. She had on her wrist a bracelet of peculiar workmanship, which she always wore, the bracelet which was afterwards the means of confirming her identity. She sat thus some moments in silence, and then she raised her head and began turning this bracelet round and round upon her arm, while she looked fixedly before her. At last she spoke abruptly, and said, "Did I ever tell you that this was my mother's hair? It is my mother's hair, and she was the only one that ever loved me, except poor old Mammy. Nobody else loves me. Nobody ever will." "My dear Miss Dolores," I began. "Don't call me dear," she said. "You don't care for me. Nobody does. Papa doesn't, and I always loved him. Everybody in the house wants to get rid of me, whether I like to go or not. I have always tried to be good and do all you wanted, and I should think you might care for me a little, but you don't." "Dolores," I said, "I do care for you more than I do for any one in the world. I love you more than my own soul." These were the very words I never meant to say, but somehow they seemed to utter themselves against my will. She looked at me for a moment as if she could not believe her hearing, and then the blood flushed her face, and she laid her head down on her arms. At this moment, Madame Mendoza and the other girls came into the room in a clamor of admiration about a diamond bracelet which had just arrived as a present from her future husband. It was a splendid thing, and had for its clasp his miniature, surrounded by the largest brilliants. The enthusiasm of the party even at this moment could not say anything in favor of the beauty of this miniature, which, though painted on ivory, gave the impression of a coarse-featured man, with a scar across one eye. "No matter for the beauty," said one of the girls, "so long as it is set with such diamonds." "Come, Dolores," said another, giving her the present, "pull off that old hair bracelet and try this on." Dolores threw the diamond bracelet from her with a vehemence so unlike her gentle self as to startle every one. "I shall not take off my mother's bracelet for a gift from a man I never knew," she said. "I hate diamonds. I wish those who like such things might have them." "Was ever anything so odd?" said Madame Mendoza. "Dolores always was odd," said another of the girls. "Nobody ever could tell what she would like." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 27. Hidden Things. The next day, Señor Don Guzman de Cardona arrived, and the whole house was in a commotion of excitement. There was to be no school, and everything was bustle and confusion. I passed my time in my own room in reflecting severely upon myself for the imprudent words by which I had thrown one more difficulty in the way of this poor harassed child. Dolores this day seemed perfectly passive in the hands of her mother and sisters, who appeared disposed to show her great attention. She allowed them to array her in her most becoming dress, and made no objection to anything except removing the bracelet from her arm. Nobody's gifts should take the place of her mother's, she said, and they were obliged to be content with her wearing of the diamond bracelet on the other arm. Don Guzman was a large, plethoric man, with coarse features and heavy gait. Besides the scar I have spoken of, his face was adorned here and there with pimples, which were not set down in the miniature. In the course of the first hour's study, I saw him to be a man of much the same stamp as Dolores's father, sensual, tyrannical, passionate. He seemed in his own way to be much struck with the beauty of his intended wife, and was not wanting in efforts to please her. All that I could see in her was the settled, passive paleness of despair. She played, sang, exhibited her embroidery and painting, at the command of Madame Mendoza, with the air of an automaton, and Don Guzman remarked to her father on the passive obedience as a proper and hopeful trait. Once only when he, in presenting her a flower, took the liberty of kissing her cheek, did I observe the flashing of her eye, and a movement of disgust and impatience that she seemed scarcely able to restrain. The marriage was announced to take place the next week, and a holiday was declared through the house. Nothing was talked of or discussed but the corbeille de mariage which the bridegroom had brought, the dresses, laces, sets of jewels, and cashmere shawls. Dolores never had been treated with such attention by the family in her life. She rose immeasurably in the eyes of all as the future possessor of such wealth and such an establishment as awaited her. Madame Mendoza had visions of future visits in Cuba rising before her mind, and overwhelmed her daughter-in-law with flatteries and caresses, which she received in the same passive silence as she did everything else. For my own part, I tried to keep entirely by myself. I remained in my room reading, and took my daily rides, accompanied by my servant, seeing Dolores only at mealtimes, when I scarcely ventured to look at her. One night, however, as I was walking through a lonely part of the garden, Dolores suddenly stepped out from the shrubbery and stood before me. It was bright moonlight, by which her face and person were distinctly shown. How well I remember her as she looked then! She was dressed in white muslin, as she was fond of being, but it had been torn and disordered by the haste with which she had come through the shrubbery. Her face was fearfully pale, and her great dark eyes had an unnatural brightness. She laid hold on my arm. "Look here," she said, "I saw you, and came down to speak with you." She panted and trembled, so that for some moments she could not speak another word. "I want to ask you," she gasped, after a pause, "whether I heard you right. Did you say—" "Yes, Dolores, you did. I did say what I had no right to say, like a dishonorable man." "But is it true? Are you sure it is true?" she said, scarcely seeming to hear my words. "God knows it is," said I despairingly. "Then why don't you save me? Why do you let them sell me to this dreadful man? He don't love me. He never will. Can't you take me away?" "Dolores, I am a poor man. I cannot give you any of these splendors your father desires for you." "Do you think I care for them? I love you more than all the world together. And if you do really love me, why should we not be happy with each other?" "Dolores," I said, with a last effort to keep calm, "I am much older than you, and know the world, and ought not to take advantage of your simplicity. You have been so accustomed to abundant wealth and all it can give, that you cannot form an idea of what the hardships and discomforts of marrying a poor man would be. You are unused to having the least care, or making the least exertion for yourself. All the world would say that I acted a very dishonorable part to take you from a position which offers you wealth, splendor, and ease, to one of comparative hardship. Perhaps some day you would think so yourself." While I was speaking, Dolores turned me toward the moonlight and fixed her great dark eyes piercingly upon me, as if she wanted to read my soul. "Is that all?" she said. "Is that the only reason?" "I do not understand you," said I. She gave me such a desolate look, and answered in a tone of utter dejection, "Oh, I didn't know, but perhaps you might not want me. All the rest are so glad to sell me to anybody that will take me. But you really do love me, don't you?" she added, laying her hand on mine. What answer I made I cannot say. I only know that every vestige of what is called reason and common sense left me at that moment, and that there followed an hour of delirium, in which we both were very happy. We forgot everything but each other, and we arranged all our plans for flight. There was fortunately a ship lying in the harbor of St. Augustine, the captain of which was known to me. In course of a day or two passage was taken, and my effects transported on board. Nobody seemed to suspect us. Everything went on quietly up to the day before that appointed for sailing. I took my usual rides, and did everything as much as possible in my ordinary way, to disarm suspicion, and none seemed to exist. The needed preparations went gayly forward. On the day I mentioned, when I had ridden some distance from the house, a messenger came post haste after me. It was a boy who belonged specially to Dolores. He gave me a little hurried note. I copy it. Papa has found all out, and it is dreadful. No one else knows, and he means to kill you when you come back. Do, if you love me, hurry and get on board the ship. I shall never get over it if evil comes on you for my sake. I shall let them do what they please with me, if God will only save you. I will try to be good. Perhaps if I bear my trials well he will let me die soon. That is all I ask. I love you, and always shall, to death and after. Dolores. There was the end of it. I escaped on the ship. I read the marriage in the paper. Incidentally, I afterwards heard of her as living in Cuba, but I never saw her again till I saw her in her coffin. Sorrow and death had changed her so much that at first the sight of her awakened only a vague, painful remembrance. The sight of the hair bracelet which I had seen on her arm brought all back, and I felt sure that my poor Dolores had strangely come to sleep her last sleep near me. Immediately after I became satisfied who you were, I felt a painful degree of responsibility for the knowledge. I wrote at once to a friend of mine in the neighborhood of St. Augustine to find out any particulars of the Mendoza family. I learned that its history had been like that of many others in that region. Don José had died in a bilious fever, brought on by excessive dissipation, and at his death the estate was found to be so encumbered that the whole was sold at auction. The slaves were scattered hither and thither to different owners, and Madame Mendoza, with her children and remains of fortune, had gone to live in New Orleans. Of Dolores he had heard but once since her marriage. A friend had visited Don Guzman's estates in Cuba. He was living in great splendor, but bore the character of a hard, cruel, tyrannical master, and an overbearing man. His wife was spoken of as being in very delicate health, avoiding society, and devoting herself to religion. I would here take occasion to say that it was understood when I went into the family of Don José that I should not in any way interfere with the religious faith of the children, the family being understood to belong to the Roman Catholic Church. There was so little like religion of any kind in the family that the idea of their belonging to any faith savored something of the ludicrous. In the case of poor Dolores, however, it was different. The earnestness of her nature would always have made any religious form a reality to her. In her case, I was glad to remember that the Romish Church, amid many corruptions, preserves all the essential beliefs necessary for our salvation, and that many holy souls have gone to heaven through its doors. I therefore was only careful to direct her principal attention to the more spiritual parts of her own faith, and to dwell on the great themes which all Christian people hold in common. Many of my persuasion would not have felt free to do this, but my liberty of conscience in this respect was perfect. I have seen that if you break the cup out of which a soul has been used to take the wine of the gospel, you often spill the very wine itself. And after all, these forms are but shadows of which the substance is Christ. I am free to say, therefore, that the thought that your poor mother was devoting herself earnestly to religion, although after the forms of a church with which I differ, was to me a source of great consolation, because I knew that in that way alone could a soul like hers find peace. I have never rested from my efforts to obtain more information. A short time before the incident which cast you upon our shore, I conversed with a sea captain who had returned from Cuba. He stated that there had been an attempt at insurrection among the slaves of Don Guzman, in which a large part of the buildings and outhouses of the estate had been consumed by fire. On subsequent inquiry, I learned that Don Guzman had sold his estates and embarked for Boston with his wife and family, and that nothing had subsequently been heard of him. Thus, my young friend, I have told you all that I know of those singular circumstances which have cast your lot on our shores. I do not expect at your time of life you will take the same view of this event that I do. You may possibly, very probably will, consider it a loss not to have been brought up as you might have been in the splendid establishment of Don Guzman, and found yourself heir to wealth and pleasure without labor or exertion. Yet I am quite sure, in that case, that your value as a human being would have been immeasurably less. I think I have seen in you the elements of passions which luxury and idleness and the too early possession of irresponsible power might have developed with fatal results. You have simply to reflect whether you would rather be an energetic, intelligent, self-controlled man, capable of guiding the affairs of life and acquiring its prizes, or to be the reverse of all this, with its prizes bought for you by the wealth of parents. I hope mature reflection will teach you to regard with gratitude that disposition of the All-Wise, which cast your lot as it has been cast. Let me ask one thing in closing. I have written for you here many things most painful for me to remember, because I wanted you to love and honor the memory of your mother. I wanted that her memory should have something such a charm for you as it has for me. With me, her image has always stood between me and all other women, but I have never even intimated to a living being that such a passage in my history ever occurred. No, not even to my sister, who is nearer to me than any other earthly creature. In some respects, I am a singular person in my habits, and having once written this, you will pardon me if I observe that it will never be agreeable to me to have the subject named between us. Look upon me always as a friend, who would regard nothing as a hardship by which he might serve the son of one so dear. I have hesitated whether I ought to add one circumstance more. I think I will do so, trusting to your good sense not to give it any undue weight. I have never ceased making inquiries in Cuba, as I found opportunity, in regard to your father's property, and late investigations have led me to the conclusion that he left a considerable sum of money in the hands of a notary whose address I have, which, if your identity could be proved, would come in course of law to you. I have written an account of all the circumstances which, in my view, identify you as the son of Don Guzman de Cardona, and had them properly attested in legal form. This, together with your mother's picture and the bracelet, I recommend you to take on your next voyage, and to see what may result from the attempt. How considerable the sum may be which will result from this I cannot say, but as Don Guzman's fortune was very large, I am in hopes it may prove something worth attention. At any time you may wish to call, I will have all these things ready for you. I am, with warm regard, your sincere friend, Theophilus Sewell. When Moses had finished reading this letter, he laid it down on the pebbles beside him, and, leaning back against a rock, looked moodily out to sea. The tide had washed quite up to within a short distance of his feet, completely isolating the little grotto where he sat from all the surrounding scenery, and before him, passing and repassing on the blue, bright solitude of the sea, were silent ships, going on their wondrous, pathless ways to unknown lands. The letter had stirred all within him that was dreamy and poetic. He felt somehow like a leaf torn from a romance, and blown strangely into the hollow of those rocks. Something, too, of ambition and pride stirred within him. He had been born an heir of wealth and power, little as they had done for the happiness of his mother, and when he thought he might have had these 2 wild horses which have run away with so many young men, he felt, as young men all do, an impetuous desire for their possession, and he thought as so many do, give them to me, and I'll risk my character, I'll risk my happiness. The letter opened a future before him which was something to speculate upon, even though his reason told him it was uncertain, and he lay there dreamily piling one air castle on the other, unsubstantial as the great islands of white cloud that sailed through the sky and dropped their shadows in the blue sea. It was late in the afternoon when he bethought him he must return home, and so climbing from rock to rock he swung himself upward onto the island, and sought the brown cottage. As he passed by the open window he caught a glimpse of Mara sewing. He walked softly up to look in without her seeing him. She was sitting with the various articles of his wardrobe around her, quietly and deftly mending his linen, singing soft snatches of an old psalm tune. She seemed to have resumed quite naturally that quiet care of him and his, which she had in all the earlier years of their life. He noticed again her little hands. They seemed a sort of wonder to him. Why had he never seen, when a boy, how pretty they were? And she had such dainty little ways of taking up and putting down things as she measured and clipped. It seemed so pleasant to have her handling his things. It was as if a good fairy were touching them, whose touch brought back peace. But then, he thought, by and by she will do all this for some one else. The thought made him angry. He really felt abused in anticipation. She was doing all this for him just in sisterly kindness, and likely as not thinking of somebody else whom she loved better all the time. It is astonishing how cool and dignified this consideration made our hero as he faced up to the window. He was, after all, in hopes she might blush, and look agitated at seeing him suddenly, but she did not. The foolish boy did not know the quick wits of a girl, and that all the while that he had supposed himself so sly, and been holding his breath to observe, Mara had been perfectly cognizant of his presence, and had been schooling herself to look as unconscious and natural as possible. So she did, only saying, "Oh, Moses, is that you? Where have you been all day?" "Oh, I went over to see Parson Sewell, and get my pastoral lecture, you know." "And did you stay to dinner?" "No, I came home and went rambling round the rocks, and got into our old cave, and never knew how the time passed." "Why, then, you've had no dinner, poor boy," said Mara, rising suddenly. "Come in quick, you must be fed, or you'll get dangerous and eat somebody." "No, no, don't get anything," said Moses. "It's almost supper time, and I'm not hungry." And Moses threw himself into a chair, and began abstractly snipping a piece of tape with Mara's very best scissors. "If you please, sir, don't demolish that. I was going to stay one of your collars with it," said Mara. "Oh, hang it, I'm always in mischief among girls' things," said Moses, putting down the scissors and picking up a bit of white wax, which, with equal unconsciousness, he began kneading in his hands, while he was dreaming over the strange contents of the morning's letter. "I hope Mr. Sewell didn't say anything to make you look so very gloomy," said Mara. "Mr. Sewell?" said Moses, starting. "No, he didn't. In fact, I had a pleasant call there, and there was that confounded old sphinx of a Miss Roxy there. Why don't she die? She must be somewhere near 100 years old by this time." "Never thought to ask her why she didn't die," said Mara, "but I presume she has the best of reasons for living." "Yes, that's so," said Moses. "Every old toadstool, and burdock, and mullein lives and thrives and lasts. No danger of their dying." "You seem to be in a charitable frame of mind," said Mara. "Confound it all! I hate this world. If I could have my own way now, if I could have just what I wanted, and do just as I please exactly, I might make a pretty good thing of it." "And pray what would you have?" said Mara. "Well, in the first place, riches." "In the first place?" "Yes, in the first place, I say, for money buys everything." "Well, supposing so," said Mara, "for argument's sake, what would you buy with it?" "Position in society, respect, consideration, and I'd have a splendid place, with everything elegant." "I have ideas enough, only give me the means. And then I'd have a wife, of course." "And how much would you pay for her?" said Mara, looking quite cool. "I'd buy her with all the rest. A girl that wouldn't look at me as I am, would take me for all the rest, you know. That's the way of the world." "It is it?" said Mara. "I don't understand such matters much." "Yes, it's the way with all you girls," said Moses. "It's the way you'll marry when you do." "Don't be so fierce about it. I haven't done it yet," said Mara. "But now, really, I must go and set the supper table when I have put these things away." And Mara gathered an armful of things together, and tripped singing upstairs and arranged them in the drawer of Moses's room. "Will his wife like to do all these little things for him as I do?" she thought. "It's natural I should. I grew up with him and love him just as if he were my own brother. He is all the brother I ever had. I love him more than anything else in the world, and this wife he talks about could do no more." "She don't care a pin about me," thought Moses. "It's only a habit she has got, and her strict notions of duty, that's all. She is housewifely in her instincts, and seizes all neglected linen and garments as her lawful prey. She would do it just the same for her grandfather." And Moses drummed moodily on the window pane. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 28. A Coquette. The timbers of the ship which was to carry the fortunes of our hero were laid by the side of Middle Bay, and all these romantic shores could hardly present a lovelier scene. This beautiful sheet of water separates Harpswell from a portion of Brunswick. Its shores are rocky and pine-crowned, and display the most picturesque variety of outline. Eagle Island, Shelter Island, and one or two smaller ones, lie on the glassy surface like soft clouds of green foliage, pierced through by the steel-blue tops of arrowy pine trees. There were a goodly number of shareholders in the projected vessel, some among the most substantial men in the vicinity. Zephaniah Pennel had invested there quite a solid sum, as had also our friend Captain Kittridge. Moses had placed therein the proceeds of his recent voyage, which enabled him to buy a certain number of shares, and he secretly resolved in his mind whether the sum of money left by his father might not enable him to buy the whole ship. Then a few prosperous voyages, and his fortune was made. He went into the business of building the new vessel with all the enthusiasm with which he used, when a boy, to plan ships and mold anchors. Every day he was off at early dawn in his working clothes, and labored steadily among the men till evening. No matter how early he rose, however, he always found that a good fairy had been before him and prepared his dinner, daintily sometimes adding thereto a fragrant little bunch of flowers. But when his boat returned home at evening, he no longer saw her as in the days of girlhood waiting far out on the farthest point of rock for his return. Not that she did not watch for it and run out many times toward sunset, but the moment she had made out that it was surely he, she would run back into the house, and very likely find an errand in her own room, where she would be so deeply engaged that it would be necessary for him to call her down before she could make her appearance. Then she came smiling, chatty, always gracious, and ready to go or to come as he requested, the very cheerfulest of household fairies. But yet, for all that, there was a cobweb invisible barrier around her that for some reason or other he could not break over. It vexed and perplexed him, and day after day he determined to whistle it down, ride over it roughshod, and be as free as he chose with this apparently soft, unresistant, airy being, who seemed so accessible. Why shouldn't he kiss her when he chose, and sit with his arm around her waist, and draw her familiarly upon his knee, this little child-woman, who was as a sister to him? Why, to be sure, had she ever frowned or scolded as Sally Kittridge did when he attempted to pass the air-line that divides man from womanhood? Not at all. She had neither blushed, nor laughed, nor ran away. If he kissed her, she took it with the most matter-of-fact composure. If he passed his arm around her, she let it remain with unmoved calmness. And so somehow he did these things less and less, and wondered why. The fact is, our hero had begun an experiment with his little friend that we would never advise a young man to try on one of these intense, quiet, soft-seeming women, whose whole life is inward. He had determined to find out whether she loved him before he committed himself to her, and the strength of a whole book of martyrs is in women to endure and to bear without flinching before they will surrender the gate of this citadel of silence. Moreover, our hero had begun his siege with precisely the worst weapons. For on the night that he returned and found Mara conversing with a stranger, the suspicion arose in his mind that somehow Mara might be particularly interested in him, and instead of asking her, which anybody might consider the most feasible step in the case, he asked Sally Kittridge. Sally's inborn, inherent love of teasing was up in a moment. Did she know anything of that Mr. Adams? Of course she did. A young lawyer of one of the best Boston families, a splendid fellow. She wished any such luck might happen to her. Was Mara engaged to him? What would he give to know? Why didn't he ask Mara? Did he expect her to reveal her friend's secrets? Well, she shouldn't. Report said Mr. Adams was well-to-do in the world, and had expectations from an uncle. And didn't Moses think he was interesting in conversation? Everybody said what a conquest it was for an Orr's Island girl, etc., etc. And Sally said the rest with many a malicious toss and wink and sly twinkle of the dimples of her cheek, which might mean more or less as a young man of imaginative temperament was disposed to view it. Now this was all done in pure simple love of teasing. We incline to think phrenologists have as yet been very incomplete in their classification of faculties, or they would have appointed a separate organ for this propensity of human nature. Certain persons, often the most kind-hearted in the world, and who would not give pain in any serious matter, seem to have an insatiable appetite for those small annoyances we commonly denominate teasing, and Sally was one of this number. She diverted herself infinitely in playing upon the excitability of Moses, in awakening his curiosity and baffling it, and tormenting him with a whole phantasmagoria of suggestions and assertions, which played along so near the line of probability that one could never tell which might be fancy and which might be fact. Moses therefore pursued the line of tactics for such cases made and provided, and strove to awaken jealousy in Mara by paying marked and violent attentions to Sally. He went there evening after evening, leaving Mara to sit alone at home. He made secrets with her, and alluded to them before Mara. He proposed calling his new vessel the Sally Kittridge. But whether all these things made Mara jealous or not, he could never determine. Mara had no peculiar gift for acting, except in this one point. But here all the vitality of nature rallied to her support, and enabled her to preserve an air of the most unperceiving serenity. If she shed any tears when she spent a long, lonesome evening, she was quite particular to be looking in a very placid frame when Moses returned, and to give such an account of the books, or the work, or paintings which had interested her, that Moses was sure to be vexed. Never were her inquiries for Sally more cordial. Never did she seem inspired by a more ardent affection for her. Whatever may have been the result of this state of things in regard to Mara, it is certain that Moses succeeded in convincing the common fame of that district that he and Sally were destined for each other, and the thing was regularly discussed at quilting frolics and tea-drinkings around, much to Miss Emily's disgust and Aunt Roxy's grave satisfaction, who declared that Mara was altogether too good for Moses Pennel, but Sally Kittridge would make him stand round. By which expression she was understood to intimate that Sally had in her the rudiments of the same kind of domestic discipline which had operated so favorably in the case of Captain Kittridge. These things of course had come to Mara's ears. She had overheard the discussions on Sunday noons as the people between meetings sat over their doughnuts and cheese, and analyzed their neighbors' affairs, and she seemed to smile at them all. Sally only laughed, and declared that it was no such thing, that she would no more marry Moses Pennel, or any other fellow, than she would put her head into the fire. What did she want of any of them? She knew too much to get married, that she did. She was going to have her liberty for one while yet to come, etc., etc. But all these assertions were of course supposed to mean nothing but the usual declarations in such cases. Mara, among the rest, thought it quite likely that this thing was yet to be. So she struggled and tried to reason down a pain which constantly ached in her heart when she thought of this. She ought to have foreseen that it must sometime end in this way. Of course she must have known that Moses would sometime choose a wife, and how fortunate that instead of a stranger he had chosen her most intimate friend. Sally was careless and thoughtless, to be sure, but she had a good, generous heart at the bottom, and she hoped she would love Moses at least as well as she did, and then she would always live with them, and think of any little things that Sally might forget. After all, Sally was so much more capable and efficient a person than herself, so much more bustling and energetic. She would make altogether a better housekeeper, and doubtless a better wife for Moses. But then it was so hard that he did not tell her about it. Was she not his sister, his confidant for all his childhood? And why should he shut up his heart from her now? But then she must guard herself from being jealous. That would be mean and wicked. So Mara, in her zeal of self-discipline, pushed on matters, invited Sally to tea to meet Moses, and when she came, left them alone together, while she busied herself in hospitable cares. She sent Moses with errands and commissions to Sally, which he was sure to improve into protracted visits; and, in short, no young matchmaker ever showed more good will to forward the union of two chosen friends than Mara showed to unite Moses and Sally. So the flirtation went on all summer, like a ship under full sail, with prosperous breezes, and Mara, in the many hours that her two best friends were together, tried heroically to persuade herself that she was not unhappy. She said to herself constantly that she never had loved Moses other than as a brother, and repeated and dwelt upon the fact to her own mind with a pertinacity which might have led her to suspect the reality of the fact, had she had experience enough to look closer. True, it was rather lonely, she said, but that she was used to. She always had been, and always should be. Nobody would ever love her in return as she loved, which sentence she did not analyze very closely, or she might have remembered Mr. Adams and one or two others who had professed for her more than she had found herself able to return. That general proposition about nobody is commonly found, if sifted to the bottom, to have specific relation to somebody whose name never appears in the record. Nobody could have conjectured from Mara's calm, gentle cheerfulness of demeanor that any sorrow lay at the bottom of her heart. She would not have owned it to herself. There are griefs which grow with years, which have no marked beginnings, no especial dates. They are not events, but slow perceptions of disappointment, which bear down on the heart with a constant and equable pressure like the weight of the atmosphere, and these things are never named or counted in words among life's sorrows, yet through them, as through an unsuspected inward wound, life, energy, and vigor slowly bleed away, and the persons, never owning even to themselves the weight of the pressure, standing to all appearance fair and cheerful, are still undermined with a secret wear of this inner current, and ready to fall with the first external pressure. There are persons often brought into near contact by the relations of life, and bound to each other by a love so close that they are perfectly indispensable to each other, yet who act upon each other as a file upon a diamond, by a slow and gradual friction, the pain of which is so equable, so constantly diffused through life, as scarcely ever at any time to force itself upon the mind as a reality. Such had been the history of the affection of Mara for Moses. It had been a deep, inward, concentrated passion that had almost absorbed self-consciousness, and made her keenly alive to all the moody, restless, passionate changes of his nature. It had brought with it that craving for sympathy and return which such love ever will. And yet it was fixed upon a nature so different and so uncomprehending that the action had for years been one of pain more than pleasure. Even now, when she had him at home with her and busied herself with constant cares for him, there was a sort of disturbing, unquiet element in the history of every day. The longing for him to come home at night, the wish that he would stay with her, the uncertainty whether he would or would not go and spend the evening with Sally, the musing during the day over all that he had done and said the day before, were a constant interior excitement. For Moses, besides being in his moods quite variable and changeable, had also a good deal of the dramatic element in him, and put on sundry appearances in the way of experiment. He would fain to have quarreled with Sally, that he might detect whether Mara would betray some gladness, but she only evinced concern and a desire to make up the difficulty. He would discuss her character and her fitness to make a man happy in matrimony, in the style that young gentlemen use who think their happiness a point of great consequence in the creation; and Mara, always cool and firm and sensible, would talk with him in the most maternal style possible, and caution him against trifling with her affections. Then again, he would be lavish in his praise of Sally's beauty, vivacity, and energy, and Mara would join with the most apparently unaffected delight. Sometimes he ventured, on the other side, to rally her on some future husband, and predict the days when all the attentions which she was daily bestowing on him would be for another. And here, as everywhere else, he found his little sphinx perfectly inscrutable. Instinct teaches the grass-bird, who hides her eggs under long meadow grass, to creep timidly yards from the nest, and then fly up boldly in the wrong place. And a like instinct teaches shy girls all kinds of unconscious stratagems when the one secret of their life is approached. They may be as truthful in all other things as the strictest Puritan, but here they deceive by an infallible necessity. And meanwhile, where was Sally Kittridge in all this matter? Was her heart in the least touched by the black eyes and long lashes? Who can say? Had she a heart? Well, Sally was a good girl. When one got sufficiently far down through the foam and froth of the surface to find what was in the depths of her nature, there was abundance there of good womanly feeling, generous and strong, if one could but get at it. She was the best and brightest of daughters to the old captain, whose accounts she kept, whose clothes she mended, whose dinner she often dressed and carried to him, from loving choice, and Mrs. Kittridge regarded her housewifely accomplishments with pride, though she never spoke to her otherwise than in words of criticism and rebuke, as in her view an honest mother should who means to keep a flourishing sprig of a daughter within limits of a proper humility. But as for any sentiment or love toward any person of the other sex, Sally as yet had it not. Her numerous admirers were only so many subjects for the exercise of her dear delight of teasing, and Moses Pennel, the last and most considerable, differed from the rest only in the fact that he was a match for her in this redoubtable art and science, and this made the game she was playing with him altogether more stimulating than that she had carried on with any other of her admirers. For Moses could sulk and storm for effect, and clear off as bright as Harpswell Bay after a thunderstorm, for effect also. Moses could play jealous and make believe all those 1,001 shadowy nothings that coquettes, male and female, get up to carry their points with, and so their quarrels and their makings up were as manifold as the sea breezes that ruffled the ocean before the captain's door. There is but one danger in play of this kind, and that is, that deep down in the breast of every slippery, frothy, elfish undine sleeps the germ of an unawakened soul, which suddenly, in the course of some such trafficking with the outward shows and seemings of affection, may wake up and make of the teasing, tricksy elf a sad and earnest woman, a creature of loves and self-denials and faithfulness unto death, in short, something altogether too good, too sacred to be trifled with. And when a man enters the game protected by a previous attachment which absorbs all his nature, and the woman awakes in all her depth and strength to feel the real meaning of love and life, she finds that she has played with one stronger than she, at a terrible disadvantage. Is this mine lying dark and evil under the saucy little feet of our Sally? Well, we should not of course be surprised some day to find it so. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 29. Night Talks. October is come, and among the black glooms of the pine forests flare out the scarlet branches of the rock maple, and the beech groves are all arrayed in gold, through which the sunlight streams in subdued richness. October is come, with long, bright, hazy days, swathing in purple mists the rainbow brightness of the forests, and blending the otherwise gaudy and flaunting colors into wondrous harmonies of splendor. And Moses Pennel's ship is all built and ready, waiting only a favorable day for her launching. And just at this moment Moses is sauntering home from Captain Kittridge's in company with Sally, for Mara has sent him to bring her to tea with them. Moses is in high spirits. Everything has succeeded to his wishes, and as the two walk along the high, bold, rocky shore, his eye glances out to the open ocean, where the sun is setting, and the fresh wind blowing, and the white sails flying, and already fancies himself a sea king, commanding his own place, and going from land to land. There hasn't been a more beautiful ship built here these 20 years, he says, in triumph. Oh ho, Mr. Conceit, said Sally, that's only because it's yours now. Your geese are all swans. I wish you could have seen the Typhoon that Ben Drummond sailed in. A real handsome fellow he was. What a pity there aren't more like him. I don't enter on the merits of Ben Drummond's beauty, said Moses, but I don't believe the Typhoon was one whit superior to our ship. Besides, Miss Sally, I thought you were going to take it under your especial patronage, and let me honor it with your name. How absurd you always will be talking about that. Why don't you call it after Mara? After Mara?" said Moses. "I don't want to. It wouldn't be appropriate. One wants a different kind of girl to name a ship after, something bold and bright and dashing." "Thank you, sir, but I prefer not to have my bold and dashing qualities immortalized in this way," said Sally. "Besides, sir, how do I know that you wouldn't run me on a rock the very first thing? When I give my name to a ship, it must have an experienced commander," she added, maliciously, for she knew that Moses was specially vulnerable on this point. "As you please," said Moses, with heightened color. "Allow me to remark that he who shall ever undertake to command the Sally Kittridge will have need of all his experience, and then perhaps not be able to know the ways of the craft." "See him now," said Sally, with a malicious laugh. "We are getting wrathy, are we?" "Not I," said Moses. "It would cost altogether too much exertion to get angry at every teasing thing you choose to say, Miss Sally. By and by I shall be gone, and then won't your conscience trouble you?" "My conscience is all easy, so far as you are concerned, sir. Your self-esteem is too deep-rooted to suffer much from my poor little nips. They produce no more impression than a catbird pecking at the cones of that spruce tree yonder. Now don't you put your hand where your heart is supposed to be. There's nobody at home there, you know. There's Mara coming to meet us," and Sally bounded forward to meet Mara, with all those demonstrations of extreme delight which young girls are fond of showering on each other. "It's such a beautiful evening," said Mara, "and we are all in such good spirits about Moses's ship, and I told him you must come down and hold counsel with us as to what was to be done about the launching, and the name, you know, that is to be decided on. Are you going to let it be called after you?" "Not I, indeed. I should always be reading in the papers of horrible accidents that had happened to the Sally Kittridge." "Sally has so set her heart on my being unlucky," said Moses, "that I believe if I make a prosperous voyage, the disappointment would injure her health." "She doesn't mean what she says," said Mara, "but I think there are some objections in a young lady's name being given to a ship." "Then I suppose, Mara," said Moses, "that you would not have yours either?" "I would be glad to accommodate you in anything but that," said Mara, quietly; but she added, "Why need the ship be named for anybody? A ship is such a beautiful, graceful thing, it should have a fancy name." "Well, suggest one," said Moses. "Don't you remember," said Mara, "one Saturday afternoon, when you and Sally and I launched your little ship down in the cove after you had come from your first voyage at the Banks?" "I do," said Sally. "We called that the Ariel, Mara, after that old torn play you were so fond of. That's a pretty name for a ship." "Why not take that?" said Mara. "I bow to the decree," said Moses. "The Ariel it shall be." "Yes, and you remember," said Sally, "Mr. Moses here promised at that time that he would build a ship, and take us two round the world with him." Moses's eyes fell upon Mara as Sally said these words with a sort of sudden earnestness of expression which struck her. He was really feeling very much about something, under all the bantering disguise of his demeanor, she said to herself. Could it be that he felt unhappy about his prospects with Sally? That careless liveliness of hers might wound him perhaps now, when he felt that he was soon to leave her. Mara was conscious herself of a deep undercurrent of sadness as the time approached for the ship to sail that should carry Moses from her, and she could not but think some such feeling must possess her mind. In vain she looked into Sally's great Spanish eyes for any signs of a lurking softness or tenderness concealed under her sparkling vivacity. Sally's eyes were admirable windows of exactly the right size and color for an earnest, tender spirit to look out of. But just now there was nobody at the casement but a slippery elf peering out in tricksy defiance. When the three arrived at the house, tea was waiting on the table for them. Mara fancied that Moses looked sad and preoccupied as they sat down to the tea-table, which Mrs. Pennel had set forth festively, with the best china and the finest tablecloth and the choicest sweetmeats. In fact, Moses did feel that sort of tumult and upheaving of the soul which a young man experiences when the great crisis comes, which is to plunge him into the struggles of manhood. It is a time when he wants sympathy and is grated upon by uncomprehending merriment, and therefore his answers to Sally grew brief and even harsh at times, and Mara sometimes perceived him looking at herself with a singular fixedness of expression, though he withdrew his eyes whenever she turned hers to look on him. Like many another little woman, she had fixed a theory about her friends, into which she was steadily interweaving all the facts she saw. Sally must love Moses, because she had known her from childhood as a good and affectionate girl, and it was impossible that she could have been going on with Moses as she had for the last 6 months without loving him. She must evidently have seen that he cared for her, and in how many ways had she shown that she liked his society and him? But then, evidently, she did not understand him, and Mara felt a little womanly self-pluming on the thought that she knew him so much better. She was resolved that she would talk with Sally about it, and show her that she was disappointing Moses and hurting his feelings. Yes, she said to herself, Sally has a kind heart, and her coquettish desire to conceal from him the extent of her affection ought now to give way to the outspoken tenderness of real love. So Mara pressed Sally with the old times request to stay and sleep with her, for these two, the only young girls in so lonely a neighborhood, had no means of excitement or dissipation beyond this occasional sleeping together, by which is meant, of course, lying awake all night talking. When they were alone together in their chamber, Sally let down her long black hair, and stood with her back to Mara brushing it. Mara sat looking out of the window, where the moon was making a wide sheet of silver sparkling water. Everything was so quiet that the restless dash of the tide could be plainly heard. Sally was rattling away with her usual gaiety. "And so the launching is to come off next Thursday. What shall you wear?" "I'm sure I haven't thought," said Mara. "Well, I shall try and finish my blue merino for the occasion. What fun it will be! I never was on a ship when it was launched, and I think it will be something perfectly splendid." "But doesn't it sometimes seem sad to think that after all this Moses will leave us to be gone so long?" "What do I care?" said Sally, tossing back her long hair as she brushed it, and then stopping to examine one of her eyelashes. "Sally, dear, you often speak in that way," said Mara, "but really and seriously you do yourself great injustice. You could not certainly have been going on as you have these 6 months past with a man you did not care for." "Well, I do care for him, sorta," said Sally, "but is that any reason I should break my heart for his going? That's too much for any man." "But, Sally, you must know that Moses loves you." "I'm not so sure," said Sally, freakishly tossing her head and laughing. "If he did not," said Mara, "why has he sought you so much, and taken every opportunity to be with you? I'm sure I've been left here alone hour after hour, when my only comfort was that it was because my two best friends loved each other, as I know they must sometime love some one better than they do me." The most practiced self-control must fail sometime, and Mara's voice faltered on these last words, and she put her hands over her eyes. Sally turned quickly and looked at her, then giving her hair a sudden fold round her shoulders and running to her friend, she kneeled down on the floor by her and put her arms round her waist, and looked up into her face with an air of more gravity than she commonly used. "Now, Mara, what a wicked, inconsistent fool I have been! Did you feel lonesome? Did you care? I ought to have seen that. But I'm selfish. I love admiration, and I love to have some one to flatter me and run after me, and so I've been going on and on in this silly way. But I didn't know you cared, indeed I didn't. You are such a deep little thing. Nobody can ever tell what you feel. I never shall forgive myself if you have been lonesome, for you are worth 500 times as much as I am. You really do love Moses. I don't." "I do love him as a dear brother," said Mara. "Dear fiddlestick," said Sally. "Love is love, and when a person loves all she can, it isn't much use to talk so. I've been a wicked sinner, that I have. Love? Do you suppose I would bear with Moses Pennel all his ins and outs and ups and downs, and be always putting him before myself in everything, as you do? No, I couldn't. I haven't it in me, but you have. He's a sinner too, and deserves to get me for a wife. But, Mara, I have tormented him well. There's some comfort in that." "It's no comfort to me," said Mara. "I see his heart is set on you. The happiness of his life depends on you, and that he is pained and hurt when you give him only cold, trifling words, when he needs real, true love. It is a serious thing, dear, to have a strong man set his whole heart on you. It will do him a great good or a great evil, and you ought not to make light of it." "Oh, pshaw, Mara! You don't know these fellows; they are only playing games with us. If they once caught us, they'd have no mercy, and for one, here's a child that isn't going to be caught. I can see plain enough that Moses Pennel has been trying to get me in love with him, but he doesn't love me. No, he doesn't," said Sally, reflectively. "He only wants to make a conquest of me, and I'm just the same. I want to make a conquest of him. At least I have been wanting to. But now I see it's a false, wicked kind of way to do as we've been doing." "And is it really possible, Sally, that you don't love him?" said Mara, her large, serious eyes looking into Sally's. "What, to be with him so much, seem to like him so much? Look at him as I have seen you do, and not love him?" "I can't help my eyes, they will look so," said Sally, hiding her face in Mara's lap with a sort of coquettish consciousness. "I tell you I've been silly and wicked, but he's just the same exactly." "And you have worn his ring all summer?" "Yes, and he has worn mine, and I have a lock of his hair, and he has a lock of mine, yet I don't believe he cares for them a bit. Oh, his heart is safe enough. If he has any, it isn't with me, that I know." "But if you found it were, Sally, suppose you found that, after all, you were the one love and hope of his life, that all he was doing and thinking was for you, that he was laboring and toiling and leaving home so that he might some day offer you a heart and home and be your best friend for life, perhaps he dares not tell you how he really does feel." "It's no such thing, it's no such thing," said Sally, lifting up her head with her eyes full of tears, which she dashed angrily away. "What am I crying for? I hate him. I'm glad he's going away. Lately it has been such a trouble to me to have things go on so. I'm really getting to dislike him. You are the one he ought to love. Perhaps all this time you are the one he does love," said Sally, with a sudden energy, as if a new thought had dawned in her mind. "Oh, no, he does not even love me as he once did, when we were children," said Mara. "He is so shut up in himself, so reserved, I know nothing about what passes in his heart." "No more does anybody," said Sally. "Moses Pennel isn't one that says and does things straightforward because he feels so, but he says and does them to see what you will do. That's his way. Nobody knows why he has been going on with me as he has. He has had his own reasons, doubtless, as I have had mine." "He has admired you very much, Sally," said Mara, "and praised you to me very warmly. He thinks you are so handsome. I could tell you ever so many things he has said about you. He knows as I do that you are a more enterprising, practical sort of body than I am, too. Everybody thinks you are engaged. I have heard of it spoken of everywhere." "Everybody is mistaken, then, as usual," said Sally. Perhaps Aunt Roxy was in the right of it when she said that Moses would never be in love with anybody but himself. "Aunt Roxy has always been prejudiced and unjust to Moses," said Mara, her cheeks flushing. "She never liked him from a child, and she can never be made to see anything good in him. I know that he has a deep heart, a nature that craves affection and sympathy, and it is only because he is so sensitive that he is so reserved and conceals his feelings so much. He has a noble, kind heart, and I believe he truly loves you, Sally. It must be so." Sally rose from the floor and went on arranging her hair without speaking. Something seemed to disturb her mind. She bit her lip, and threw down the brush and comb violently. In the clear depths of the little square of looking-glass a face looked into hers, whose eyes were perturbed as if with the shadows of some coming inward storm. The black brows were knit, and the lips quivered. She drew a long breath and burst out into a loud laugh. "What are you laughing at now?" said Mara, who stood in her white night-dress by the window, with her hair falling in golden waves about her face. "Oh, because these fellows are so funny," said Sally. "It's such fun to see their actions. Come now," she added, turning to Mara, "don't look so grave and sanctified. It's better to laugh than cry about things any time. It's a great deal better to be made hard-hearted like me, and not care for anybody, than to be like you, for instance." The idea of any one's being in love is the drollest thing to me. I haven't the least idea how it feels. I wonder if I ever shall be in love." "It will come to you in its time, Sally." "Oh, yes, I suppose like the chicken pox or the whooping cough," said Sally. "One of the things to be gone through with, and rather disagreeable while it lasts, so I hope to put it off as long as possible." "Well, come," said Mara, "we must not sit up all night." After the two girls were nestled into bed and the light out, instead of the brisk chatter, there fell a great silence between them. The full round moon cast the reflection of the window on the white bed, and the ever restless moan of the sea became more audible in the fixed stillness. The two faces, both young and fair, yet so different in their expression, lay each still on its pillow, their wide open eyes gleaming out in the shadow like mystical gems. Each was breathing softly, as if afraid of disturbing the other. At last Sally gave an impatient movement. "How lonesome the sea sounds in the night," she said. "I wish it would ever be still." "I like to hear it," said Mara. "When I was in Boston, for a while I thought I could not sleep, I used to miss it so much." There was another silence, which lasted so long that each girl thought the other asleep, and moved softly. But at a restless movement from Sally, Mara spoke again. "Sally, you asleep?" "No, I thought you were." "I wanted to ask you," said Mara, "did Moses ever say anything to you about me? You know I told you how much he said about you." "Yes, he asked me once if you were engaged to Mr. Adams." "And what did you tell him?" said Mara, with increasing interest. "Well, I only plagued him. I sometimes made him think you were, and sometimes that you were not, and then again that there was a deep mystery in hand. But I praised and glorified Mr. Adams, and told him what a splendid match it would be, and put on any little bits of embroidery here and there that I could lay hands on. I used to make him sulky and gloomy for a whole evening sometimes. In that way it was one of the best weapons I had." "Sally, what does make you love to tease people so?" said Mara. "Why, you know the hymn says, 'Let dogs delight to bark and bite, for God hath made them so. Let bears and lions growl and fight, for 'tis their nature too.' That's all the account I can give of it." "But," said Mara, "I never can rest easy a moment when I see I am making a person uncomfortable." "Well, I don't tease anybody but the men. I don't tease father or mother or you, but men are fair game. They are such thumby, blundering creatures, and we can confuse them so." "Take care, Sally. It's playing with edge tools. You may lose your heart some day in this kind of game." "Never you fear," said Sally. "But aren't you sleepy? Let's go to sleep." Both girls turned their faces resolutely in opposite directions, and remained for an hour with their large eyes looking out into the moonlit chamber, like the fixed stars over Harpswell Bay. At last sleep drew softly down the fringy curtains. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 30. The Launch of the Ariel. In the plain, simple regions we are describing, where the sea is the great avenue of active life, and the pine forests are the great source of wealth, shipbuilding is an engrossing interest, and there is no fate that calls forth the community like the launching of a vessel. And no wonder, for what is there belonging to this workaday world of ours that has such a never-failing fund of poetry and grace as a ship? A ship is a beauty and a mystery wherever we see it. Its white wings touch the regions of the unknown and the imaginative. They seem to us full of the odors of quaint, strange, foreign shores, where life, we fondly dream, moves in brighter currents than the muddy, tranquil tides of every day. Who sees that one bound outward, with her white breasts swelling and heaving, as if with a reaching expectancy, does not feel his own heart swell with a longing impulse to go with her to the far-off shores? Even at dingy, crowded wharves, amid the stir and tumult of great cities, the coming in of a ship is an event that never can lose its interest. But on these romantic shores of Maine, where all is so wild and still, and the blue sea lies embraced in the arms of dark solitary forests. The sudden incoming of a ship from a distant voyage is a sort of romance. Who that has stood by the blue waters of Middle Bay, engirdled as it is by soft slopes of green farming land, interchanged here and there with heavy billows of forest trees, or rocky pine-crowned promontories, has not felt that sense of seclusion and solitude which is so delightful? And then what a wonder! There comes a ship from China, drifting in like a white cloud. The gallant creature! How the waters hiss and foam before her! With what a great, free, generous plash she throws out her anchors, as if she said a cheerful "well done" to some glorious work accomplished. The very life and spirit of strange romantic lands come with her. Suggestions of sandalwood and spice breathe through the pine woods. She is an oriental queen, with hands full of mystical gifts. All her garments smell of myrrh and cassia out of the ivory palaces whereby they have made her glad. No wonder men have loved ships like birds, and that there have been found brave, rough hearts that in fatal wrecks chose rather to go down with their ocean love than to leave her in the last throes of her death agony. A ship-building, a ship-sailing community has an unconscious poetry ever underlying its existence. Exotic ideas from foreign lands relieve the trite monotony of life. The ship-owner lives in communion with the whole world, and is less likely to fall into the petty commonplaces that infest the routine of inland life. Never arose a clearer or lovelier October morning than that which was to start the Ariel on her watery pilgrimage. Moses had risen while the stars were yet twinkling over their own images in Middle Bay, to go down and see that everything was right. And in all the houses that we know in the vicinity, everybody woke with one thought of being ready to go to the launching. Mrs. Pennel and Mara were also up by starlight, busy over the provisions for the ample cold collation that was to be spread in a barn adjoining the scene, the materials for which they were packing into baskets covered with nice clean linen cloths, ready for the little sailboat which lay within a stone's throw of the door in the brightening dawn, her white sails looking rosy in the advancing light. It had been agreed that the Pennels and the Kittridges should cross together in this boat with their contributions of good cheer. The Kittridges, too, had been astir with the dawn, intent on their quota of the festive preparations, in which Dame Kittridge's housewifely reputation was involved, for it had been a disputed point in the neighborhood whether she or Mrs. Pennel made the best doughnuts, and of course, with this fact before her mind, her efforts in this line had been all but superhuman. The Captain skipped in and out in high feather, occasionally pinching Sally's cheek, and asking if she were going as captain or mate upon the vessel after it was launched, for which he got in return a fillip of his sleeve or a sly twitch of his coat tails, for Sally and her old father were on romping terms with each other from early childhood, a thing which drew frequent lectures from the always exhorting Mrs. Kittridge. "Such levity!" she said, as she saw Sally in full chase after his retreating figure, in order to be revenged for some sly allusions he had whispered in her ear. "Sally Kittridge! Sally Kittridge!" she called, "come back this minute! What are you about? I should think your father was old enough to know better." "Lawful sakes, Polly, it kind o' renews one's youth to get a new ship done," said the Captain, skipping in at another door. "Sort o' puts me in mind o' that I went out cap'ning in when I was jist beginning to court you, as somebody else is courtin' our Sally here." "Now, father," said Sally, threateningly, "what did I tell you?" "It's really lemon-colly," said the Captain, "to think how it does distress gals to talk to 'em about the fellers when they ain't thinking o' nothin' else all the time. They can't even laugh without saying, 'He, he, he!' Now, father, you know I've told you 500 times that I don't care a cent for Moses Pennel, that he's a hateful creature," said Sally, looking very red and determined. "Yes, yes," said the Captain, "I take that ar's the reason you've been a wearin' the ring he gin you, and them ribbons you got on your neck this blessed minute, and why you've giggled off to singin' school, and Lord knows where with him all summer. That ar's clear now." "But, father," said Sally, getting redder and more earnest, "I don't care for him really, and I've told him so. I keep telling him so, and he will run after me." "Haw, haw," laughed the Captain. "He will he? Jist so, Sally. That ar's jist the way your ma there talked to me, and it kind o' 'couraged me along. I knew that gals always has to be read back'ard, jist like the writin' in the Barbary States." "Captain Kittridge, will you stop such ridiculous talk," said his helpmeet, "and jist carry this 'ere basket of cold chicken down to the landin' agin the Pennels come round in the boat. You must step spry, for there's 2 more baskets a comin'." The Captain shouldered the basket and walked toward the sea with it, and Sally retired to her own little room to hold a farewell consultation with her mirror before she went. You will perhaps think from the conversation that you heard the other night that Sally now will cease all thought of coquettish allurement in her acquaintance with Moses, and cause him to see by an immediate and marked change her entire indifference. Probably, as she stands thoughtfully before her mirror, she is meditating on the propriety of laying aside the ribbons he gave her. Perhaps she will alter that arrangement of her hair which is one that he himself particularly dictated as most becoming to the character of her face. She opens a little drawer which looks like a flower garden, all full of little knots of pink and blue and red, and various fancies of the toilet, and looks into it reflectively. She looses the ribbon from her hair and chooses another. But Moses gave her that too, and said, she remembers, that when she wore it, that he should know she had been thinking of him. Sally is Sally yet, as full of sly dashes of coquetry as a tulip is of streaks. "There's no reason I should make myself look like a fright because I don't care for him," she says. "Besides, after all that he has said, he ought to say more. He ought to at least give me a chance to say no. He shall, too," said the gypsy, winking at the bright, elfish face in the glass. "Sally Kittridge! Sally Kittridge!" called her mother. "How long will you stay prinkin'? Come down this minute." "Law, now, mother," said the Captain, "gals must prink afore such times. It's as natural as for hens to dress their feathers afore a thunderstorm." Sally at last appeared, all in a flutter of ribbons and scarfs, whose bright high colors assorted well with the ultramarine blue of her dress and the vivid pomegranate hue of her cheeks. The boat, with its white sails flapping, was balancing and curtsying up and down on the waters, and in the stern sat Mara, her shining white straw hat trimmed with blue ribbons set off her golden hair and pink shell complexion, the dark even penciling of her eyebrows and the beauty of the brow above, the brown translucent clearness of her thoughtful eyes, made her face striking, even with its extreme delicacy of tone. She was unusually animated and excited, and her cheeks had a rich bloom of that pure, deep rose color which flushes up in fair complexions under excitement, and her eyes had a kind of intense expression for which they had always been remarkable. All the deep secluded yearning of repressed nature was looking out of them, giving that pathos which every one has felt at times in the silence of eyes. "Now bless that ar girl," said the Captain when he saw her. "Our Sally here's handsome, but she's got the real New Jerusalem look, she has, like them in the Revelations that wears the fine linen, clean and white." "Bless you, Captain Kittridge, don't be a makin' a fool of yourself about no girl at your time o' life," said Mrs. Kittridge, speaking under her breath in a nipping, energetic tone, for they were coming too near the boat to speak very loud. "Good morning, Mis' Pennel. We've got a good day, and a mercy it is so. 'Member when we launched the North Star, that it rained guns all the mornin', and the water got into the baskets when we was a fetchin' the things over, and made a sight o' pester?" "Yes," said Mrs. Pennel, with an air of placid satisfaction. "Everything seems to be going right about this vessel." Mrs. Kittridge and Sally were soon accommodated with seats, and Zephaniah Pennel and the Captain began trimming sail. The day was one of those perfect gems of days which are to be found only in the jewel casket of October, a day neither hot nor cold, with an air so clear that every distant pine tree top stood out in vivid separateness, and every woody point and rocky island seemed cut out in crystalline clearness against the sky. There was so brisk a breeze that the boat slanted quite to the water's edge on one side, and Mara leaned over and pensively drew her little pearly hand through the water, and thought of the days when she and Moses took this sail together, she in her pink sunbonnet, and he in his round straw hat, with a tin dinner pail between them. And now, to-day, the ship of her childish dreams was to be launched. That launching was something she regarded almost with superstitious awe. The ship, built on one element, but designed to have its life in another, seemed an image of the soul, framed and fashioned with many a weary hammer-stroke in this life, but finding its true element only when it sails out into the oceans of eternity. Such was her thought as she looked down the clear, translucent depths. But would it have been of any use to try to utter it to anybody? To Sally Kittridge, for example, who sat all in a cheerful rustle of bright ribbons beside her, and who would have shown her white teeth all round at such a suggestion, and said, "Now, Mara, who but you would have thought of that?" But there are souls sent into this world who seem to have always mysterious affinities for the invisible and the unknown, who see the face of everything beautiful through a thin veil of mystery and sadness. The Germans call this yearning of spirit homesickness, the dim remembrances of a spirit once affiliated to some higher sphere, of whose lost brightness all things fair are the vague reminders. As Mara looked pensively into the water, it seemed to her that every incident of life came up out of its depths to meet her. Her own face reflected in a wavering image, sometimes shaped itself to her gaze in the likeness of the pale lady of her childhood, who seemed to look up at her from the waters with dark mysterious eyes of tender longing. Once or twice this dreamy effect grew so vivid that she shivered, and drawing herself up from the water, tried to take an interest in a very minute account which Mrs. Kittridge was giving of the way to make corn fritters which should taste exactly like oysters. The closing direction about the quantity of mace Mrs. Kittridge felt was too sacred for common ears, and therefore whispered it into Mrs. Pennel's bonnet with a knowing nod, and a look from her black spectacles, which would not have been bad for a priestess of Dodona in giving out an oracle. In this secret direction about the mace lay the whole mystery of corn oysters, and who can say what consequences might ensue from casting it in an unguarded manner before the world? And now the boat which has rounded Harpswell Point is skimming across to the head of Middle Bay, where the new ship can distinctly be discerned standing upon her ways, while moving clusters of people were walking up and down her decks, or lining the shore in the vicinity. All sorts of gossiping and neighborly chit-chat is being interchanged in the little world assembling there. "I hain't seen the Pennels nor the Kittridges yet," said Aunt Ruey, whose little roly-poly figure was made illustrious in her best cinnamon-colored, dyed silk. "There's Moses Pennel a-goin' up that ar ladder. Dear me, what a beautiful feller he is! It's a pity he ain't a-goin' to marry Mara Lincoln after all." "Ruey, do hush up," said Miss Roxy, frowning sternly down from under the shadow of a preternatural black straw bonnet, trimmed with huge bows of black ribbon, which head-piece sat above her curls like a helmet. "Don't be a-gettin' sentimental, Ruey, whatever else you get, and talkin' like Miss Emily Sewell about match-makin'. I can't stand it. It rises on my stomach, such talk does. As to that ar Moses Pennel, folks ain't so certain as they thinks what he'll do. Sally Kittridge may think he's a-goin' to have her, because he's been a-foolin' round with her all summer, and Sally Kittridge may jist find she's mistaken, that's all." "Yes," said Miss Ruey, "I 'member when I was a girl, my old aunt, Jerushy Hopkins, used to be always a-dwellin' on this Scriptur', and I've been havin' it brought up to me this mornin'. There are 3 things which are too wonderful for me, yea, 4 which I know not: the way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the sea, and the way of a man with a maid." She used to say it as a kind o' caution to me when she used to think Abram Peters was bein' attentive to me. I've often reflected what a massy it was that ar never came to nothin', for he's a poor drunken critter now. "Well, for my part," said Miss Roxy, fixing her eyes critically on the boat that was just at the landing, "I should say the ways of a maid with a man was full as particular as any of the rest of 'em. Do look at Sally Kittridge now. There's Tom Hiers a helpin' her out of the boat, and did you see the look she gin Moses Pennel as she went by him? Well, Moses has got Mara on his arm anyhow. There's a gal worth 26 of the other. Do see them ribbons and scarfs and the furbelows, and the way that ar Sally Kittridge handles her eyes. She's one that one feller ain't never enough for." Mara's heart beat fast when the boat touched the shore, and Moses and 1 or 2 other young men came to assist in their landing. Never had he looked more beautiful than at this moment, when flushed with excitement and satisfaction he stood on the shore, his straw hat off and his black curls blowing in the sea breeze. He looked at Sally with a look of frank admiration as she stood there dropping her long black lashes over her bright cheeks, and coquettishly looking out from under them. But she stepped forward with a little energy of movement, and took the offered hand of Tom Hiers, who was gazing at her too with undisguised rapture. And Moses, stepping into the boat, helped Mrs. Pennel on shore, and then took Mara on his arm, looking her over as he did so with a glance far less assured and direct than he had given to Sally. "You won't be afraid to climb the ladders, Mara?" said he. "Not if you help me," she said. Sally and Tom Hiers had already walked on toward the vessel, she ostentatiously chatting and laughing with him. Moses's brow clouded a little, and Mara noticed it. Moses thought he did not care for Sally. He knew that the little hand that was now lying on his arm was the one he wanted, and yet he felt vexed when he saw Sally walk off triumphantly with another. It was the dog in the manger feeling which possesses coquettes of both sexes. Sally, on all former occasions, had shown a marked preference for him, and professed supreme indifference to Tom Hiers. "It's all well enough," he said to himself, and he helped Mara up the ladders with the greatest deference and tenderness. "This little woman is worth 10 such girls as Sally, if one only could get her heart. Here we are on our ship, Mara," he said, as he lifted her over the last barrier and set her down on the deck. "Look over there, do you see Eagle Island? Did you dream when we used to go over there and spend the day that you would ever be on my ship, as you are to-day? You won't be afraid, will you, when the ship starts?" "I am too much of a sea girl to fear on anything that sails in water," said Mara, with enthusiasm. "What a splendid ship! How nicely it all looks!" "Come, let me take you over it," said Moses, "and show you my cabin." Meanwhile, the graceful little vessel was the subject of various comments by the crowd of spectators below, and the clatter of workmen's hammers busy in some of the last preparations could yet be heard like a shower of hailstones under her. "I hope the ways are well greased," said old Captain Eldritch. "'Member how the John Peters stuck in her ways for want of their being greased?" "Don't you remember the Grand Turk that keeled over 5 minutes after she was launched?" said the quavering voice of Miss Ruey. "There was jist such a company of thoughtless young creatures aboard as there is now." "Well, there wasn't nobody hurt," said Captain Kittridge. "If Mis' Kittridge would let me, I'd be glad to go aboard this air, and be launched with 'em." "I tell the Cap'n he's too old to be climbin' round and mixin' with young folks' frolics," said Mrs. Kittridge. "I suppose, Cap'n Pennel, you've seen that the ways is all right," said Captain Broad, returning to the old subject. "Oh, yes, it's all done as well as hands can do it," said Zephaniah. "Moses has been here since starlight this morning, and Moses has pretty good faculty about such matters." "Where's Mr. Sewell and Miss Emily?" said Miss Ruey. "Oh, there they are over on that pile of rocks. They get a pretty fair view there." Mr. Sewell and Miss Emily were sitting under a cedar tree, with 2 or 3 others, on a projecting point whence they could have a clear view of the launching. They were so near that they could distinguish clearly the figures on deck, and see Moses standing with his hat off, the wind blowing his curls back, talking earnestly to the golden-haired little woman on his arm. "It is a launch into life for him," said Mr. Sewell, with suppressed feeling. "Yes, and he has Mara on his arm," said Miss Emily. "That's as it should be. Who is that Sally Kittridge is flirting with now? Oh, Tom Hiers. Well, he's good enough for her. Why don't she take him?" said Miss Emily, in her zeal jogging her brother's elbow. "I'm sure, Emily, I don't know," said Mr. Sewell, dryly. "Perhaps he won't be taken." "Don't you think Moses looks handsome?" said Miss Emily. "I declare there is something quite romantic and Spanish about him. Don't you think so, Theophilus?" "Yes, I think so," said her brother, quietly looking externally the meekest and most matter-of-fact of persons, but deep within him a voice sighed, "Poor Dolores, be comforted. Your boy is beautiful and prosperous." "There, there!" said Miss Emily. "I believe she is starting." All eyes of the crowd were now fixed on the ship. The sound of hammers stopped. The workmen were seen flying in every direction to gain good positions to see her go, that sight so often seen on those shores, yet to which use cannot dull the most insensible. First came a slight, almost imperceptible movement, then a swift, exultant rush, a dash into the hissing water, and the air was rent with hurrahs as the beautiful ship went floating far out on the blue seas, where her fairer life was henceforth to be. Mara was leaning on Moses's arm at the instant the ship began to move, but in the moment of the last dizzy rush, she felt his arm go tightly round her, holding her so close that she could hear the beating of his heart. "Hurrah!" he said, letting go his hold the moment the ship floated free, and swinging his hat in answer to the hats, scarves, and handkerchiefs which fluttered from the crowd on the shore. His eyes sparkled with a proud light as he stretched himself upward, raising his head and throwing back his shoulders with a triumphant movement. He looked like a young sea king just crowned, and the fact is the less wonderful, therefore, that Mara felt her heart throb as she looked at him, and that a treacherous throb of the same nature shook the breezy ribbons fluttering over the careless heart of Sally. A handsome young sea captain, treading the deck of his own vessel, is, in his time and place, a prince. Moses looked haughtily across at Sally, and then passed a half-laughing, defiant flash of eyes between them. He looked at Mara, who could certainly not have known what was in her eyes at the moment, an expression that made his heart give a great throb, and wonder if he saw aright. But it was gone a moment after, as all gathered around in a knot exchanging congratulations on the fortunate way in which the affair had gone off. Then came the launching in boats to go back to the collation on shore, where were high merrymakings for the space of 1 or 2 hours, and thus was fulfilled the first part of Moses Pennel's Saturday afternoon prediction. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 31. Greek meets Greek. Moses was now within a day or two of the time of his sailing, and yet the distance between him and Mara seemed greater than ever. It is astonishing, when two people are once started on a wrong understanding with each other, how near they may live, how intimate they may be, how many things they may have in common, how many words they may speak, yet how closely they may seem to simulate intimacy, confidence, friendship, while yet there lies a gulf between them that neither crosses, a reserve that neither explores. Like most shy girls, Mara became more shy the more really she understood the nature of her own feelings. The conversation with Sally had opened her eyes to the secret of her own heart, and she had a guilty feeling as if what she had discovered must be discovered by every one else. Yes, it was clear she loved Moses in a way that made him, she thought, more necessary to her happiness than she could ever be to his, in a way that made it impossible to think of him as wholly and for life devoted to another, without a constant inner conflict. In vain had been all her little stratagems practiced upon herself the whole summer long, to prove to herself that she was glad that the choice had fallen upon Sally. She saw clearly enough now that she was not glad, that there was no woman or girl living, however dear, who could come for life between him and her, without casting on her heart the shuddering sorrow of a dim eclipse. But now the truth was plain to herself. Her whole force was directed toward the keeping of her secret. I may suffer, she thought, but I will have strength not to be silly and weak. Nobody shall know. Nobody shall dream it. And in the long, long time that he is away, I shall have strength given me to overcome. So Mara put on her most cheerful and matter-of-fact kind of face, and plunged into the making of shirts and knitting of stockings, and talked of the coming voyage with such a total absence of any concern, that Moses began to think after all there could be no depth to her feelings, or that the deeper ones were all absorbed by some one else. "You really seem to enjoy the prospect of my going away," said he to her, one morning, as she was energetically busying herself with her preparations. "Well, of course, you know your career must begin. You must make your fortune. And it is pleasant to think how favorably everything is shaping for you." One likes, however, to be a little regretted," said Moses, in a tone of pique. A little regretted! Mara's heart beat at these words, but her hypocrisy was well practiced. She put down the rebellious throb, and assuming a look of open, sisterly friendliness, said, quite naturally, "Why, we shall all miss you, of course." "Of course," said Moses, "one would be glad to be missed some other way than of course." "Oh, as to that, make yourself easy," said Mara. "We shall all be dull enough when you are gone to content the most exacting." Still she spoke, not stopping her stitching, and raising her soft brown eyes with a frank, open look into Moses's, no tremor, not even of an eyelid. "You men must have everything," she continued gayly, "the enterprise, the adventure, the novelty, the pleasure of feeling that you are something, and can do something in the world. And besides all this, you want the satisfaction of knowing that we women are following in chains behind your triumphal car." There was a dash of bitterness in this, which was a rare ingredient in Mara's conversation. Moses took the word. "And you women sit easy at home, sewing and singing and forming romantic pictures of our life as like its homely reality as romances generally are to reality. And while we are off in the hard struggle for position and the means of life, you hold your hearts ready for the first rich man that offers a fortune ready made." "The first!" said Mara. "Oh, you naughty! Sometimes we try 2 or 3." "Well, then, I suppose this is from one of them," said Moses, flapping down a letter from Boston, directed in a masculine hand, which he had got at the post office that morning. Now Mara knew that this letter was nothing in particular, but she was taken by surprise, and her skin was delicate as peach blossom, and so she could not help a sudden blush, which rose even to her golden hair, vexed as she was to feel it coming. She put the letter quietly in her pocket, and for a moment seemed too discomposed to answer. "You do well to keep your own counsel," said Moses. "No friend so near as one's self is a good maxim. One does not expect young girls to learn it so early, but it seems they do." "And why shouldn't they as well as young men?" said Mara. "Confidence begets confidence, they say." "I have no ambition to play confidant," said Moses, "although as one who stands to you in the relation of older brother and guardian, and just on the verge of a long voyage, I might be supposed anxious to know." "And I have no ambition to be confidant," said Mara, all her spirit sparkling in her eyes, "although when one stands to you in the relation of an only sister, I might be supposed perhaps to feel some interest to be in your confidence." The words older brother and only sister grated on the ears of both the combatants as a decisive sentence. Mara never looked so pretty in her life, for the whole force of her being was awake, glowing and watchful, to guard passage, door, and window of her soul, that no treacherous hint might escape. Had he not just reminded her that he was only an older brother? And what would he think if he knew the truth? And Moses thought the words only sister unequivocal declaration of how the matter stood in her view, and so he rose, and saying, "I won't detain you longer from your letter," took his hat and went out. "Are you going down to Sally's?" said Mara, coming to the door and looking out after him. "Yes." "Well, ask her to come home with you and spend the evening. I have ever so many things to tell her." "I will," said Moses, as he lounged away. "The thing is clear enough," said Moses to himself. "Why should I make a fool of myself any further? What possesses us men always to set our hearts precisely on what isn't to be had? There's Sally Kittridge likes me, I can see that plainly enough, for all her mincing, and why couldn't I have had the sense to fall in love with her? She will make a splendid, showy woman. She has talent and tact enough to rise to any position I may rise to, let me rise as high as I will. She will always have skill and energy in the conduct of life, and when all the froth and foam of youth has subsided, she will make a noble woman. Why, then, do I cling to this fancy? I feel that this little flossy cloud, this delicate, quiet little puff of thistledown, on which I have set my heart, is the only thing for me, and that without her my life will always be incomplete. I remember all our early life. It was she who sought me and ran after me, And where has all that love gone to? Gone to this fellow, that's plain enough. When a girl like her is so comfortably cool and easy, it's because her heart is off somewhere else." This conversation took place about 4 o'clock in as fine an October afternoon as you could wish to see. The sun sloping westward turned to gold the thousand blue scales of the ever-heaving sea, and soft pine-scented winds were breathing everywhere through the forests, waving the long, swaying films of heavy moss, and twinkling the leaves of the silver birches that fluttered through the leafy gloom. The moon, already in the sky, gave promise of a fine moonlight night, and the wild and lonely stillness of the island, and the thoughts of leaving in a few days, all conspired to foster the restless excitement in our hero's mind into a kind of romantic unrest. Now, in some such states, a man disappointed in one woman will turn to another, because in a certain way and measure her presence stills the craving and fills the void. It is a sort of supposititious courtship, a saying to one woman who is sympathetic and receptive the words of longing and love that another will not receive. To be sure, it is a game unworthy of any true man, a piece of sheer, reckless, inconsiderate selfishness. But men do it, as they do many other unworthy things, from the mere promptings of present impulse, and let consequences take care of themselves. Moses met Sally that afternoon in just the frame to play the lover in this hypothetical supposititious way, with words and looks and tones that came from feelings given to another. And as to Sally? Well, for once, Greek met Greek, for although Sally, as we showed her, was a girl of generous impulses, she was yet in no danger of immediate translation on account of superhuman goodness. In short, Sally had made up her mind that Moses should give her a chance to say that precious and golden no, which should enable her to count him as one of her captives, and then he might go where he liked for all her. So said the wicked elf, as she looked into her own great eyes in the little square of mirror, shaded by a misty asparagus bush, and to this end there were various braidings and adornings of the lustrous black hair, and coquettish earrings were mounted that hung glancing and twinkling just by the smooth outline of her glowing cheek. And then Sally looked at herself in a friendly way of approbation, and nodded at the bright dimpled shadow with a look of secret understanding. The real Sally and the Sally of the looking-glass were on admirable terms with each other, and both of one mind about the plan of campaign against the common enemy. Sally thought of him as he stood kingly and triumphant on the deck of his vessel, his great black eyes flashing confident glances into hers, and she felt a rebellious rustle of all her plumage. "No, sir," she said to herself, "you don't do it. You shall never find me among your slaves. That you know of," added a doubtful voice within her. "Never to your knowledge," she said, as she turned away. "I wonder if he will come here this evening," she said, as she began to work upon a pillow-case, one of a set which Mrs. Kittridge had confided to her nimble fingers. The seam was long, straight, and monotonous, and Sally was restless and fidgety. Her thread would catch in knots, and when she tried to loosen it, would break, and the needle had to be threaded over. Somehow the work was terribly irksome to her, and the house looked so still and dim and lonesome, and the tick-tock of the clock was insufferable, and Sally let her work fall in her lap and looked out of the open window, far to the open ocean, where a fresh breeze was blowing toward her, and her eyes grew deep and dreamy following the gliding ship sails. Sally was getting romantic. Had she been reading novels? Novels! What can a pretty woman find in a novel equal to the romance that is all the while weaving and unweaving about her, and of which no human foresight can tell her the catastrophe? It is novels that give false views of life. Is there not an eternal novel, with all these false, cheating views, written in the breast of every beautiful and attractive girl whose witcheries make every man that comes near her talk like a fool? Like a sovereign princess, she never hears the truth, unless it be from the one manly man in 1,000 who understands both himself and her. From all the rest she hears only flatteries, more or less ingenious, according to the ability of the framer. Compare, for instance, what Tom Brown says to little Seraphina at the party to-night, with what Tom Brown sober says to sober sister Maria about her to-morrow. Tom remembers that he was a fool last night, and knows what he thinks and always has thought to-day. But pretty Seraphina thinks he adores her, so that no matter what she does he will never see a flaw. She is sure of that. Poor little puss! She does not know that philosophic Tom looks at her as he does at a glass of champagne, or a dose of exhilarating gas, and calculates how much it will do for him to take of the stimulus without interfering with his serious and settled plans of life, which of course he doesn't mean to give up for her. The 1001st man in creation is he that can feel the fascination but will not flatter, and that tries to tell the little tyrant the rare word of truth that may save her. He is, as we say, the 1001st. Well, as Sally sat with her great dark eyes dreamily following the ship, she mentally thought over all the compliments Moses had paid her, expressed or understood, and those of all her other admirers, who had built up a sort of cloud world around her, so that her little feet never rested on the soil of reality. Sally was shrewd and keen, and had a native mother wit in the discernment of spirits, that made her feel that somehow this was all false coin, but still she counted it over, and it looked so pretty and bright that she sighed to think it was not real. If it only had been, she thought, if there were only any truth to the creature. He is so handsome, it's a pity. But I do believe in his secret heart he is in love with Mara. He is in love with some one, I know. I have seen looks that must come from something real, but they were not for me. I have a kind of power over him, though," she said, resuming her old wicked look, "and I'll puzzle him a little, and torment him. He shall find his match in me," and Sally nodded to a catbird that sat perched on a pine tree, as if she had a secret understanding with him, and the catbird went off into a perfect roulade of imitations of all that was going on in the late bird operas of the season. Sally was roused from her reverie by a spray of goldenrod that was thrown into her lap by an invisible hand, and Moses soon appeared at the window. "There's a plume that would be becoming to your hair," he said. "Stay, let me arrange it." "No, no, you'll tumble my hair. What can you know of such things?" Moses held the spray aloft, and leaned toward her with a sort of quiet, determined insistence. "By your leave, fair lady," he said, wreathing it in her hair, and then drawing back a little, he looked at her with so much admiration that Sally felt herself blush. "Come now, I dare say you've made a fright of me," she said, rising, and instinctively turning to the looking-glass. But she had too much coquetry not to see how admirably the golden plume suited her black hair, and the brilliant eyes and cheeks. She turned to Moses again, and curtsied, saying, "Thank you, sir," dropping her eyelashes with a mock humility. "Come now," said Moses, "I am sent after you to come and spend the evening. Let's walk along the seashore, and get there by degrees." And so they set out, but the path was circuitous, for Moses was always stopping, now at this point and now at that, and enacting some of those thousand little byplays which a man can get up with a pretty woman. They searched for smooth pebbles where the waves had left them, many-colored pink and crimson and yellow and brown, all smooth and rounded by the eternal tossings of the old sea that had made playthings of them for centuries, and with every pebble given and taken were things said which should have meant more and more, had the play been earnest. Had Moses any idea of offering himself to Sally? No, but he was in one of those fluctuating, unresisting moods of mind in which he was willing to lie like a chip on the tide of present emotion, and let it rise and fall and dash him when it liked, and Sally never had seemed more beautiful and attractive to him than that afternoon, because there was a shade of reality and depth about her that he had never seen before. "Come on, and let me show you my hermitage," said Moses, guiding her along the slippery projecting rocks, all covered with yellow tresses of seaweed. Sally often slipped on this treacherous footing, and Moses was obliged to hold her up, and instinctively he threw a meaning into his manner so much more than ever he had before, that by the time they had gained the little cove both were really agitated and excited. He felt that temporary delirium which is often the mesmeric effect of a strong womanly presence, and she felt that agitation which every woman must when a determined hand is striking on the great vital chord of her being. When they had stepped round the last point of rock they found themselves driven by the advancing tide up into the little lonely grotto. and there they were with no lookout but the wide blue sea, all spread out in rose and gold under the twilight skies, with a silver moon looking down upon them. "Sally," said Moses, in a low, earnest whisper, "you love me, do you not?" And he tried to pass his arm around her. She turned and flashed at him a look of mingled terror and defiance, and struck out her hands at him. Then impetuously turning away and retreating to the other end of the grotto, she sat down on a rock and began to cry. Moses came toward her, and kneeling, tried to take her hand. She raised her head angrily, and again repulsed him. "Go," she said. "What right had you to say that? What right had you even to think it? Sally, you do love me. It cannot but be. You are a woman. You could not have been with me as we have, and not feel more than friendship." "Oh, you men! Your conceit passes understanding," said Sally. "You think we are born to be your bond slaves, but for once you are mistaken, sir. I don't love you, and what's more, you don't love me. You know you don't. You know that you love somebody else. You love Mara, you know you do. There's no truth in you," she said, rising indignantly. Moses felt himself color. There was an embarrassed pause, and then he answered, "Sally, why should I love Mara? Her heart is all given to another. You yourself know it." "I don't know it either," said Sally. "I know it isn't so." "But you gave me to understand so." "Well, sir, you put prying questions about what you ought to have asked her, and so what was I to do? Besides, I did want to show you how much better Mara could do than to take you. Besides, I didn't know till lately. I never thought she could care much for any man more than I could." "And you think she loves me?" said Moses, eagerly, a flash of joy illuminating his face. "Do you really?" "There you are," said Sally. "It's a shame I have let you know. Yes, Moses Pennel, she loves you like an angel, as none of you men deserve to be loved, as you in particular don't." Moses sat down on a point of rock, and looked on the ground discountenanced. Sally stood up glowing and triumphant, as if she had her foot on the neck of her oppressor, and meant to make the most of it. "Now what do you think of yourself for all this summer's work? For what you have just said, asking me if I didn't love you? Supposing now I had done as other girls would, played the fool and blushed, and said yes, why to-morrow you would have been thinking how to be rid of me. I shall save you all that trouble, sir." "Sally, I own I have been acting like a fool," said Moses, humbly. "You have done more than that. You have acted wickedly," said Sally. "Am I the only one to blame?" said Moses, lifting his head with a show of resistance. "Listen, sir," said Sally, energetically. "I have played the fool and acted wrong, too, but there is just this difference between you and me. You had nothing to lose, and I a great deal. Your heart, such as it was safely disposed of. But supposing you had won mine, what would you have done with it? That was the last thing you considered." "Go on, Sally, don't spare. I'm a vile dog, unworthy of either of you," said Moses. Sally looked down on her handsome penitent with some relenting, as he sat quite dejected, his strong arms drooping, and his long eyelashes cast down. "I'll be friends with you," she said, "because, after all, I'm not so very much better than you. We have both done wrong, and made dear Mara very unhappy. But, after all, I was not so much to blame as you, because if there had been any reality in your love, I could have paid it honestly. I had a heart to give. I have it now, and hope long to keep it," said Sally. "Sally, you are a right noble girl. I never knew what you were till now," said Moses, looking at her with admiration. "It's the first time for all these 6 months that we have either of us spoken a word of truth or sense to each other. I never did anything but trifle with you, and you the same. Now we've come to some plain dry land, we may walk on and be friends. So now, help me up these rocks, and I will go home." "And you'll not come home with me?" "Of course not. I think you may now go home and have one talk with Mara without witnesses." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 32. The Betrothal. Moses walked slowly home from his interview with Sally, in a sort of maze of confused thought. In general, men understand women only from the outside, and judge them with about as much real comprehension as an eagle might judge a canary bird. The difficulty of real understanding intensifies in proportion as the man is distinctively manly, and the woman womanly. There are men with a large infusion of the feminine element in their composition who read the female nature with more understanding than commonly falls to the lot of men. But in general, when a man passes beyond the mere outside artifices and unrealities which lie between the two sexes, and really touches his finger to any vital chord in the heart of a fair neighbor, he is astonished at the quality of the vibration. I could not have dreamed there was so much in her, thought Moses, as he turned away from Sally Kittridge. He felt humbled as well as astonished by the moral lecture which this frisky elf, with whom he had all summer been amusing himself, preached to him from the depths of a real woman's heart. What she said of Mara's loving him filled his eyes with remorseful tears, and for the moment he asked himself whether this restless, jealous, exacting desire, which he felt to appropriate her whole life and heart to himself, were as really worthy of the name of love as the generous self-devotion with which she had all her life made all his interests her own. Was he to go to her now and tell her that he loved her, and therefore he had teased and vexed her? Therefore he had seemed to prefer another before her? Therefore he had practiced and experimented upon her nature? A suspicion rather stole upon him that love which expresses itself principally in making exactions and giving pain is not exactly worthy of the name. And yet he had been secretly angry with her all summer for being the very reverse of this, for her apparent cheerful willingness to see him happy with another, for the absence of all signs of jealousy, all desire of exclusive appropriation. It showed, he said to himself, that there was no love. And now, when it dawned on him that this might be the very heroism of self-devotion, he asked himself which was best worthy to be called love. She did love him, then. The thought blazed up through the smoldering embers of thought in his heart like a tongue of flame. She loved him. He felt a sort of triumph in it, for he was sure Sally must know, they were so intimate. Well, he would go to her, and tell her all, confess all his sins, and be forgiven. When he came back to the house, all was still evening. The moon, which was playing brightly on the distant sea, left one side of the brown house in shadow. Moses saw a light gleaming behind the curtain in the little room on the lower floor, which had been his peculiar sanctum during the summer past. He had made a sort of library of it, keeping there his books and papers. Upon the white curtain flitted, from time to time, a delicate, busy shadow. Now it rose, and now it stooped, and then it rose again, grew dim and vanished, and then came out again. His heart beat quick. Mara was in his room, busy, as she always had been before his departures, in cares for him. How many things had she made for him, and done and arranged for him, all his life long, things which he had taken as much as a matter of course as the shining of that moon. His thought went back to the times of his first going to sea, he a rough, chaotic boy, sensitive and surly, and she the ever thoughtful good angel of a little girl, whose loving kindness he had felt free to use and to abuse. He remembered that he made her cry there when he should have spoken lovingly and gratefully to her, and that the words of acknowledgment that ought to have been spoken, never had been said, remained unsaid to that hour. He stooped low, and came quite close to the muslin curtain. All was bright in the room, and shadowy without. He could see her movements as through a thin white haze. She was packing his sea chest. His things were lying about her, folded or rolled nicely. Now he saw her on her knees writing something with a pencil in a book, and then she enveloped it very carefully in silk paper, and tied it trimly, and hid it away at the bottom of the chest. Then she remained a moment kneeling at the chest, her head resting in her hands. A sort of strange, sacred feeling came over him as he heard a low murmur, and knew that she felt a presence that he never felt or acknowledged. He felt somehow that he was doing her a wrong thus to be prying upon moments when she thought herself alone with God. A sort of vague remorse filled him. He felt as if she were too good for him. He turned away, and entering the front door of the house, stepped noiselessly along and lifted the latch of the door. He heard a rustle as of one rising hastily as he opened it and stood before Mara. He had made up his mind what to say, but when she stood there before him, with her surprised, inquiring eyes, he felt confused. "What, home so soon?" she said. "You did not expect me, then?" "Of course not for these 2 hours. So," she said, looking about, "I found some mischief to do among your things. If you had waited as long as I expected, they would all have been quite right again, and you would never have known." Moses sat down and drew her toward him, as if he were going to say something, and then stopped and began confusedly playing with her work-box. "Now, please don't," she said archly. "You know what a little old maid I am about my things." "Mara," said Moses, "people have asked you to marry them, have they not?" "People asked me to marry them?" said Mara. "I hope not. What an odd question." "You know what I mean," said Moses. "You have had offers of marriage, from Mr. Adams, for example." "And what if I have?" "You did not accept him, Mara," said Moses. "No, I did not." "And yet he was a fine man, I am told, and well fitted to make you happy." "I believe he was," said Mara, quietly. "And why were you so foolish?" Mara was fretted at this question. She supposed Moses had come to tell her of his engagement to Sally, and that this was a kind of preface, and she answered, "I don't know why you call it foolish. I was a true friend to Mr. Adams. I saw intellectually that he might have the power of making any reasonable woman happy. I think now that the woman will be fortunate who becomes his wife, but I did not wish to marry him." "Is there anybody you prefer to him, Mara?" said Moses. She started up with glowing cheeks and sparkling eyes. "You have no right to ask me that, though you are my brother." "I am not your brother, Mara," said Moses, rising and going toward her, "and that is why I ask you. I feel I have a right to ask you." "I do not understand you," she said, faintly. "I can speak plainer, then. I wish to put in my poor venture. I love you, Mara, not as a brother. I wish you to be my wife, if you will." While Moses was saying these words, Mara felt a sort of whirling in her head, and it grew dark before her eyes; but she had a strong, firm will, and she mastered herself and answered, after a moment, in a quiet, sorrowful tone, "How can I believe this, Moses? If it is true, why have you done as you have this summer?" "Because I was a fool, Mara; because I was jealous of Mr. Adams; because I somehow hoped, after all, that you either loved me or that I might make you think more of me through jealousy of another. They say that love always is shown by jealousy." "Not true love, I should think," said Mara. "How could you do so? It was cruel to her, cruel to me." "I admit it. Anything, everything you can say. I have acted like a fool and a knave, if you will. But after all, Mara, I do love you. I know I am not worthy of you, never was, never can be. You are in all things a true, noble woman, and I have been unmanly." It is not to be supposed that all this was spoken without accompaniments of looks, movements, and expressions of face such as we cannot give, but such as doubled their power to the parties concerned; and the "I love you" had its usual conclusive force as argument, apology, promise, covering, like charity, a multitude of sins. Half an hour after, you might have seen a youth and a maiden coming together out of the door of the brown house, and walking arm in arm toward the sea beach. It was one of those wonderfully clear moonlight evenings, when the ocean, like a great reflecting mirror, seems to double the brightness of the sky, and its vast expanse lay all around them in its stillness, like an eternity of waveless peace. Mara remembered that time in her girlhood when she had followed Moses into the woods on just such a night, how she had sat there under the shadows of the trees and looked over to Harpswell, and noticed the white houses and the meeting house, all so bright and clear in the moonlight, and then off again on the other side of the island, where silent ships were coming and going in the mysterious stillness. They were talking together now with that outflowing fullness which comes when the seal of some great reserve has just been broken, going back over their lives from day to day, bringing up incidents of childhood, and turning them gleefully like two children. And then Moses had all the story of his life to relate, and to tell Mara all he had learned of his mother, going over with all the narrative contained in Mr. Sewell's letter. "You see, Mara, that it was intended that you should be my fate," he ended. "So the winds and waves took me up and carried me to the lonely island where the magic princess dwelt." "You are Prince Ferdinand," said Mara. "And you are Miranda," said he. "Ah," she said with fervor, "how plainly we can see that our Heavenly Father has been guiding our way. How good he is, and how we must try to live for him, both of us." A sort of cloud passed over Moses's brow. He looked embarrassed, and there was a pause between them, and then he turned the conversation. Mara felt pained. It was like a sudden discord. Such thoughts and feelings were the very breath of her life. She could not speak in perfect confidence and unreserve as she then spoke without uttering them, and her finely organized nature felt a sort of electric consciousness of repulsion and dissent. She grew abstracted, and they walked on in silence. "I see now, Mara, I have pained you," said Moses, "but there are a class of feelings that you have that I have not and cannot have. No, I cannot feign anything. I can understand what religion is in you. I can admire its results. I can be happy if it gives you any comfort, but people are differently constituted. I never can feel as you do." "Oh, don't say never," said Mara, with an intensity that nearly startled him. "It has been the one prayer, the one hope of my life that you might have these comforts, this peace." "I need no comfort or peace except what I shall find in you," said Moses, drawing her to himself and looking admiringly at her. "But pray for me still. I always thought that my wife must be one of the sort of women who pray." "And why?" said Mara, in surprise. "Because I need to be loved a great deal, and it is only that kind who pray who know how to love really. If you had not prayed for me all this time, you never would have loved me in spite of all my faults, as you did, and do, and will, as I know you will," he said, folding her in his arms, and in his secret heart he said, "Some of this intensity, this devotion, which went upward to heaven, will be mine one day. She will worship me." "The fact is, Mara," he said, "I am a child of this world. I have no sympathy with things not seen. You are a half spiritual creature, a child of air, and but for the great woman's heart in you, I should feel that you were something uncanny and unnatural. I am selfish, I know. I frankly admit I never disguised it. But I love your religion because it makes you love me. It is an incident to that loving, trustful nature which makes you all and wholly mine, as I want you to be. I want you all and wholly, every thought, every feeling, the whole strength of your being. I don't care if I say it. I would not wish to be second in your heart, even to God himself." "Oh, Moses," said Mara, almost starting away from him, "such words are dreadful. They will surely bring evil upon us." "I only breathed out my nature as you did yours. Why should you love an unseen and distant being more than you do one whom you can feel and see, who holds you in his arms, whose heart beats like your own?" "Moses," said Mara, stopping and looking at him in the clear moonlight, "God has always been to me not so much like a father as like a dear and tender mother. Perhaps it was because I was a poor orphan and my father and mother died at my birth that he has been so loving to me. I never remember the time when I did not feel his presence in my joys and my sorrows. I never had a thought of joy and sorrow that I could not say to him. I never woke in the night that I did not feel that he was loving and watching me, and that I loved him in return. Oh, how many, many things I have said to him about you! My heart would have broken years ago, had it not been for him. Because, though you did not know it, you often seemed unkind. You hurt me very often when you did not mean to. His love is so much a part of my life that I cannot conceive of life without it. It is the very air I breathe." Moses stood still a moment, for Mara spoke with a fervor that affected him. Then he drew her to his heart, and said, "Oh, what could ever make you love me?" He sent you and gave you to me," she answered, "to be mine in time and eternity." The words were spoken in a kind of enthusiasm so different from the usual reserve of Mara, that they seemed like a prophecy. That night, for the first time in her life, had she broken the reserve which was her very nature, and spoken of that which was the intimate and hidden history of her soul. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher STOWE. Chapter 33. At a Quilting. "And so," said Mrs. Captain Badger to Miss Roxy Toothacre, "it seems that Moses Pennel ain't going to have Sally Kittridge after all. He's engaged to Mara Lincoln." "More shame for him," said Miss Roxy, with a frown that made her mohair curls look really tremendous. Miss Roxy and Mrs. Badger were the advance party at a quilting, to be holden at the house of Mr. Sewell, and had come at 1 o'clock to do the marking upon the quilt, which was to be filled up by the busy fingers of all the women in the parish. Said quilt was to have a bordering of a pattern commonly denominated in those parts clamshell, and this Miss Roxy was diligently marking with indigo. "What makes you say so now?" said Mrs. Badger, a fat, comfortable, motherly matron, who always patronized the last matrimonial venture that put forth among the young people. "What business had he to flirt and gallivant all summer with Sally Kittridge, and make everybody think he was going to have her, and then turn round to Mara Lincoln at the last minute? I wish I'd been in Mara's place." In Miss Roxy's martial enthusiasm, she gave a sudden poke to her frisette, giving to it a diagonal bristle which extremely increased its usually severe expression, and any one contemplating her at the moment would have thought that for Moses Pennel, or any other young man, to come with tender propositions in that direction would have been indeed a venturesome enterprise. "I tell you what 'tis, Mis' Badger," she said, "I've known Mara since she was born. I may say I fetched her up myself, for if I hadn't trotted and tended her them first 4 weeks of her life, Mis' Pennel'd never have got her through, and I've watched her every year since, and havin' Moses Pennel is the only silly thing I ever knew her to do. But you never can tell what a girl will do when it comes to marryin', never." "But he's a real stirrin', likely young man, and captain of a fine ship," said Mrs. Badger. "Don't care if he's captain of 20 ships," said Miss Roxy, obdurately. "He ain't a professor of religion, and I believe he's an infidel, and she's one of the Lord's people." "Well," said Mrs. Badger, "you know the unbelievin' husband shall be sanctified by the believin' wife." "Much sanctifyin' he'll get," said Miss Roxy, contemptuously. "I don't believe he loves her any more than fancy. She's the last plaything, and when he's got her he'll be tired of her, as he always was with anything he got ever since. I tell you, Moses Pennel is all for pride and ambition and the world, and his wife, when he gets used to her, 'll be only a circumstance, that's all." "Come now, Miss Roxy," said Miss Emily, who in her best silk and smoothly brushed hair had just come in, "we must not let you talk so. Moses Pennel has had long talks with brother, and he thinks him in a very hopeful way, and we are all delighted. And as to Mara, she is as fresh and happy as a little rose." "So I tell Roxy," said Miss Ruey, who had been absent from the room to hold private consultations with Miss Emily concerning the biscuits and sponge cake for tea, and who now sat down to the quilt and began to unroll a capacious and very limp calico thread case, and placing her spectacles awry on her little pug nose, she began a series of ingenious dodges with her thread, designed to hit the eye of her needle. "The old folks," she continued, "are e'en almost tickled to pieces, 'cause they think it'll jist be the salvation of him to get Mara." "I ain't one of the sort that wants to be a usin' up girls for the salvation of fellers," said Miss Roxy, severely. "Ever since he nearly like to have got her eat up by sharks, by giggeting her off in the boat out to sea when she wa'n't more'n 3 years old, I always have thought he was a misfortin in that family, and I think so now." Here broke in Mrs. Eaton, a thrifty, energetic widow of a deceased sea captain, who had been left with a tidy little fortune which commanded the respect of the neighborhood. Mrs. Eaton had entered silently during the discussion, but of course had come, as every other woman had that afternoon, with views to be expressed upon the subject. "For my part," she said, as she stuck a decisive needle into the first clamshell pattern, "I ain't so sure that all the advantage in this match is on Moses Pennel's part. Mara Lincoln is a good little thing, but she ain't fitted to help a man along. She'll always be wantin' somebody to help her. Why, I 'member goin' a voyage with Cap'n Eaton when I saved the ship, if anybody did. It was allowed on all hands. Cap'n Eaton wasn't hearty at that time. He was jist gettin' up from a fever. It was when Marthy Ann was a baby, and I jist took her and went to sea and took care of him. I used to work the longitude for him, and help him lay the ship's course when his head was bad. And when we came on the coast we were kept out of harbor beatin' about nearly 3 weeks, and all the ship's tacklin' was stiff with ice, and I tell you the men never would have stood it through and got the ship in, if it hadn't been for me. I kept their mittens and stockings all the while a dryin' at my stove in the cabin, and hot coffee all the while a boilin' for 'em, or I believe they'd a frozen their hands and feet, and never been able to work the ship in. That's the way I did. Now Sally Kittridge is a great deal more like that than Mara." "There's no doubt that Sally is smart," said Mrs. Badger, "but then it ain't every one can do like you, Mrs. Eaton." "Oh, no, oh, no," was murmured from mouth to mouth. "Mrs. Eaton mustn't think she's any rule for others. Everybody knows she can do more than most people." Whereat the pacified Mrs. Eaton said, she didn't know as it was anything remarkable; it showed what anybody might do, if they'd only try and have resolution; but that Mara never had been brought up to have resolution, and her mother never had resolution before her. It wasn't in any of Mary Pennel's family. She knew their grandmother and all their aunts, and they were all a weakly set, and not fitted to get along in life. They were a kind of people that somehow didn't seem to know how to take hold of things. At this moment the consultation was hushed up by the entrance of Sally Kittridge and Mara, evidently on the closest terms of intimacy, and more than usually demonstrative and affectionate. They would sit together and use each other's needles, scissors, thread, and thimbles interchangeably, as if anxious to express every minute the most overflowing confidence. Sly winks and didactic nods were covertly exchanged among the elderly people, and when Mrs. Kittridge entered with more than usual airs of impressive solemnity, several of these were covertly directed toward her, as a matron whose views in life must have been considerably darkened by the recent event. Mrs. Kittridge, however, found an opportunity to whisper under her breath to Miss Ruey what a relief to her it was that the affair had taken such a turn. She had felt uneasy all summer for fear of what might come. Sally was so thoughtless and worldly, she felt afraid that he would lead her astray. She didn't see for her part how a professor of religion like Mara could make up her mind to such an unsettled kind of fellow, even if he did seem to be rich and well-to-do. But then she had done looking for consistency, and she sighed and vigorously applied herself to quilting like one who has done with the world. In return, Miss Ruey sighed and took snuff, and related for the 100th time to Mrs. Kittridge the great escape she once had from the addresses of Abraham Peters, who had turned out a poor drunken creature. But then it was only natural that Mara should be interested in Moses, and the good soul went off into her favorite verse: "The fondness of a creature's love, how strong it strikes the sense! Thither the warm affections move, nor can we drive them thence." In fact, Miss Ruey's sentimental vein was in quite a gushing state, for she more than once extracted from the dark corners of the limp calico thread case we have spoken of certain long-treasured morceaux of newspaper poetry of a tender and sentimental cast, which she had laid up with true Yankee economy, in case any one should ever be in a situation to need them. They related principally to the union of kindred hearts, and the joys of reciprocated feeling, and the pains of absence. Good Miss Ruey occasionally passed these to Mara with glances full of meaning, which caused the poor old thing to resemble a sentimental goblin, keeping Sally Kittridge in a perfect hysterical tempest of suppressed laughter, and making it difficult for Mara to preserve the decencies of life toward her well-intending old friend. The trouble with poor Miss Ruey was that, while her body had grown old and crazy, her soul was just as juvenile as ever, and a simple, juvenile soul disporting itself in a crazy, battered old body is at a great disadvantage. It was lucky for her, however, that she lived in the most sacred unconsciousness of the ludicrous effect of her little indulgences, and the pleasure she took in them was certainly of the most harmless kind. The world would be a far better and more enjoyable place than it is, if all people who are old and uncomely could find amusement as innocent and Christian-like as Miss Ruey's inoffensive thread-case collection of sentimental truisms. This quilting of which we speak was a solemn, festive occasion of the parish, held a week after Moses had sailed away, and so piquant a morsel as a recent engagement could not, of course, fail to be served up for the company in every variety of garnishings which individual tastes might suggest. It became an ascertained fact, however, in the course of the evening festivities, that the minister was serenely approbative of the event, that Captain Kittridge was at length brought to a sense of the errors of his way in supposing that Sally had ever cared a pin for Moses more than as a mutual friend and confidant, and the great affair was settled without more ripples of discomposure than usually attended similar announcements in a more refined society. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 34. Friends. The quilting broke up at the primitive hour of 9 o'clock, at which, in early New England days, all social gatherings always dispersed. Captain Kittridge rowed his helpmeet with Mara and Sally across the bay to the island. "Come and stay with me to-night, Sally," said Mara. "I think Sally had best be at home," said Mrs. Kittridge. "There's no sense in girls talking all night." "There ain't sense in nothin' else, mother," said the Captain. "Next to sparkin', which is the Christianest thing I knows on, comes gals talkin' 'bout their sparks. They's as natural as crowsfoot and red columbines in the spring, and spring don't come but once a year neither, and so let 'em take the comfort on't. I warrant now, Polly, you've laid awake nights and talked about me." "We've all been foolish once," said Mrs. Kittridge. "Well, mother, we want to be foolish, too," said Sally. "Well, you and your father are too much for me," said Mrs. Kittridge, plaintively. "You always get your own way." "How lucky that my way is always a good one," said Sally. "Well, you know, Sally, you are going to make the beer to-morrow," still objected her mother. "Oh, yes, that's another reason," said Sally. "Mara and I shall come home through the woods in the morning, and we can get whole apronfuls of young wintergreen; and besides, I know where there's a lot of sassafras root. We'll dig it, won't we, Mara?" "Yes, and I'll come down and help you brew," said Mara. "Don't you remember the beer I made when Moses came home?" "Yes, yes, I remember," said the Captain. "You sent us a couple of bottles." "We can make better yet now," said Mara. "The wintergreen is young, and the green tips on the spruce boughs are so full of strength. Everything is lively and sunny now." "Yes, yes," said the Captain, "and I 'spect I know why things do look pretty lively to some folks, don't they?" "I don't know what sort of work you'll make of the beer among you," said Mrs. Kittridge, "but you must have it your own way." Mrs. Kittridge, who never did anything else among her tea-drinking acquaintances but laud and magnify Sally's good traits and domestic acquirements, felt constantly bound to keep up a faint show of controversy and authority in her dealings with her, the fading remains of the strict government of her childhood. But it was nevertheless very perfectly understood in a general way that Sally was to do as she pleased, and so when the boat came to shore, she took the arm of Mara and started up toward the brown house. The air was soft and balmy, and though the moon by which the troth of Mara and Moses had been plighted had waned into the latest hours of the night, still 1,000 stars were lying in twinkling brightness, reflected from the undulating waves all around them, and the tide as it rose and fell made a sound as gentle and soft as the respiration of a peaceful sleeper. "Well, Mara," said Sally, after an interval of silence, "all has come out right. You see that it was you whom he loved. What a lucky thing for me that I am made so heartless, or I might not be as glad as I am." "You are not heartless, Sally," said Mara. "It's the enchanted princess asleep; the right one hasn't come to waken her." "Maybe so," said Sally, with her old light laugh, "if I only were sure he would make you happy now. half as happy as you deserve, I'd forgive him his share of this summer's mischief. The fault was just half mine, you see, for I witched with him. I confess it. I have my own little spider webs for these great lordly flies, and I like to hear them buzz." "Take care, Sally, never do it again, or the spider web may get round you," said Mara. "Never fear me," said Sally. "But, Mara, I wish I felt sure that Moses could make you happy. Do you really, now, when you think seriously, feel as if he would?" "I never thought seriously about it," said Mara, "but I know he needs me, that I can do for him what no one else can. I have always felt all my life that he was to be mine, that he was sent to me, ordained for me to care for and to love." "You are well mated," said Sally. "He wants to be loved very much, and you want to love. There's the active and passive voice, as they used to say at Miss Plucher's. But yet in your natures you are opposite as any two could well be." Mara felt that there was in these chance words of Sally more than she perceived. No one could feel as intensely as she could that the mind and heart so dear to her were yet, as to all that was most vital and real in her inner life, unsympathizing. To her the spiritual world was a reality, God an ever-present consciousness, and the line of this present life seemed so to melt and lose itself in the anticipation of a future and brighter one, that it was impossible for her to speak intimately and not unconsciously to betray the fact. To him there was only the life of this world, there was no present God, and from all thought of a future life he shrank with a shuddering aversion, as from something ghastly and unnatural. She had realized this difference more in the few days that followed her betrothal than all her life before, for now first the barrier of mutual constraint and misunderstanding having melted away, each spoke with an abandon and unreserve which made the acquaintance more vitally intimate than it ever had been before. It was then that Mara felt that while her sympathies could follow him through all his plans and interests, there was a whole world of thought and feeling in her heart where his could not follow her, and she asked herself, would it be so always? Must she walk at his side forever repressing the utterance of that which was most sacred and intimate, living in a nominal and external communication only? How could it be that what was so lovely and clear in its reality to her, that which was to her as life-blood, that which was the vital air in which she lived and moved and had her being, could be absolutely nothing to him? Was it really possible, as he said, that God had no existence for him except in a nominal, cold belief, that the spiritual world was to him only a land of pale shades and doubtful glooms, from which he shrank with dread, and the least allusion to which was distasteful? And would this always be so? And if so, could she be happy? But Mara said the truth in saying that the question of personal happiness never entered her thoughts. She loved Moses in a way that made it necessary to her happiness to devote herself to him, to watch over and care for him, and though she knew not how, she felt a sort of presentiment that it was through her that he must be brought into sympathy with a spiritual and immortal life. All this passed through Mara's mind in the reverie into which Sally's last words threw her, as she sat on the door-sill and looked off into the starry distance and heard the weird murmur of the sea. "How lonesome the sea at night always is," said Sally. "I declare, Mara, I don't wonder you missed that creature, for to tell the truth, I do a little bit. It was something, you know, to have somebody to come in, and to joke with, and to say how he liked one's hair and one's ribbons, and all that. I quite got up a friendship for Moses, so that I can feel how dull you must be." And Sally gave a half sigh, and then whistled a tune as adroitly as a blackbird. "Yes," said Mara, "we two girls down on this lonely island need some one to connect us with the great world, and he was so full of life, and so certain and confident. He seemed to open a way before one out into life." "Well, of course, while he is gone there will be plenty to do getting ready to be married," said Sally. "By the by, when I was over to Portland the other day, Maria Potter showed me a new pattern for a bed quilt, the sweetest thing you can imagine. It is called the Morning Star. There is a great star in the center, and little stars all around, white on a blue ground. I mean to begin one for you." "I am going to begin spinning some very fine flax next week," said Mara, "and have I shown you the new pattern I drew for a counterpane? It is to be morning glories, leaves and flowers, you know. A pretty idea, isn't it?" And so, the conversation falling from the region of the sentimental to the practical, the two girls went in and spent an hour in discussions so purely feminine that we will not enlighten the reader further therewith. Sally seemed to be investing all her energies in the preparation of the wedding outfit of her friend, about which she talked with a constant and restless activity, and for which she formed 1,000 plans and projected shopping tours to Portland, Brunswick, and even to Boston, this last being about as far off a venture at that time as Paris now seems to a Boston belle. "When you are married," said Sally, "you'll have to take me to live with you. That creature shan't have you all to himself. I hate men. They are so exorbitant. They spoil all our playmates. And what shall I do when you are gone?" "You will go with Mr. what's his name?" said Mara. "Pshaw! I don't know him. I shall be an old maid," said Sally. And really there isn't much harm in that if one could have company, if somebody or other wouldn't marry all one's friends. That's lonesome," she said, winking a tear out of her black eyes and laughing. "If I were only a young fellow now, Mara, I'd have you myself, and that would be just the thing. And I'd shoot Moses if he said a word, and I'd have money, and I'd have honors, and I'd carry you off to Europe and take you to Paris and Rome, and nobody knows where, and we'd live in peace, as the story books say." "Come, Sally, how wild you are talking," said Mara, "and the clock has just struck 1. Let's try to go to sleep." Sally put her face to Mara's and kissed her, and Mara felt a moist spot on her cheek. Could it be a tear? End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher STOWE. Chapter 35. The Toothacre Cottage. Aunt Roxy and Aunt Ruey Toothacre lived in a little one-story gambrel-roofed cottage, on the side of Harpswell Bay, just at the head of the long cove which we have already described. The windows on 2 sides commanded the beautiful bay and the opposite shores, and on the other they looked out into the dense forest, through whose deep shadows of white birch and pine the silver rise and fall of the sea daily revealed itself. The house itself was a miracle of neatness within, for the 2 thrifty sisters were worshippers of soap and sand, and these 2 tutelary deities had kept every board of the house floor white and smooth, and also every table and bench and tub of household use. There was a sacred care over each article, however small and insignificant, which composed their slender household stock. The loss or breakage of one of them would have made a visible crack in the hearts of the worthy sisters, for every plate, knife, fork, spoon, cup, or glass was as intimate with them, as instinct with home feeling, as if it had a soul. Each defect or spot had its history, and a cracked dish or article of furniture received as tender and considerate medical treatment as if it were capable of understanding and feeling the attention. It was now a warm, spicy day in June, one of those which bring out the pineapple fragrance from the fir shoots, and cause the spruce and hemlocks to exude a warm, resinous perfume. The 2 sisters, for a wonder, were having a day to themselves, free from the numerous calls of the vicinity for 12 miles round. The room in which they were sitting was bestrewn with fragments of dresses and bonnets, which were being torn to pieces in a most wholesale way, with a view to a general rejuvenescence. A person of unsympathetic temperament, and disposed to take sarcastic views of life, might perhaps wonder what possible object these 2 battered and weather-beaten old bodies proposed to themselves in this process, whether Miss Roxy's gaunt black straw helmet, which she had worn defiantly all winter, was likely to receive much luster from being pressed over and trimmed with an old green ribbon which that energetic female had colored black by a domestic recipe, and whether Miss Roxy's rusty bombazet would really seem to the world any fresher for being ripped and washed and turned, for the 2nd or 3rd time, and made over with every breadth in a different situation. Probably after a week of efficient labor, busily expended in bleaching, dyeing, pressing, sewing, and ripping, an unenlightened spectator, seeing them come into the meeting house, would simply think, "There are those two old frights with the same old things on they have worn these 50 years." Happily, the Weird sisters were contentedly ignorant of any such remarks, for no duchesses could have enjoyed a more quiet belief in their own social position, and their semi-annual spring and fall rehabilitation was therefore entered into with the most simple-hearted satisfaction. "I'm a thinkin', Roxy," said Aunt Ruey, considerately turning on her hand an old straw bonnet, on which were streaked all the marks of the former trimming in lighter lines, which revealed too clearly the effects of wind and weather, "I'm a thinkin' whether or no this 'ere mightn't as well be dyed and done with as to try to bleach it out. I've had it 10 years last May, and it's kind o' losin' its freshness, you know. I don't believe these 'ere streaks will bleach out." "Never mind, Ruey," said Miss Roxy, authoritatively. "I'm goin' to do Mis' Badger's leg'orn, and it won't cost nothin', so hang your'n in the barrel along with it. The same smoke'll do 'em both. Mis' Badger she finds the brimstone, and next fall you can put it in the dye when we do the yarn." "That ar straw is a beautiful straw," said Miss Ruey, in a plaintive tone, tenderly examining the battered old headpiece. "I braided every stroke on it myself, and I don't know as I could do it agin. My fingers ain't quite so limber as they was. I don't think I shall put green ribbon on it agin, 'cause green is such a color to ruin, if a body gets caught out in a shower. There's these green streaks come that day I left my amberil at Captain Broad's and went to meetin'. Mis' Broad she says to me, 'Aunt Ruey, it won't rain,' and I says to her, 'Well, Mis' Broad, I'll try it, though I never did leave my amberil at home but what it rained.' And so I went, and sure enough it rained cats and dogs, and streaked my bonnet all up, and them ar streaks won't bleach out, I'm feared. How long is it Mis' Badger has had that ar leg'orn?" "Why, you know, the Cap'n he brought it home when he came from his voyage from Marseilles. That ar was when Phoebe Ann was born, and she's 15 year old. It was a most elegant thing when he brought it, but I think it kind o' led Mis' Badger on to extravagant ways, for gettin' new trimmin' spring and fall so uses up money as fast as new bonnets. But Mis' Badger's got the money, and she's got a right to use it if she pleases, but if I'd a had new trimmin' spring and fall, I shouldn't a put away what I have in the bank." "Have you seen the straw Sally Kittridge is braidin' for Mara Lincoln's weddin' bonnet?" said Miss Ruey. "It's just the finest thing ever you did see, and the whitest. I was a tellin' Sally that I could do as well once myself, but my mantle was a fallin' on her. Sally don't seem to act a bit like a disapp'inted gal. She is as chipper as she can be about Mara's weddin', and seems like she couldn't do too much. But laws, everybody seems to want to be a doin' for her. Miss Emily was a showin' me a fine double damask tablecloth that she was goin' to give her, and Mis' Pennel, she's been a spinnin' and layin' up sheets and towels and tablecloths all her life, and then she has all Naomi's things. Mis' Pennel was talkin' to me the other day about bleachin' 'em out, 'cause they'd got yellow a lyin'. I kind o' felt as if 'twas unlucky to be a fittin' out a bride with her dead mother's things, but I didn't like to say nothin'." "Ruey," said Miss Roxy, impressively, "I hain't never had but jist one mind about Mara Lincoln's weddin'. It's to be, but it won't be the way people think. I hain't nussed and watched and sot up nights 60 years for nothin'. I can see beyond what most folks can. Her weddin' garments is bought and paid for, and she'll wear 'em. But she won't be Moses Pennel's wife, now you see." "Why, whose wife will she be then?" said Miss Roxy, "'cause that ar Mr. Adams is married. I saw it in the paper last week when I was up to Mis' Badger's." Miss Roxy shut her lips with oracular sternness and went on with her sewing. "Who's that comin' in the back door?" said Miss Ruey, as the sound of a footstep fell upon her ear. "Bless me!" she added, as she started up to look, "if folks ain't always nearest when you're talkin' about 'em. Why, Mara, you come down here and catched us in all our dirt. Well, now, we're glad to see you, if we be," said Miss Ruey. CHAPTer 35. Chapter 36 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 36. The Shadow of Death. It was, in truth, Mara herself who came and stood in the doorway. She appeared overwearied with her walk, for her cheeks had a vivid brightness unlike their usual tender pink. Her eyes had, too, a brilliance almost painful to look upon. They seemed like ardent fires, in which the life was slowly burning away. Sit down, little Mara," said Aunt Ruey. "Why, how like a picture you look this mornin'. One needn't ask you how you do. It's plain enough that you are pretty well." "Yes, I am, Aunt Ruey," she answered, sinking into a chair. "Only it is warm to day, and the sun is so hot, that's all, I believe. But I am very tired." "So you are now, poor thing," said Miss Ruey. "Roxy, where's my turkey feather fan? Oh, here 'tis. There, take it, and fan you, child, and maybe you'll have a glass of our spruce beer?" "Thank you, Aunt Roxy. I brought you some young wintergreen," said Mara, unrolling from her handkerchief a small knot of those fragrant leaves which were wilted by the leaf. "Thank you, I'm sure," said Miss Ruey, in delight. "You always fetch something, Mara. Always would, ever since you could toddle. Roxy and I was just talkin' about your weddin'. I s'pose you're gettin' things well along down to your house. Well, here's the beer. I don't hardly know whether you'll think it worked enough, though. I said it Saturday afternoon, for all Mis' Twitchell said it was wicked for beer to work Sundays," said Miss Ruey, with a feeble cackle at her own joke. "Thank you, Aunt Ruey. It is excellent, as your things always are. I was very thirsty." "I s'pose you hear from Moses pretty often now," said Aunt Ruey. "How kind of providential it happened about his getting that property. He'll be a rich man now. And Mara, you'll come to grandeur, won't you? Well, I don't know anybody deserves it more. I r'ally don't. Mis' Badger was a sayin' so a Sunday, and Captain Kittridge, and all on 'em. I s'pose, though, we've got to lose you. You'll be going off to Boston, or New York, or somewhere." "We can't tell what may happen, Aunt Ruey," said Mara, and there was a slight tremor in her voice as she spoke. Miss Roxy, who beyond the first salutations had taken no part in this conversation, had from time to time regarded Mara over the tops of her spectacles with looks of grave apprehension, and Mara, looking up, now encountered one of these glances. "Have you taken the dock and dandelion tea I told you about?" said the wise woman, rather abruptly. "Yes, Aunt Roxy, I have taken them faithfully for 2 weeks past." "And do they seem to set you up any?" said Miss Roxy. "No, I don't think they do. Grandma thinks I'm better, and grandpa, and I let them think so. But, Miss Roxy, can't you think of something else?" Miss Roxy lay aside the straw bonnet which she was ripping, and motioned Mara into the outer room, the sink room, as the sisters called it. It was the scullery of their little establishment, the place where all dish-washing and clothes-washing was generally performed. But the boards of the floor were white as snow, and the place had the odor of neatness. The open door looked out pleasantly into the deep forest, where the waters of the cove, now at high tide, could be seen glittering through the trees. Soft moving spots of sunlight fell, checkering the feathery ferns and small piney tribes of evergreen, which ran in ruffling wreaths of green through the dry brown matting of fallen pine needles. Birds were singing and calling to each other merrily from the green shadows of the forest. Everything had a sylvan fullness and freshness of life. There are moods of mind when the sight of the bloom and freshness of nature affects us painfully, like the want of sympathy in a dear friend. Mara had been all her days a child of the woods. Her delicate life had grown up in them like one of their own cool, shaded flowers, and there was not a moss, not a fern, not an upspringing thing that waved a leaf or threw forth a flower bell, that was not a well-known friend to her. She had watched for years its haunts, known the time of its coming and its going, studied its shy and veiled habits, and interwoven with its life each year a portion of her own. And now she looked out into the old mossy woods, with their wavering spots of sun and shadow, with a yearning pain, as if she wanted help or sympathy to come from their silent recesses. She sat down on the clean scoured door-sill and took off her straw hat. Her golden brown hair was moist with the damps of fatigue, which made it curl and wave in darker little rings about her forehead. Her eyes, those longing, wistful eyes, had a deeper pathos of sadness than ever they had worn before, and her delicate lips trembled with some strong suppressed emotion. "Aunt Roxy," she said suddenly, "I must speak to somebody. I can't go on and keep up without telling some one, and it had better be you, because you have skill and experience, and can help me if anybody can. I've been going on for 6 months now, taking this and taking that, and trying to get better, but it's of no use. Aunt Roxy, I feel my life going just as steadily and as quietly every day as the sand goes out of your hourglass. I want to live. Oh, I never wanted to live so much, and I can't. Oh, I know I can't. Can I now? Do you think I can?" Mara looked imploringly at Miss Roxy. The hard-visaged woman sat down on the wash-bench, and covering her worn, stony visage with her checked apron, sobbed aloud. Mara was confounded. This implacably withered, sensible, dry woman, beneficently impassive in sickness and sorrow, weeping! It was awful, as if one of the Fates had laid down her fatal distaff to weep. Mara sprung up impulsively and threw her arms round her neck. "Now don't, Aunt Roxy, don't. I didn't think you would feel bad, or I wouldn't have told you. But oh, you don't know how hard it is to keep such a secret all to oneself. I have to make believe all the time that I am feeling well and getting better. I really say what isn't true every day, because, poor grandmamma, how could I bear to see her distress? And grandpapa, oh, I wish people didn't love me so. Why cannot they let me go? And oh, Aunt Roxy, I had a letter only yesterday, and he is so sure we shall be married this fall, and I know it cannot be." Mara's voice gave way in sobs, and the two wept together, the old grim gray woman holding the soft golden head against her breast with a convulsive grasp. "Oh, Aunt Roxy, do you love me too?" said Mara. "I didn't know you did." "Love ye, child?" said Miss Roxy. "Yes, I love ye like my life. I ain't one that makes talk about things, but I do. You come into my arms fust of anybody's in this world, and except poor little Hitty, I never loved nobody as I have you." "Ah, that was your sister, whose grave I have seen," said Mara, speaking in a soothing, caressing tone, and putting her little thin hand against the grim, wasted cheek, which was now moist with tears. "Just so, child. She died when she was a year younger than you be. She was not lost, for God took her. Poor Hitty, her life jest dried up like a brook in August, jest so. Well, she was hopefully pious, and it was better for her." "Did she go like me, Aunt Roxy?" said Mara. "Well, yes, dear, she did begin just so, and I gave her everything I could think of, and we had doctors for her far and near. But 'twasn't to be, that's all we could say. She was called, and her time was come." "Well, now, Aunt Roxy," said Mara, "at any rate, it's a relief to speak out to some one. It's more than 2 months that I have felt every day more and more that there was no hope. Life has hung on me like a weight. I have had to make myself keep up, and make myself do everything, and no one knows how it has tried me. I am so tired all the time I could cry, and yet when I go to bed nights I can't sleep. I lie in such a hot, restless way, and then before morning I am drenched with cold sweat, and feel so weak and wretched. I force myself to eat, and I force myself to talk and laugh, and it's all pretense, and it wears me out. It would be better if I stopped trying. It would be better to give up and act as weak as I feel. But how can I let them know?" "My dear child," said Aunt Roxy, "the truth is the kindest thing we can give folks in the end. When folks know jest where they are, why they can walk. You'll all be supported. You must trust in the Lord. I have been more'n 50 years with sick rooms and dyin' beds, and I never knew it fail that those that trusted in the Lord was brought through. Oh, Aunt Roxy, it is so hard for me to give up hoping to live. There were a good many years when I thought I should love to depart. Not that I was really unhappy, but I longed to go to heaven, though I knew it was selfish, when I knew how lonesome I should leave my friends. But now, oh, life has looked so bright. I have clung to it so, I do now. I lie awake nights and pray, and try to give it up and be resigned, and I can't. Is it wicked?" "Well, it's natur' to want to live," said Miss Roxy. Life is sweet, and in a general way we was made to live. Don't worry, the Lord'll bring you right when his time comes. Folks isn't always supported jest when they want to be, nor as they want to be, but yet they're supported fust and last. Ef I was to tell you how I has hope in your case, I shouldn't be a tellin' you the truth. I hasn't much of any, only all things is possible with God. If you could kind o' give it all up and rest easy in his hands, and keep a doin' what you can, why, while there's life there's hope, you know, and if you are to be made well, you will be all the sooner. Aunt Roxy, it's all right. I know it's all right. God knows best. He will do what is best. I know that. But my heart bleeds and is sore. And when I get his letters, I got one yesterday, it brings it all back again. Everything is going on so well. He says he has done more than all he ever hoped. His letters are full of jokes, full of spirit. Ah, he little knows. And how can I tell him? Child, you needn't yet. You can jest kind o' prepare his mind a little. Aunt Roxy, have you spoken of my case to any one? Have you told what you know of me? No, child, I hain't said nothin' more than that you was a little weakly now and then. I have such a color every afternoon, said Mara. Grandpapa talks about my roses, and Captain Kittridge jokes me about growing so handsome. Nobody seems to realize how I feel. I have kept up with all the strength I had. I have tried to shake it off, and to feel that nothing was the matter. Really, there is nothing much, only this weakness. This morning I thought it would do me good to walk down here. I remember times when I could ramble whole days in the woods, but I was so tired before I got halfway here that I had to stop a long while and rest. Aunt Roxy, if you would only tell grandpapa and grandmamma just how things are and what the danger is, and let them stop talking to me about wedding things. For really and truly I am too unwell to keep up any longer. Well, child, I will, said Miss Roxy. Your grandfather will be supported and hold you up, for he's one of the sort as has the secret of the Lord. I remember him of old. Why, the day your father and mother was buried, he stood up and sung Old China, and his face was wonderful to see. He seemed to be standin' with the world under his feet and heaven opening. He's a master Christian, your grandfather is. And now you jest go and lie down in the little bedroom and rest you a bit, and by, in the cool of the afternoon, I'll walk along home with you. Miss Roxy opened the door of a little room, whose white fringy window curtains were blown inward by breezes from the blue sea, and laid the child down to rest on a clean, sweet-smelling bed with as deft and tender care as if she were not a bony, hard-visaged, angular female in a black mohair frisette. She stopped a moment wistfully before a little profile head, of a kind which resembles a black shadow on a white ground. That was Hitty, she said. Mara had often seen in the graveyard a mound inscribed to this young person, and heard traditionally of a young and pretty sister of Miss Roxy who had died very many years before, but the grave was overgrown with blackberry vines, and gray moss had grown into the crevices of the slab which served for a tombstone, and never before that day had she heard Miss Roxy speak of her. Miss Roxy took down the little black object and handed it to Mara. You can't tell much by that, but she was a most beautiful creature. Well, it's all best as it is. Mara saw nothing but a little black shadow cast on white paper, yet she was affected by the perception how bright, how beautiful was the image in the memory of that seemingly stern, commonplace woman, and how of all that was in her mind's eye she saw and remembered, she could find no outward witness but this black block. So some day my friends will speak of me as a distant shadow, she said, as with a sigh she turned her head on the pillow. Miss Roxy shut the door gently as she went out, and betrayed the unwonted rush of softer feelings which had come over her, only by being more dictatorial and commanding than usual in her treatment of her sister, who was sitting in fidgety curiosity to know what could have been the subject of the private conference. I s'pose Mara wanted to get some advice about makin' up her weddin' things, said Miss Ruey, with a sort of humble quiver, as Miss Roxy began ripping and tearing fiercely at her old straw bonnet, as if she really purposed its utter and immediate demolition. "No, she didn't neither," said Miss Roxy, fiercely. "I declare, Ruey, you are silly. Your head is always full of weddin's, 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 nothin' else, from mornin' till night, and night till mornin'. I tell you there's other things have got to be thought of in this world besides weddin' clothes, and it would be well if people would think more o' gettin' their weddin' garments ready for the kingdom of heaven. That's what Mara's got to think of, for mark my words, Ruey, there is no marryin' and givin' in marriage for her in this world." "Why, bless me, Roxy, now you don't say so," said Miss Ruey. "Why, I knew she was kind o' weakly and ailin', but" "Kind o' weakly and ailin'?" said Miss Roxy, taking up Miss Ruey's words in a tone of high disgust. "I should rather think she was, and more'n that, too. She's marked for death, and that before long, too. It may be that Moses Pennel'll never see her again. He never half knew what she was worth. Maybe he'll know when he's lost her. That's one comfort." "But," said Miss Ruey, "everybody has been a sayin' what a beautiful color she was a gettin' in her cheeks." "Color in her cheeks?" snorted Miss Roxy. "So does a rock maple get color in September and turn all scarlet, and what for? Why, the frost has been at it, and its time is out. That's what your bright colors stand for. Hain't you noticed that little gravestone cough? Jest the faintest in the world, and it don't come from a cold, and it hangs on. I tell you, you can't cheat me. She's goin' jest as Mehitabel went, jest as Sally Ann Smith went, jest as Louisa Pearson went. I could count now on my fingers 20 girls that have gone that way. Nobody saw 'em goin' till they was gone." "Well, now, I don't think the old folks have the least idea on't," said Miss Ruey. "Only last Saturday Mis' Pennel was a talkin' to me about the sheets and tablecloths she's got out a bleachin', and she said that the weddin' dress was to be made over to Mis' Mosely's in Portland, 'cause Moses he's so particular about having things genteel." "Well, Master Moses'll jest have to give up his particular notions," said Miss Roxy, "and come down in the dust, like all the rest on us, when the Lord sends an east wind and withers our gourds. Moses Pennel's one of the sort that expects to drive all before him with a strong arm, and sech has to learn that things ain't to go as they please in the Lord's world. Sech always has to come to spots that they can't get over nor under nor round, to have their own way, but jest has to give right up square." "Well, Roxy," said Miss Ruey, "how does the poor little thing take it? Has she got reconciled?" "Reconciled! Ruey, how you do ask questions!" said Miss Roxy, fiercely pulling a bandana silk handkerchief out of her pocket, with which she wiped her eyes in a defiant manner. "Reconciled! It's easy enough to talk, Ruey, but how would you like it when everything was going smooth and playin' into your hands, and all the world smooth and shiny, to be took short up? I guess you wouldn't be reconciled, that's what I guess." "Dear me, Roxy, who said I should?" said Miss Ruey. "I wa'n't blamin' the poor child, not a grain." "Well, who said you was, Ruey?" answered Miss Roxy in the same high key. "You needn't take my head off," said Aunt Ruey, roused as much as her adipose, comfortable nature could be. "You've been a talkin' at me ever since you came in from the sink room as if I was to blame, and snappin' at me as if I hadn't a right to ask civil questions, and I won't stan' it," said Miss Ruey. "And while I'm about it, I'll say that you always have snubbed me, and contradicted and ordered me around. I won't bear it no longer." "Come, Ruey, don't make a fool of yourself at your time of life," said Miss Roxy. "Things is bad enough in this world without two lone sisters and church members turnin' agin each other. You must take me as I am, Ruey. My bark's worse than my bite, as you know." Miss Ruey sank back pacified into her usual state of pillowy dependence. It was so much easier to be good-natured than to contend. As for Miss Roxy, if you have ever carefully examined a chestnut burr, you will remember that, hard as it is to handle, no plush of downiest texture can exceed the satin smoothness of the fibers which line its heart. There are a class of people in New England who betray the uprising of the softer feelings of our nature only by an increase of outward asperity. A sort of bashfulness and shyness leaves them no power of expression for these unwanted guests of the heart. They hurry them into inner chambers and slam the doors upon them, as if they were vexed at their appearance. Now, if poor Miss Roxy had been like you, my dear young lady, if her soul had been encased in a round, rosy, and comely body, and looked out of tender blue eyes shaded by golden hair, probably the grief and love she felt would have shown themselves only in bursts of feeling most graceful to see, and engaging the sympathy of all. But this same soul, imprisoned in a dry, angular body, stiff and old, and looking out under beetling eyebrows, over withered high cheek-bones, could only utter itself by a passionate tempest, unlovely utterance of a lovely impulse, dear only to him who sees with a father's heart the real beauty of spirits. It is our firm faith that bright solemn angels in celestial watchings were frequent guests in the homely room of the two sisters, and that passing by all accidents of age and poverty, withered skins, bony features, and grotesque movements and shabby clothing, they saw more real beauty there than in many a scented boudoir where seeming angels smile in lace and satin. "Ruey," said Miss Roxy, in a more composed voice, while her hard, bony hands still trembled with excitement, "this air's been on my mind a good while. I hain't said nothin' to nobody, but I've seen it a comin'. I always thought that child wa'n't for a long life. Lives is run in different lengths, and nobody can say what's the matter with some folks, only that their threads run out. There's more on one spool and less on another. I thought, when we laid Hitty in the grave, that I shouldn't never set my heart on nothin' else. But we can't jest say we will or we won't. If we are to be sorely afflicted at any time, the Lord lets us set our hearts before we know it. This air's a great affliction to me, Ruey, but I must jest shoulder my cross and go through with it. I'm goin' down to night to tell the old folks, and to make arrangements so that the poor little lamb may have the care she needs. She's been a keepin' up so long, 'cause she dreaded to let 'em know, but this air has got to be looked right in the face, and I hope there'll be grace given to do it." End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 37. The Victory. Meanwhile, Mara had been lying in the passive calm of fatigue and exhaustion, her eyes fixed on the window, where, as the white curtain drew inward, she could catch glimpses of the bay. Gradually her eyelids fell, and she dropped into that kind of half-waking doze, when the outer senses are at rest, and the mind is all the more calm and clear for their repose. In such hours, a spiritual clairvoyance often seems to lift for a while the whole stifling cloud that lies like a confusing mist over the problem of life, and the soul has sudden glimpses of things unutterable which lie beyond. Then the narrow straits, that look so full of rocks and quicksands, widen into a broad, clear passage, and one after another, rosy with a celestial dawn, and ringing silver bells of gladness, the isles of the blessed lift themselves up on the horizon, and the soul is flooded with an atmosphere of light and joy. As the burden of Christian fell off at the cross and was lost in the sepulchre, so in these hours of celestial vision, the whole weight of life's anguish is lifted and passes away like a dream, and the soul, seeing the boundless ocean of divine love, wherein all human hopes and joys and sorrows lie so tenderly upholden, comes and casts the one little drop of its personal will and personal experience with gladness into that fatherly depth. Henceforth with it, God and Saviour is no more word of mine and thine, for in that hour the child of earth feels himself heir of all things. All things are yours, and ye are Christ's, and Christ is God's. "The child is asleep," said Miss Roxy, as she stole on tiptoe into the room when their noon meal was prepared. A plate and knife had been laid for her, and they had placed for her a tumbler of quaint old engraved glass, reputed to have been brought over from foreign parts, and which had been given to Miss Roxy as her share in the effects of the mysterious Mr. Swadkins. Tea also was served in some egg-like India china cups, which saw the light only on the most high and festive occasions. "Hadn't you better wake her?" said Miss Ruey. "A cup of hot tea would do her so much good." Miss Ruey could conceive of few sorrows or ailments which would not be materially better for a cup of hot tea. If not the very elixir of life, it was indeed the next thing to it. "Well," said Miss Roxy, after laying her hand for a moment with great gentleness on that of the sleeping girl, "she don't wake easy, and she's tired, and she seems to be enjoying it so. The Bible says, 'He giveth his beloved sleep,' and I won't interfere. I've seen more good come of sleep than most things in my nursin' experience," said Miss Roxy, and she shut the door gently, and the two sisters sat down to their noontide meal. "How long the child does sleep!" said Miss Ruey, as the old clock struck 4. "It was too much for her, this walk down here," said Aunt Roxy. "She's been doin' too much for a long time. I'm a goin' to put an end to that. Well, nobody needn't say Mara hain't got resolution. I never see a little thing have more. She always did have, when she was the leastest little thing. She was always quiet and white and still, but she did whatever she sot out to." At this moment, to their surprise, the door opened, and Mara came in, and both sisters were struck with a change that had passed over her. It was more than the result of mere physical repose. Not only had every sign of weariness and bodily languor vanished, but there was about her an air of solemn serenity and high repose that made her seem, as Miss Ruey afterward said, like an angel just walked out of the big Bible. "Why, dear child, how you have slept, and how bright and rested you look!" said Miss Ruey. "I am rested," said Mara. "Oh, how much! And happy," she added, laying her little hand on Miss Roxy's shoulder. "I thank you, dear friend, for all your kindness to me. I am sorry I made you feel so sadly, but now you mustn't feel so any more. For all is well. Yes, all is well. I see now that it is so. I have passed beyond sorrow. Yes, forever." Soft-hearted Miss Ruey here broke into audible sobbing, hiding her face in her hands, and looking like a tumbled heap of old faded calico in a state of convulsion. "Dear Aunt Ruey, you mustn't," said Mara, with a voice of gentle authority. "We mustn't any of us feel so any more. There is no harm done, no real evil is coming, only a good which we do not understand. I am perfectly satisfied, perfectly at rest now. I was foolish and weak to feel as I did this morning, but I shall not feel so any more. I shall comfort you all. Is it anything so dreadful for me to go to heaven? How little while it will be before you all come to me. Oh, how little, little while!" "I told you, Mara, that you'd be supported in the Lord's time," said Miss Roxy, who watched her with an air of grave and solemn attention. "First and last, folks allers is supported. But sometimes there is a long wrestlin'. The Lord's give you the victory early." "Victory," said the girl, speaking as in a deep muse, and with a mysterious brightness in her eyes. "Yes, that is the word. It is a victory. No other word expresses it. Come, Aunt Roxy, we will go home. I am not afraid now to tell grandpapa and grandmamma. God will care for them. He will wipe away all tears." "Well, though, you mustn't think of goin' till you've had a cup of tea," said Aunt Ruey, wiping her eyes. "I've kep' the teapot hot by the fire, and you must eat a little somethin', for it's long past dinner time." "Is it?" said Mara. "I had no idea I had slept so long. How thoughtful and kind you are." "I do wish I could only do more for you," said Miss Ruey. "I don't seem to get reconciled no ways. It seems dreffle hard, dreffle, but I'm glad you can feel so." And the good old soul proceeded to press upon the child not only the tea, which she drank with feverish relish, but every hoarded dainty which their limited housekeeping commanded. It was toward sunset before Miss Roxy and Mara started on their walk homeward. Their way lay over the high stony ridge which forms the central part of the island. On one side, through the pines, they looked out into the boundless blue of the ocean, and on the other caught glimpses of Harpswell Bay as it lay glorified in the evening light. The fresh, cool breeze blowing landward brought with it an invigorating influence, which Mara felt through all her feverish frame. She walked with an energy to which she had long been a stranger. She said little, but there was a sweetness, a repose, in her manner contrasting singularly with the passionate melancholy which she had that morning expressed. Miss Roxy did not interrupt her meditations. The nature of her profession had rendered her familiar with all the changing mental and physical phenomena that attend the development of disease and the gradual loosening of the silver cords of a present life. Certain well understood phrases everywhere current among the mass of the people in New England strikingly tell of the deep foundations of religious earnestness on which its daily life is built. A triumphant death was a matter often casually spoken of among the records of the neighborhood, and Miss Roxy felt that there was a vague and solemn charm about its approach. Yet the soul of the gray, dry woman was hot within her, for the conversation of the morning had probed depths in her own nature of whose existence she had never before been so conscious. The roughest and most matter-of-fact minds have a craving for the ideal somewhere, and often this craving, forbidden by uncomeliness and ungenial surroundings from having any personal history of its own, attaches itself to the fortune of some other one in a kind of strange disinterestedness. Some one young and beautiful is to live the life denied to them, to be the poem and the romance. It is the young mistress of the poor black slave, the pretty sister of the homely old spinster, or the clever son of the consciously ill-educated father. Something of this unconscious personal investment had there been on the part of Miss Roxy in the nursling whose singular loveliness she had watched for so many years, and on whose fair virgin orb she had marked the growing shadow of a fatal eclipse. And as she saw her glowing and serene, with that peculiar brightness that she felt came from no earthly presence or influence, she could scarcely keep the tears from her honest gray eyes. When they arrived at the door of the house, Zephaniah Pennel was sitting in it, looking toward the sunset. "Why, really," he said, "Miss Roxy, we thought you must a run away with Mara. She's been gone almost all day." "I expect she's had enough to talk with Aunt Roxy about," said Mrs. Pennel. "Girls goin' to get married have a deal to talk about, what with patterns and contrivin' and makin' up. But come in, Miss Roxy, we're glad to see you." Mara turned to Miss Roxy and gave her a look of peculiar meaning. "Aunt Roxy," she said, "you must tell them what we have been talking about to day." And then she went up to her room and shut the door. Miss Roxy accomplished her task with a matter-of-fact distinctness to which her business-like habits of dealing with sickness and death had accustomed her, yet with a sympathetic tremor in her voice which softened the hard directness of her words. "You can take her over to Portland, if you say so, and get Dr. Wilson's opinion," she said, in conclusion. "It's best to have all done that can be, though in my mind the case is decided." The silence that fell between the three was broken at last by the sound of a light footstep descending the stairs, and Mara entered among them. She came forward and threw her arms round Mrs. Pennel's neck, and kissed her, and then turning, she nestled down in the arms of her old grandfather, as she had often done in the old days of childhood, and laid her hand upon his shoulder. There was no sound for a few moments but one of suppressed weeping. But she did not weep. She lay with bright, calm eyes, as if looking upon some celestial vision. "It is not so very sad," she said at last, in a gentle voice, "that I should go there. You are going too, and grandmamma. We are all going, and we shall be forever with the Lord. Think of it! Think of it!" Many were the words spoken in that strange communing, and before Miss Roxy went away, a calmness of solemn rest had settled down on all. The old family Bible was brought forth, and Zephaniah Pennel read from it those strange words of strong consolation which take the sting from death and the victory from the grave. "And I heard a great voice out of heaven, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, for the former things are passed away." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 38. Open Vision. As Miss Roxy was leaving the dwelling of the Pennels, she met Sally Kittridge coming toward the house, laughing and singing, as was her wont. She raised her long, lean forefinger with a gesture of warning. "What's the matter now, Aunt Roxy? You look as solemn as a hearse." "None o' your jokin' now, Miss Sally. There is such a thing as serious things in this 'ere world of our'n, for all you girls never seems to know it." "What is the matter, Aunt Roxy? Has anything happened? Is anything the matter with Mara?" "Matter enough. I've known it a long time," said Miss Roxy. "She's been goin' down for 3 months now, and she's got that on her that will carry her off before the year's out." "Pshaw, Aunt Roxy, how lugubriously you old nurses always talk! I hope now you haven't been filling Mara's head with any such notions. People can be frightened into anything." "Sally Kittridge, don't be a talkin' of what you don't know nothin' about. It stands to reason that a body that was bearin' the heat and burden of the day long before you was born or thought on in this world should know a thing or two more'n you. Why, I've laid you on your stomach and trotted you to trot up the wind many a day, and I was pretty experienced then, and it ain't likely that I'm a goin' to take sass from you. Mara Pennel is a gal as has every bit and grain as much resolution and ambition as you have, for all you flap your wings and crow so much louder, and she's one of the close-mouth sort, that don't make no talk, and she's been a bearin' up and comin' to me on the sly for strengthenin' things. She's took chamomile and orange peel and snake root and boneset and dash root and dandelion, and there hain't nothin' done her no good. She told me to-day she couldn't keep up no longer, and I've been a tellin' Miss Pennel and her grand'ther. I tell you it has been a solemn time, and if you're goin' in, don't go in with none o' your light, triflin' ways, 'cause as vinegar upon niter is he that singeth songs on a heavy heart, the Scriptur' says." "Oh, Miss Roxy, do tell me truly," said Sally, much moved. "What do you think is the matter with Mara? I've noticed myself that she got tired easy, and that she was short-breathed, but she seemed so cheerful. Can anything really be the matter?" "It's consumption, Sally Kittridge," said Miss Roxy, "neither more nor less. That are is the long and the short. They're going to take her over to Portland to see Dr. Wilson. It won't do no harm, and it won't do no good." "You seem to be determined that she die," said Sally, in a tone of pique. "Determined, am I? Is it I that determines that the maple leaves shall fall next October? Yet I know they will. Folks can't help knowin' what they know, and shuttin' one's eyes won't alter one's road. I s'pose you think, 'cause you're young and middlin' good lookin', that you have feelin's and I hasn't. Well, you're mistaken, that's all. I don't believe there's one person in the world that would go farther or do more to save Mara Pennel than I would, and yet I've been in the world long enough to see that livin' ain't no great shakes neither. Ef one is hopefully prepared in the days of their youth, why, they escape a good deal, ef they get took cross lots into heaven." Sally turned away thoughtfully into the house. There was no one in the kitchen, and the tick of the old clock sounded lonely and sepulchral. She went upstairs to Mara's room. The door was ajar. Mara was sitting at the open window that looked forth toward the ocean, busily engaged in writing. The glow of evening shone on the golden waves of her hair, and tinged the pearly outline of her cheek. Sally noticed the translucent clearness of her complexion, and the deep burning color and the transparency of the little hands, which seemed as if they might transmit light like Sèvres porcelain. She was writing with an expression of tender calm, and sometimes stopping to consult an open letter that Sally knew came from Moses. So fair and sweet and serene she looked, that a painter might have chosen her for an embodiment of twilight, and one might not be surprised to see a clear star shining out over her forehead. Yet in the tender serenity of the face there dwelt a pathos of expression that spoke of struggles and sufferings past, like the traces of tears on the face of a restful infant that has grieved itself to sleep. Sally came softly in on tiptoe, threw her arms around her, and kissed her, with a half laugh, then bursting into tears, sobbed upon her shoulder. "Dear Sally, what is the matter?" said Mara, looking up. "Oh, Mara, I just met Miss Roxy, and she told me—" Sally only sobbed passionately. "It is very sad to make all one's friends so unhappy," said Mara, in a soothing voice, stroking Sally's hair. "You don't know how much I have suffered dreading it. Sally, it is a long time since I began to expect and dread and fear. My time of anguish was then. then when I first felt that it could not be possible that I should not live after all. There was a long time I dared not even think of it. I could not even tell such a fear to myself, and I did far more than I felt able to do to convince myself that I was not weak and failing. I have been often to Miss Roxy, and once, when nobody knew it, I went to a doctor in Brunswick. But then I was afraid to tell him half, lest he should say something about me, and it should get out. And so I went on getting worse and worse, and feeling every day as if I could not keep up, and yet afraid to lie down for fear grandmamma would suspect me. But this morning it was pleasant and bright, and something came over me that said I must tell somebody. And so, as it was cool and pleasant, I walked up to Aunt Roxy's and told her. I thought, you know, that she knew the most, and would feel it the least. But oh, Sally, she has such a feeling heart, and loves me so. It is strange she should. Is it? Said Sally, tightening her clasp around Mara's neck, and then with a hysterical shadow of gaiety, she said, I suppose you think that you are such a hobgoblin that nobody could be expected to do that. After all, though, I should have as soon expected roses to bloom in a juniper clump as love from Aunt Roxy. Well, she does love me, said Mara. No mother could be kinder. Poor thing, she really sobbed and cried when I told her. I was very tired, and she told me that she would take care of me, and tell grandpapa and grandmamma. That had been lying on my heart as such a dreadful thing to do. And she laid me down to rest on her bed, and spoke so lovingly to me. I wish you could have seen her. And while I lay there, I fell into a strange, sweet sort of rest. I can't describe it, but since then everything has been changed. I wish I could tell any one how I saw things then. Do try to tell me, Mara, said Sally, for I need comfort too, if there is any to be had. Well, then, I lay on the bed, and the wind drew in from the sea, and just lifted the window curtain, and I could see the sea shining, and hear the waves making a pleasant little dash, and then my head seemed to swim. I thought I was walking out by the pleasant shore, and everything seemed so strangely beautiful, and grandpapa and grandmamma were there, and Moses had come home, and you were there, and we were all so happy. And then I felt a sort of strange sense that something was coming, some great trial or affliction, and I groaned and clung to Moses, and asked him to put his arm around me and hold me. Then it seemed to be not by our seashore that this was happening, but by the Sea of Galilee, just as it tells about it in the Bible, and there were fishermen mending their nets, and men sitting counting their money. And I saw Jesus come walking along, and heard him say to this one and that one, Leave all, and follow me. And it seemed that the moment he spoke they did it, and then he came to me, and I felt his eyes in my very soul, and he said, Wilt thou leave all, and follow me? I cannot tell now what a pain I felt, what an anguish. I wanted to leave all, but my heart felt as if it were tied and woven with 1,000 threads. And while I waited, he seemed to fade away, and I found myself then alone and unhappy, wishing that I could, and mourning that I had not. And then something shone out warm like the sun, and I looked up, and he stood there looking pitifully, and he said again, just as he did before, Wilt thou leave all, and follow me? Every word was so gentle and full of pity, and I looked into his eyes and could not look away. They drew me, they warmed me, and I felt a strange, wonderful sense of his greatness and sweetness. It seemed as if I felt within me cord after cord breaking. I felt so free, so happy, and I said, I will, with all my heart. And I woke then, so happy, so sure of God's love. I saw so clearly how his love is in everything, and these words came into my mind as if an angel had spoken them. God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. Since then I cannot be unhappy. I was so myself only this morning, and now I wonder that any one can have a grief when God is so loving and good, and cares so sweetly for us all. Why, Sally, if I could see Christ and hear him speak, I could not be more certain that he will make this sorrow such a blessing to us all, that we shall never be able to thank him enough for it. Oh, Mara, said Sally, sighing deeply, while her cheek was wet with tears, it is beautiful to hear you talk, but there is one that I am sure will not and cannot feel so. God will care for him, said Mara. Oh, I am sure of it. He is love itself, and he values his love in us, and he never, never would have brought such a trial if it had not been the true and only way to our best good. We shall not shed one needless tear. Yes, if God loved us so that he spared not his own Son, he will surely give us all the good here that we possibly can have without risking our eternal happiness." "You are writing to Moses now?" said Sally. "Yes, I am answering his letter. It is so full of spirit and life and hope. But all hope in this world, all earthly, as much as if there was no God and no world to come. Sally, perhaps our Father saw that I could not have strength to live with him and keep my faith. I should be drawn by him earthward instead of drawing him heavenward, and so this is in mercy to us both." "And are you telling him the whole truth, Mara?" "Not all, no," said Mara. "He could not bear it at once. I only tell him that my health is failing, and that my friends are seriously alarmed, and then I speak as if it were doubtful in my mind what the result might be." "I don't think you can make him feel as you do. Moses Pennel has a tremendous will, and he never yielded to any one. You bend, Mara, like the little blue harebells, and so the storm goes over you; but he will stand up against it, and it will wrench and shatter him. I am afraid, instead of making him better, it will only make him bitter and rebellious." "He has a Father in heaven who knows how to care for him," said Mara. "I am persuaded. I feel certain that he will be blessed in the end, not perhaps in the time and way I should have chosen, but in the end. I have always felt that he was mine, ever since he came a little shipwrecked boy to me, a little girl, and now I have given him up to his Saviour and my Saviour, to his God and my God, and I am perfectly at peace. All will be well." Mara spoke with a look of such solemn, bright assurance as made her, in the dusky golden twilight, seem like some serene angel sent down to comfort, rather than a hapless mortal just wrenched from life and hope. Sally rose up and kissed her silently. "Mara," she said, "I shall come to morrow to see what I can do for you. I will not interrupt you now. Good by, dear." There are no doubt many who have followed this history so long as it danced like a gay little boat over sunny waters, and who would have followed it gaily to the end, had it closed with ringing of marriage bells, who turn from it indignantly when they see that its course runs through the dark valley. This, they say, is an imposition, a trick upon our feelings. We want to read only stories which end in joy and prosperity. But have we then settled it in our own mind that there is no such thing as a fortunate issue in a history which does not terminate in the way of earthly success and good fortune? Are we Christians or heathen? It is now 18 centuries since, as we hold, the highly favored among women was pronounced to be one whose earthly hopes were all cut off in the blossom, whose noblest and dearest in the morning of his days went down into the shadows of death. Was Mary the highly favored among women, and was Jesus indeed the blessed, or was the angel mistaken? If they were these, if we are Christians, it ought to be a settled and established habit of our souls to regard something else as prosperity than worldly success and happy marriages. That life is a success which, like the life of Jesus, in its beginning, middle, and close, has borne a perfect witness to the truth and the highest form of truth. It is true that God has given to us, and inwoven in our nature, a desire for a perfection and completeness made manifest to our senses in this mortal life, to see the daughter bloom into youth and womanhood, the son into manhood, to see them marry and become themselves parents, and gradually ripen and develop into the maturities of middle life, gradually wear into a sunny autumn, and so be gathered in fullness of time to their fathers. Such, one says, is the program which God has made us to desire, such the ideal of happiness which he has interwoven with our nerves, and for which our heart and our flesh crieth out, to which every stroke of a knell is a violence, and every thought of an earthly death is an abhorrence. But the life of Christ and his mother sets the foot on this lower ideal of happiness, and teaches us that there is something higher. His ministry began with declaring, "Blessed are they that mourn." It has been well said that prosperity was the blessing of the Old Testament, and adversity of the New. Christ came to show us a nobler style of living and bearing, and so far as he had a personal and earthly life, he buried it as a cornerstone on which to erect a new immortal style of architecture. Of his own he had nothing, neither houses nor lands, nor family ties, nor human hopes, nor earthly sphere of success, and as a human life it was all a sacrifice and a defeat. He was rejected by his countrymen, whom the passionate anguish of his love and the unwearied devotion of his life could not save from an awful doom. He was betrayed by weak friends, prevailed against by slanderers, overwhelmed with an ignominious death in the morning of youth, and his mother stood by his cross, and she was the only woman who God ever called highly favored in this world. This, then, is the great and perfect ideal of what God honors. Christ speaks of himself as bread to be eaten. Bread, simple, humble, unpretending, vitally necessary to human life, made by the bruising and grinding of the grain, unostentatiously having no life or worth of its own except as it is absorbed into the life of others and lives in them. We wished in this history to speak of a class of lives formed on the model of Christ, and like his, obscure and unpretending, like his, seeming to end in darkness and defeat, but which yet have this preciousness and value that the dear saints who live them come nearest in their mission to the mission of Jesus. They are made, not for a career and history of their own, but to be bread of life to others. In every household or house have been some of these, and if we look on their lives and deaths with the unbaptized eyes of nature, we shall see only most mournful and unaccountable failure, when, if we could look with the eye of faith, we should see that their living and dying has been bread of life to those they left behind. Fairest of these, and least developed, are the holy innocents who come into our households to smile with the smile of angels, who sleep in our bosoms, and win us with the softness of tender little hands, and pass away like the lamb that was slain before they have ever learned the speech of mortals. Not vain are even these silent lives of Christ's lambs, whom many an earth-bound heart has been roused to follow when the shepherd bore them to the higher pastures. And so the daughter who died so early, whose wedding bells were never rung except in heaven, the son who had no career of ambition or a manly duty except among the angels, the patient sufferers, whose only lot on earth seemed to be to endure, whose life bled away drop by drop in the shadows of the sick room, all these are among those whose life was like Christ's in that they were made, not for themselves, but to become bread to us. It is expedient for us that they go away. Like their Lord, they come to suffer and to die. They take part in his sacrifice. Their life is incomplete without their death, and not till they are gone away does the Comforter fully come to us. It is a beautiful legend, which one sees often represented in the churches of Europe, that when the grave of the mother of Jesus was opened, it was found full of blossoming lilies, fit emblem of the thousand flowers of holy thought and purpose which spring up in our hearts from the memory of our sainted dead. Cannot many, who read these lines, bethink them of such rooms that have been the most cheerful places in the family, when the heart of the smitten one seemed the band that bound all the rest together, and have not there been dying hours which shed such a joy and radiance on all around, that it was long before the mourners remembered to mourn? Is it not a misuse of words to call such a heavenly translation death, and to call most things that are lived out on this earth life? End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 39. The Land of Beulah. It is now about a month after the conversation which we have recorded, and during that time the process which was to loose from this present life had been going on in Mara with a soft, insensible, but steady power. When she ceased to make efforts beyond her strength, and allowed herself that languor and repose which nature claimed, all around her soon became aware how her strength was failing, and yet a cheerful repose seemed to hallow the atmosphere around her. The sight of her every day in family worship, sitting by in such tender tranquillity, with such a smile on her face, seemed like a present inspiration. And though the aged pair knew that she was no more for this world, Yet she was comforting and inspiring to their view as the angel who of old rolled back the stone from the sepulchre and sat upon it. They saw in her eyes, not death, but the solemn victory which Christ gives over death. Bunyan has no more lovely poem than the image he gives of that land of pleasant waiting which borders the river of death, where the chosen of the Lord repose, while shining messengers, constantly passing and repassing, bear tidings from the celestial shore, opening a way between earth and heaven. It was so, that through the very thought of Mara an influence of tenderness and tranquillity passed through the whole neighborhood, keeping hearts fresh with sympathy, and causing thought and conversation to rest on those bright mysteries of eternal joy which were reflected on her face. Sally Kittridge was almost a constant inmate of the brown house, ever ready in watching and waiting, and one only needed to mark the expression of her face to feel that a holy charm was silently working upon her higher and spiritual nature. Those great, dark, sparkling eyes, that once seemed to express only the brightness of animal vivacity, and glittered like a brook in unsympathetic gayety, had in them now mysterious depths and tender, fleeting shadows, and the very tone of her voice had a subdued tremor. The capricious elf, the tricksy sprite, was melting away in the immortal soul, and the deep pathetic power of a noble heart was being born. Some influence sprung of sorrow is necessary always to perfect beauty in womanly nature. We feel its absence in many whose sparkling wit and high spirits give grace and vivacity to life, but in whom we vainly seek for some spot of quiet tenderness and sympathetic repose. Sally was, ignorantly to herself, changing in the expression of her face and the tone of her character, as she ministered in the daily wants which sickness brings in a simple household. For the rest of the neighborhood, the shelves and larder of Mrs. Pennel were constantly crowded with the tributes which one or another sent in for the invalid. There was jelly of Iceland moss sent across by Miss Emily, and brought by Mr. Sewell, whose calls were almost daily. There were custards and preserves, and every form of cake and other confections in which the housekeeping talent of the neighbors delighted, and which were sent in under the old superstition that sick people must be kept eating at all hazards. At church, Sunday after Sunday, the simple note requested the prayers of the church and congregation for Mara Lincoln, who was, as the note phrased it, drawing near her end, that she and all concerned might be prepared for the great and last change. One familiar with New England customs must have remembered with what a plaintive power the reading of such a note, from Sunday to Sunday, has drawn the thoughts and sympathies of a congregation to some chamber of sickness, and in a village church, where every individual is known from childhood to every other, the power of this simple custom is still greater. Then the prayers of the minister would dwell on the case, and thanks would be rendered to God for the great light and peace with which he had deigned to visit his young handmaid, and then would follow a prayer that when these sad tidings should reach a distant friend who had gone down to do business on the great waters, they might be sanctified to his spiritual and everlasting good. Then on Sunday noons, as the people ate their dinners together in a room adjoining the church, all that she said and did was talked over and over, how quickly she had gained the victory of submission, the peace of a will united with God's, mixed with harmless gossip of the sick chamber, as to what she ate and how she slept, and who had sent her gruel with raisins in it, and who jelly with wine, and how she had praised this and eaten that twice with a relish, but how the other had seemed to disagree with her. Thereafter would come scraps of nursing information, recipes against coughing, specifics against short breath, speculations about watchers, how soon she would need them, and long legends of other deathbeds where the fear of death had been slain by the power of an endless life. Yet through all the gossip, and through much that might have been called at other times commonplace cant of religion, there was spread a tender earnestness, and the whole air seemed to be enchanted with the fragrance of that fading rose. Each one spoke more gently, more lovingly to each, for the thought of her. It was now a bright September morning, and the early frosts had changed the maples and the pine woods to scarlet, and touched the white birches with gold, when one morning Miss Roxy presented herself at an early hour at Captain Kittridge's. They were at breakfast, and Sally was dispensing the tea at the head of the table, Mrs. Kittridge having been prevailed on to abdicate in her favor. "It is such a fine morning," she said, looking out at the window, which showed a waveless expanse of ocean. "I do hope Mara has had a good night." "I'm a goin' to make her some jelly this very forenoon," said Mrs. Kittridge. "Aunt Roxy was a tellin' me yesterday that she was a goin' down to stay at the house regular, for she needed so much done now." "It's most an amazin' thing we don't hear from Moses Pennel," said Captain Kittridge. "If he don't make haste, he may never see her." "There's Aunt Roxy at this minute," said Sally. In truth, the door opened at this moment, and Aunt Roxy entered with a little blue bandbox, and a bundle tied up in a checked handkerchief. "Oh, Aunt Roxy," said Mrs. Kittridge, "you are on your way, are you? Do sit down right here, and get a cup of strong tea." "Thank you," said Aunt Roxy, "but Ruey gave me a humming cup before I came away." "Aunt Roxy, have they heard anything from Moses?" said the Captain. "No, father, I know they haven't," said Sally. "Mara has written to him, and so has Mr. Sewell, but it is very uncertain whether he ever got the letters." "It's most time to be a lookin' for him home," said the Captain. "I shouldn't be surprised to see him any day." At this moment Sally, who sat where she could see from the window, gave a sudden start and a half scream, and rising from the table darted first to the window and then to the door, whence she rushed out eagerly. "Well, what now?" said the Captain. "I am sure I don't know what's come over her," said Mrs. Kittridge, rising to look out. "Why, Aunt Roxy, do look. I believe to my soul that ar's Moses Pennel." And so it was. He met Sally as she ran out, with a gloomy brow and scarcely a look even of recognition, but he seized her hand and wrung it in the stress of his emotion, so that she almost screamed with the pain. "Tell me, Sally," he said, "tell me the truth. I dared not go home without I knew. Those gossiping, lying reports are always exaggerated. They are dreadful exaggerations. They frighten a sick person into the grave. But you have good sense and a hopeful, cheerful temper. You must see and know how things are. Mara is not so very, very—" He held Sally's hand and looked at her with a burning eagerness. "Say, what do you think of her?" "We all think that we cannot long keep her with us," said Sally. "And oh, Moses, I am so glad you have come." "It's false, it must be false," he said, violently. "Nothing is more deceptive than these ideas that doctors and nurses pile on when a sensitive person is going down a little. I know Mara; everything depends on the mind with her. I shall wake her up out of this dream. She is not to die. She shall not die. I come to save her." "Oh, if you could!" said Sally, mournfully. "It cannot be. It is not to be," he said again, as if to convince himself. "No such thing is to be thought of. Tell me, Sally, have you tried to keep up the cheerful side of things to her? Have you? Oh, you cannot tell, Moses, how it is unless you see her. She is cheerful, happy, the only really joyous one among us." "Cheerful, joyous, happy? She does not believe, then, these frightful things? I thought she would keep up. She is a brave little thing." "No, Moses, she does believe. She has given up all hope of life, all wish to live, and oh, she is so lovely, so sweet, so dear." Sally covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Moses stood still, looking at her a moment in a confused way, and then he answered, "Come, get your bonnet, Sally, and go with me. You must go in and tell her that I am come, you know." "Yes, I will," said Sally, as she ran quickly back to the house. Moses stood listlessly looking after her. A moment after she came out of the door again, and Miss Roxy behind. Sally hurried up to Moses. "Where's that black old raven going?" said Moses, in a low voice, looking back on Miss Roxy, who stood on the steps. "What, Aunt Roxy?" said Sally. "Why, she's going up to nurse Mara, and take care of her. Mrs. Pennel is so old and infirm, she needs somebody to depend on." "I can't bear her," said Moses. "I always think of sick rooms and coffins and a stifling smell of camphor when I see her. I never could endure her. She's an old harpy going to carry off my dove." Now, Moses, you must not talk so. She loves Mara dearly, the poor old soul, and Mara loves her, and there is no earthly thing she would not do for her. And she knows what to do for sickness better than you or I. I have found out one thing, that it isn't mere love and good will that is needed in a sick room. It needs knowledge and experience." Moses assented in gloomy silence, and they walked on together the way that they had so often taken laughing and chatting. When they came within sight of the house, Moses said, "Here she came running to meet us. Do you remember?" "Yes," said Sally. "I was never half worthy of her. I never said half what I ought to," he added. "She must live. I must have one more chance." When they came up to the house, Zephaniah Pennel was sitting in the door, with his gray head bent over the leaves of the great family Bible. He rose up at their coming, and with that suppression of all external signs of feeling for which the New Englander is remarkable, simply shook the hand of Moses, saying, "Well, my boy, we are glad you have come." Mrs. Pennel, who was busied in some domestic work in the back part of the kitchen, turned away and hid her face in her apron when she saw him. There fell a great silence among them, in the midst of which the old clock ticked loudly and importunately, like the inevitable approach of fate. "I will go up and see her, and get her ready," said Sally, in a whisper to Moses. "I'll come and call you." Moses sat down and looked around on the old familiar scene. There was the great fireplace where, in their childish days, they had sat together winter nights, her fair, spiritual face enlivened by the blaze, while she knit and looked thoughtfully into the coals. There she had played checkers, or fox and geese with him, or studied with him the Latin lessons, or sat by, grave and thoughtful, hemming his toy ship sails, while he cut the molds for his anchors, or tried experiments on pulleys, and in all these years he could not remember one selfish action, one unlovely word. And he thought to himself, "I hoped to possess this angel as a mortal wife. God forgive my presumption." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 40. The Meeting. Sally found Mara sitting in an easy-chair that had been sent to her by the provident love of Miss Emily. It was wheeled in front of her room window, from whence she could look out upon the wide expanse of the ocean. It was a gloriously bright, calm morning, and the water lay clear and still, with scarce a ripple, to the far distant pearly horizon. She seemed to be looking at it in a kind of calm ecstasy, and murmuring the words of a hymn. "Nor wreck nor ruin there is seen, there not a wave of trouble rolls, but the bright rainbow round the throne peals endless peace to all their souls." Sally came softly behind her on tiptoe to kiss her. "Good morning, dear. How do you find yourself?" "Quite well," was the answer. "Mara, is there not anything you want?" "There might be many things, but his will is mine." "You want to see Moses?" "Very much, but I shall see him as soon as it is best for us both." "Mara, he is come." The quick blood flushed over the pale, transparent face as a virgin glacier flushes at sunrise, and she looked up eagerly. "Come?" "Yes, he is below stairs wanting to see you." She seemed about to speak eagerly, and then checked herself and mused a moment. "Poor, poor boy," she said. "Yes, Sally, let him come at once." There were a few dazzling, dreamy moments when Moses first held that frail form in his arms, which but for its tender mortal warmth might have seemed to him a spirit. It was no spirit, but a woman whose heart he could feel thrilling against his own, who seemed to him like some frail, fluttering bird. But somehow, as he looked into her clear, transparent face, and pressed her thin little hands in his, the conviction stole over him overpoweringly that she was indeed fading away and going from him, drawn from him by that mysterious, irresistible power against which human strength, even in the strongest, has no chance. It is dreadful to a strong man who has felt the influence of his strength, who has always been ready with a resource for every emergency, and a weapon for every battle, when he first meets that mighty, invisible power by which a beloved life, a life he would give his own blood to save, melts and dissolves like smoke before his eyes. "Oh, Mara, Mara," he groaned, "this is too dreadful, too cruel. It is cruel." "You will think so at first, but not always," she said, soothingly. "You will live to see a joy come out of this sorrow." "Never, Mara, never. I cannot believe that kind of talk. I see no love, no mercy in it. Of course, if there is any life after death, you will be happy. If there is a heaven, you will be there. But can this dim, unsubstantial, cloudy prospect make you happy in leaving me and giving up one's lover? Oh, Mara, you cannot love as I do, or you could not. Moses, I have suffered, oh, very, very much. It was many months ago when I first thought that I must give everything up, when I thought that we must part. But Christ helped me. He showed me his wonderful love, the love that surrounds us all our life, that follows us in all our wanderings, and sustains us in all our weaknesses. And then I felt that whatever he wills for us is in love. Oh, believe it for my sake, for your own." "Oh, I cannot, said Moses. But as he looked at the bright, pale face, and felt how the tempest of his feelings shook the frail form, he checked himself. "I do wrong to agitate you so, Mara. I will try to be calm." "And to pray?" she said, beseechingly. He shut his lips in gloomy silence. "Promise me," she said. "I have prayed ever since I got your first letter, and I see it does no good," he answered. "Our prayers cannot alter fate." "Fate! There is no fate," she answered. "There is a strong and loving Father who guides the way, though we know it not. We cannot resist his will, but it is all love, pure, pure love." At this moment Sally came softly into the room. A gentle air of womanly authority seemed to express itself in that once gay and giddy face, at which Moses, in the midst of his misery, marveled. "You must not stay any longer now," she said. "It would be too much for her strength. This is enough for this morning." Moses turned away, and silently left the room, and Sally said to Mara, "You must lie down now and rest." "Sally," said Mara, "promise me one thing." "Well, Mara, of course I will." "Promise to love him and care for him when I am gone. He will be so lonely." "I will do all I can, Mara," said Sally, soothingly. "So now you must take a little wine and lie down. You know what you have so often said, that all will yet be well with him." "Oh, I know it, I am sure," said Mara. "But oh, his sorrow shook my very heart." "You must not talk another word about it," said Sally, peremptorily. "Do you know Aunt Roxy is coming to see you? I see her out of the window this very moment." And Sally assisted to lay her friend on the bed, and then, administering a stimulant, she drew down the curtains, and sitting beside her, began repeating, in a soft, monotonous tone, the words of a favorite hymn: "The Lord my shepherd is, I shall be well supplied. Since he is mine and I am his, what can I want beside?" Before she had finished, Mara was asleep. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher STOWE. Chapter 41. Consolation. Moses came down from the chamber of Mara in a tempest of contending emotions. He had all that constitutional horror of death and the spiritual world which is an attribute of some particularly strong and well-endowed physical natures, and he had all that instinctive resistance of the will which such natures offer to anything which strikes athwart their cherished hopes and plans. To be wrenched suddenly from the sphere of an earthly life and made to confront the unclosed doors of a spiritual world on the behalf of the one dearest to him, was to him a dreary horror uncheered by one filial belief in God. He felt, furthermore, that blind animal irritation which assails one under a sudden blow, whether of the body or of the soul, an anguish of resistance, a vague, blind anger. Mr. Sewell was sitting in the kitchen. He had called to see Mara, and waited for the close of the interview above. He rose and offered his hand to Moses, who took it in gloomy silence, without a smile or word. "My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord," said Mr. Sewell. "I cannot bear that sort of thing," said Moses abruptly and almost fiercely. "I beg your pardon, sir, but it irritates me." "Do you not believe that afflictions are sent for our improvement?" said Mr. Sewell. "No, how can I? What improvement will there be to me in taking from me the angel who guided me to all good, and kept me from all evil, the one pure motive and holy influence of my life? If you call this the chastening of a loving Father, I must say it looks more like the caprice of an evil spirit." "Have you ever thanked the God of your life for this gift, or felt your dependence on him to keep it? Have you not blindly idolized the creature and forgotten him who gave it?" said Mr. Sewell. Moses was silent a moment. "I cannot believe there is a God," he said. "Since this fear came on me, I have prayed, yes, and humbled myself, for I know I have not always been what I ought. I promised if he would grant me this one thing, I would seek him in future. But it did no good. It's of no use to pray. I would have been good in this way, if she might be spared, and I cannot in any other." "My son, our Lord and Master will have no such conditions from us," said Mr. Sewell. "We must submit unconditionally. She has done it, and her peace is as firm as the everlasting hills. God's will is a great current that flows in spite of us. If we go with it, it carries us to endless rest. If we resist, we only wear our lives out in useless struggles." Moses stood a moment in silence, and then, turning away without a word, hurried from the house. He strode along the high rocky bluff, through tangled junipers and pine thickets, till he came above the rocky cove which had been his favorite retreat on so many occasions. He swung himself down over the cliffs into the grotto, where, shut in by the high tide, he felt himself alone. There he had read Mr. Sewell's letter, and dreamed vain dreams of wealth and worldly success, now all to him so void. He felt to-day, as he sat there and watched the ships go by, how utterly nothing all the wealth in the world was, in the loss of that one heart. Unconsciously, even to himself, sorrow was doing her ennobling ministry within him, melting off in her fierce fires trivial ambitions and low desires, and making him feel the sole worth and value of love. That which in other days had seemed only as one good thing among many, now seemed the only thing in life. And he who has learned the paramount value of love has taken one step from an earthly to a spiritual existence. But as he lay there on the pebbly shore, hour after hour glided by. His whole past life lived itself over to his eye. He saw 1,000 actions, he heard 1,000 words, whose beauty and significance never came to him till now. And alas, he saw so many when, on his part, the responsive word that should have been spoken, and the deed that should have been done, was forever wanting. He had all his life carried within him a vague consciousness that he had not been to-morrow what he should have been, but he had hoped to make amends for all in that future which lay before him, that future now, alas, dissolving and fading away like the white cloud islands which the wind was drifting from the sky. A voice seemed saying in his ears, "Ye know that when he would have inherited a blessing he was rejected, for he found no place for repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears." Something that he had never felt before struck him as appalling in the awful fixedness of all past deeds and words, the unkind words once said, which no tears could unsay, the kind ones suppressed, to which no agony of wishfulness could give a past reality. There were particular times in their past history that he remembered so vividly, when he saw her so clearly, doing some little thing for him, and shyly watching for the word of acknowledgment, which he did not give. Some wilful, wayward demon withheld him at the moment, and the light on the little wishful face slowly faded. True, all had been 1,000 times forgiven and forgotten between them, but it is the ministry of these great vital hours of sorrow to teach us that nothing in the soul's history ever dies or is forgotten, and when the beloved one lies stricken and ready to pass away, comes the judgment day of love, and all the dead moments of the past arise and live again. He lay there musing and dreaming till the sun grew low in the afternoon sky, and the tide that isolated the little grotto had gone far out into the ocean, leaving long, low reefs of sunken rocks, all matted and tangled with the yellow hair of the seaweed, with little crystal pools of salt water between. He heard the sound of approaching footsteps, and Captain Kittridge came slowly picking his way round among the shingle and pebbles. "Wal, now, I thought I'd find ye here," he said. "I kind o' thought I wanted to see ye, see." Moses looked up half moody, half astonished, while the Captain seated himself upon a fragment of rock and began brushing the knees of his trousers industriously, until soon the tears rained down from his eyes upon his dry, withered hands. "Wal, now ye see, I can't help it, darned if I can. Knowed her ever since she's that high. She's done me good, she has. Mis' Kittridge has been pretty faithful. I've had folks here and there talk to me consid'able, but Lord bless you, I never had nothin' go to my heart like this 'ere. Why, to look on her there couldn't nobody doubt but what there was somethin' in religion. You never knew half what she did for you, Moses Pennel. You didn't know that the night you was off down to the Long Cove with Skipper Atkinson, that 'ere blessed child was a follerin' you, but she was, and she come to me the next day to get me to do somethin' for you. That was how your grand'ther and I got ye off to sea so quick, and she such a little thing then. That our child was the savin' of ye, Moses Pennel." Moses hid his head in his hands with a sort of groan. "Wal, wal," said the Captain, "I don't wonder now ye feel so. I don't see how you can stan it no ways, only by thinkin' o' where she's goin' to. Them ar bells in the Celestial City must all be a ringin' for her. There'll be joy that side o' the river, I reckon, when she gets acrost. If she'd jest leave me a hem o' her garden to get in by, I'd be glad. But she was one o' the sort that was jest made to go to heaven. She only stopped a few days in our world, like the robins when they's goin' south. But there'll be a good many fust and last that'll get into the kingdom for love of her. She never said much to me, but she kind o' drew me. If ever I should get in there, it'll be she led me. But come now, Moses, ye oughtn't fur to be a settin' here catchin' cold. Just come round to our house, and let Sally gin you a warm cup o' tea. Do come now." "Thank you, Captain," said Moses, "but I will go home. I must see her again to night." "Wal, don't let her see you grieve too much, ye know. We must be a little sort o' manly, ye know, 'cause her body's weak, if her heart is strong." Now Moses was in a mood of dry, proud, fierce, self-consuming sorrow, least likely to open his heart or seek sympathy from any one, and no friend or acquaintance would probably have dared to intrude on his grief. But there are moods of the mind which cannot be touched or handled by one on an equal level with us, that yield at once to the sympathy of something below. A dog who comes with his great, honest, sorrowful face, and lays his mute paw of inquiry on your knee, will sometimes open floodgates of sober feeling, that have remained closed to every human touch. The dumb simplicity and ignorance of his sympathy make it irresistible. In like manner, the downright grief of the good-natured old Captain, and the childlike ignorance with which he ventured upon a ministry of consolation, from which a more cultivated person would have shrunk away, were irresistibly touching. Moses grasped the dry, withered hand, and said, "Thank you. Thank you, Captain Kittridge. You're a true friend." "Wal, I be, that's a fact, Moses. Lord bless me, I ain't no great, I ain't nobody. I'm jest an old last year's mullein stalk in the Lord's vineyard. But that 'ere blessed little thing allers had a good word for me. She gave me a hymn book and marked some hymns in it, and read 'em to me herself, and her voice was jest as sweet as the sea of a warm evening. Them hymns come to me kind o' powerful when I'm at my work planin' and sawin'. Mis' Kittridge, she allers talks to me as if I was a terrible sinner, and I s'pose I be; but this 'ere blessed child, she's so kind o' good and innocent, she thinks I'm good, kind o' takes it for granted I'm one o' the Lord's people, ye know. It kind o' makes me want to be, ye know." The Captain here produced from his coat pocket a much-worn hymn book, and showed Moses where leaves were folded down. "Now here's this 'ere," he said. "You get her to say it to you," he added, pointing to the well-known sacred idly which has refreshed so many hearts. "There is a land of pure delight, where saints immortal reign. Eternal day excludes the night, and pleasure and pleasures banish pain. There everlasting spring abides, and never fading flowers. Death like a narrow sea divides this happy land from ours. Now that ar beats everything," said the Captain, "and we must kind o' think of it for her, 'cause she's goin' to see all that, and ef it's our loss it's her gain, ye know." "I know," said Moses, "our grief is selfish." "Jest so. Wal, we're selfish creatures, we be," said the Captain; "but arter all, 'tain't as ef we was heathen and didn't know where they was a goin' to. We just ought to be a lookin' about and tryin' to foller 'em, ye know." "Yes, yes, I do know," said Moses. "It's easy to say, but hard to do." "But law, man, she prays for you. She did years and years ago, when you was a boy and she a girl. You know it tells in the Revelations how the angels has golden vials full of odors which are the prayers of the saints. I tell ye, Moses, you ought to get into heaven, if no one else does. I expect you are pretty well known among the angels by this time. I tell ye what 'tis, Moses, fellers think it a mighty pretty thing to be a steppin' high, and a sayin' they don't believe the Bible, and all that ar, so long as the world goes well. This 'ere old Bible, why it's jest like your mother. Ye rove and ramble, and cut up round the world without her a spell, and mebbe think the old woman ain't so fashionable as some. But when sickness and sorrow comes, why there ain't nothin' else to go back to, is there now?" Moses did not answer, but he shook the hand of the Captain and turned away. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 42. Last Words. The setting sun gleamed in at the window of Mara's chamber, tinted with rose and violet hues from a great cloud castle that lay upon the smooth ocean over against the window. Mara was lying upon the bed, but she raised herself upon her elbow to look out. "Dear Aunt Roxy," she said, "raise me up and put the pillows behind me, so that I can see out. It is splendid." Aunt Roxy came and arranged the pillows, and lifted the girl with her long, strong arms. Then stooping over her a moment, she finished her arrangements by softly smoothing the hair from her forehead, with a caressing movement, most unlike her usual precise, business-like proceedings. "I love you, Aunt Roxy," said Mara, looking up with a smile. Aunt Roxy made a strange, wry face, which caused her to look harder than usual. She was choked with tenderness, and had only this uncomely way of showing it. "Law, now, Mara, I don't see how ye can. I ain't nothin' but an old burdock bush. Love ain't for me." "Yes, it is too," said Mara, drawing her down and kissing her withered cheek. "And you shan't call yourself an old burdock. God sees that you are beautiful, and in the resurrection everybody will see it." "I was always homely as an owl," said Miss Roxy, unconsciously speaking out what had lain like a stone at the bottom of even her sensible heart. "I always had sense to know it, and knew my sphere. Homely folks would like to say pretty things, and to have pretty things said to them, but they never do. I made up my mind pretty early that my part in the vineyard was to have hard work and no posies." "Well, you will have all the more in heaven. I love you dearly, and I like your looks, too. You look kind and true and good, and that's beauty in the country where we are going." Miss Roxy sprang up quickly from the bed, and turning her back, began to arrange the bottles on the table with great zeal. "Has Moses come in yet?" said Mara. "No, there ain't nobody seen a thing of him since he went out this morning." "Poor boy," said Mara, "it is too hard upon him. Aunt Roxy, please pick some roses off the bush from under the window and put in the vases. Let's have the room as sweet and cheerful as we can. I hope God will let me live long enough to comfort him. It is not so very terrible, if one would only think so, to cross that river. All looks so bright to me now that I have forgotten how sorrow seemed. Poor Moses, he will have a hard struggle, but he will get the victory too. I am very weak to night, but to morrow I shall feel better, and I shall sit up, and perhaps I can paint a little on that flower I was doing for him. We will not have things look sickly or deathly. There, Aunt Roxy, he has come in. I hear his step." "I didn't hear it," said Miss Roxy, surprised at the acute senses which sickness had etherealized to an almost spirit-like intensity. Shall I call him?" "Yes, do," said Mara. "He can sit with me a little while to night." The light in the room was a strange dusky mingling of gold and gloom when Moses stole softly in. The great cloud castle that a little while since had glowed like living gold from turret and battlement, now dim, changed for the most part to a sombre gray, enlivened with a dull glow of crimson; but there was still a golden light where the sun had sunk into the sea. Moses saw the little thin hand stretched out to him. "Sit down," she said. "It has been such a beautiful sunset. Did you notice it?" He sat down by the bed, leaning his forehead on his hand, but saying nothing. She drew her fingers through his dark hair. "I am so glad to see you," she said. "It is such a comfort to me that you have come, and I hope it will be to you. You know I shall be better to morrow than I am to night, and I hope we shall have some pleasant days together yet. We mustn't reject what little we may have because it cannot be more." "Oh, Mara," said Moses, "I would give my life if I could take back the past. I have never been worthy of you, never knew your worth, never made you happy. You always lived for me, and I lived for myself. I deserve to lose you, but it is none the less bitter." "Don't say lose. Why must you? I cannot think of losing you. I know I shall not. God has given you to me. You will come to me and be mine at last. I feel sure of it." "You don't know me," said Moses. "Christ does, though," she said, "and he has promised to care for you. Yes, you will live to see many flowers grow out of my grave. You cannot think so now, but it will be so. Believe me." "Mara," said Moses, "I never lived through such a day as this. It seems as if every moment of my life has been passing before me, and every moment of yours. I have seen how true and loving in thought and word and deed you have been, and I have been doing nothing but take. You have given love as the skies give rain, and I have drunk it up like the hot, dusty earth." Mara knew in her own heart that this was all true, and she was too real to use any of the terms of affected humiliation which many think a kind of spiritual court language. She looked at him and answered, "Moses, I always knew I loved most. It was my nature. God gave it to me, and it was a gift for which I give him thanks, not a merit. I knew you had a larger, wider nature than mine, a wider sphere to live in, and that you could not live in your heart as I did. Mine was all thought and feeling, and the narrow little duties of this little home. Yours went all round the world." "But oh, Mara! Oh, my angel! To think I should lose you when I am just beginning to know your worth. I always had a sort of superstitious feeling, a sacred presentiment about you, that my spiritual life, if ever I had any, would come through you. It seemed if there ever was such a thing as God's providence, which some folks believe in, it was in leading me to you, and giving you to me. And now to have all lashed, all destroyed, it makes me feel as if all was blind chance, no guiding God, for if he wanted me to be good, he would spare you." Mara lay with her large eyes fixed on the now faded sky. The dusky shadows had dropped like a black crape veil around her pale face. In a few moments she repeated to herself, as if she were musing upon them, those mysterious words of him who liveth and was dead: "Except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone. If it die, it bringeth forth much fruit." "Moses," she said, "for all I know you have loved me dearly, yet I have felt that in all that was deepest and dearest to me I was alone. You did not come near to me, nor touch me where I feel most deeply. If I had lived to be your wife, I cannot say but this distance in our spiritual nature might have widened. You know, what we live with we get used to. It grows an old story. Your love to me might have grown old and worn out. If we lived together in the commonplace toils of life, you would see only a poor threadbare wife. I might have lost what little charm I ever had for you. But I feel that if I die, this will not be. There is something sacred and beautiful in death, and I may have more power over you, when I seem to be gone, than I should have had living." "Oh, Mara, Mara, don't say that." "Dear Moses, it is so. Think how many lovers marry, and how few lovers are left in middle life, and how few love and reverence living friends as they do the dead. There are only a very few to whom it is given to do that." Something in the heart of Moses told him that this was true. In this one day, the sacred revealing light of approaching death, He had seen more of the real spiritual beauty and significance of Mara's life than in years before, and felt upspringing in his heart, from the deep pathetic influence of the approaching spiritual world, a new and stronger power of loving. It may be that it is not merely a perception of love that we were not aware of before, that wakes up when we approach the solemn shadows with a friend. It may be that the soul has compressed and unconscious powers which are stirred and wrought upon as it looks over the borders into its future home. Its loves and its longings so swell and beat that they astonish itself. We are greater than we know, and dimly feel it with every approach to the great hereafter. It doth not yet appear what we shall be. "Now, I'll tell you what 'tis," said Aunt Roxy, opening the door. "All the strength this 'ere girl spends a talkin' to night will be so much taken out of the whole cloth to morrow." Moses started up. "I ought to have thought of that, Mara." "Ye see," said Moses, "she's been through a good deal to day, and she must be got to sleep at some rate or other to night. 'Lord, if he sleep he shall do well,' the Bible says, and it's one of my best nussin' maxims." "And a good one, too, Aunt Roxy," said Mara. "Good night, dear boy. You see we must all mind Aunt Roxy." Moses bent down and kissed her, and felt her arms around his neck. "Let not your heart be troubled," she whispered. In spite of himself, Moses felt the storm that had risen in his bosom that morning soothed by the gentle influences which Mara breathed upon it. There is a sympathetic power in all states of mind, and they who have reached the deep secret of eternal rest have a strange power of imparting calm to others. It was in the very crisis of the battle that Christ said to his disciples, "My peace I give unto you," and they that are made one with him acquire like precious power of shedding round them repose, as evening flowers shed odors. Moses went to his pillow sorrowful and heart-stricken, but bitter or despairing he could not be with the consciousness of that present angel in the house. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 43. The Pearl. The next morning rose calm and bright, with that wonderful and mystical stillness and serenity which glorify autumn days. It was impossible that such skies could smile and such gentle airs blow the sea into one great waving floor of sparkling sapphires without bringing cheerfulness to human hearts. You must be very despairing indeed, when nature is doing her best, to look her in the face sullen and defiant. So long as there is a drop of good in your cup, a penny in your exchequer of happiness, a bright day reminds you to look at it, and feel that all is not gone yet. So felt Moses when he stood in the door of the brown house, while Mrs. Pennel was clinking plates and spoons as she set the breakfast table, and Zephaniah Pennel in his shirt sleeves was washing in the back room, while Miss Roxy came downstairs in a business-like fashion, bringing sundry bowls, plates, dishes, and mysterious pitchers from the sick room. "Well, Aunt Roxy, you ain't one that lets the grass grow under your feet," said Mrs. Pennel. "How is the dear child this morning?" "Well, she had a better night than one could have expected," said Miss Roxy, "and by the time she's had her breakfast, she expects to sit up a little and see her friends." Miss Roxy said this in a cheerful tone, looking encouragingly at Moses, whom she began to pity and patronize, now she saw how real was his affliction. After breakfast Moses went to see her. She was sitting up in her white dressing-gown, looking so thin and poorly, and everything in the room was fragrant with the spicy smell of the monthly roses, whose late buds and blossoms Miss Roxy had gathered for the vases. She seemed so natural, so calm and cheerful, so interested in all that went on around her, that one almost forgot that the time of her stay must be so short. She called Moses to come and look at her drawings and paintings of flowers and birds, full of reminders they were of old times, and then she would have her pencils and colors, and work a little on a bunch of red rock columbine that she had begun to do for him, and she chatted of all the old familiar places where flowers grew, and of the old talks they had had there, till Moses quite forgot himself, forgot that he was in a sick room, till Aunt Roxy, warned by the deepening color on Mara's cheeks, interposed her nursing authority that she must do no more that day. Then Moses laid her down, and arranged her pillows so that she could look out on the sea, and sat and read to her till it was time for her afternoon nap. And when the evening shadows drew on, he marveled with himself how the day had gone. Many such there were, all that pleasant month of September, and he was with her all the time, watching her wants and doing her bidding, reading over and over with a softened modulation her favorite hymns and chapters, arranging her flowers, and bringing her home wild bouquets from all her favorite wood haunts, which made her sick room seem like some sylvan bower. Sally Kittridge was there too, almost every day, with always some friendly offering or some helpful deed of kindness, and sometimes they two together would keep guard over the invalid, while Miss Roxy went home to attend to some of her own more peculiar concerns. Mara seemed to rule all around her with calm sweetness and wisdom, speaking unconsciously only the speech of heaven, talking of spiritual things, not in an excited rapture or wild ecstasy, but with the sober certainty of waking bliss. She seemed like one of the sweet, friendly angels one reads of in the Old Testament, so lovingly companionable, walking and talking, eating and drinking, with mortals, yet ready at any unknown moment to ascend with the flame of some sacrifice and be gone. There are those, a few at least, whose blessing it has been to have kept for many days, in bonds of earthly fellowship, a perfected spirit in whom the work of purifying love was wholly done, who lived in calm victory over sin and sorrow and death, ready at any moment to be called to the final mystery of joy. Yet it must come at last, the moment when heaven claims its own, and it came at last in the cottage on Orr's Island. There came a day when the room so sacredly cheerful was hushed to a breathless stillness. The bed was then all snowy white, and that soft, still, sealed face, the parted waves of golden hair, the little hands folded over the white robe, all had a sacred and wonderful calm, a rapture of repose that seemed to say, "It is done." They who looked on her wondered. It was a look that sunk deep into every heart. It hushed down the common cant of those who, according to country custom, went to stare blindly at the great mystery of death. For all that came out of that chamber smote upon their breasts and went away in silence, revolving strangely whence might come that unearthly beauty, that celestial joy. Once more, in that very room where James and Naomi Lincoln had lain side by side in their coffins, sleeping restfully, there was laid another form, shrouded and coffined, but with such a fairness and tender purity, such a mysterious fullness of joy in its expression, that it seemed more natural to speak of that rest as some higher form of life than of death. Once more were gathered the neighborhood, all the faces known in this history shone out in one solemn picture, of which that sweet restful form was the center. Zephaniah Pennel and Mary his wife, Moses and Sally, the dry form of Captain Kittridge and the solemn face of his wife, Aunt Roxy and Aunt Ruey, Miss Emily and Mr. Sewell, but their faces all wore a tender brightness, such as we see falling like a thin celestial veil over all the faces in an old Florentine painting. The room was full of sweet memories, of words of cheer, words of assurance, words of triumph, and the mysterious brightness of that young face forbade them to weep. Solemnly Mr. Sewell read, "He will swallow up death in victory, and the Lord God will wipe away tears from off all faces, and the rebuke of his people shall he take away from off all the earth, for the Lord hath spoken it. And it shall be said in that day, Lo, this is our God, we have waited for him, and he will save us. This is the Lord, we have waited for him, we will be glad and rejoice in his salvation." Then the prayer trembled up to heaven with thanksgiving for the early entrance of that fair young saint into glory, and then the same old funeral hymn, with its mournful triumph, "Why should we mourn departed friends, or shake at death's alarms? 'Tis but the voice that Jesus sends to call them to his arms." Then in a few words Mr. Sewell reminded them how that hymn had been sung in this room so many years ago, when that frail fluttering orphan soul had been baptized into the love and care of Jesus, and how her whole life, passing before them in its simplicity and beauty, had come to so holy and beautiful a close, and when, pointing to the calm, sleeping face, he asked, "Would we call her back?" There was not a heart at that moment that dared to answer yes. Even he that should have been her bridegroom could not at that moment have unsealed the holy charm, and so they bore her away, and laid the calm, smiling face beneath the soil, by the side of poor Dolores. "I had a beautiful dream last night," said Zephaniah Pennel, the next morning after the funeral, as he opened his Bible to conduct family worship. "What was it?" said Miss Roxy. "Well, ye see, I thought I was out a walkin' up and down, lookin' and lookin' for somethin' that I'd lost. What it was I couldn't quite make out, but my heart felt heavy as if it would break, and I was lookin' all up and down the sands by the seashore, and somebody said I was like the merchantman, seeking goodly pearls. I said I had lost my pearl of great price, and then I looked up, and far off on the beach, shining softly on the wet sands, lay my pearl. I thought it was Mara, but it seemed a great pearl with a soft moonlight on it, and I was running for it, when some one said, 'Hush,' and I looked and saw him a comin', Jesus of Nazareth, just as he walked by the Sea of Galilee. It was all dark night around him, but I could see him by the light that came from his face, and the long hair was hanging down on his shoulders. He came and took up my pearl and put it on his forehead, and it shone out like a star, and shone into my heart, and I felt happy. And he looked at me steadily, and rose in the air, and melted in the clouds, and I awoke so happy and so calm." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Pearl of Orr's Island. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget Gaige. The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 44. 4 Years After. It was a splendid evening in July, and the sky was filled high with gorgeous tabernacles of purple and gold, the remains of a grand thunder shower which had freshened the air and set a separate jewel on every needle leaf of the old pines. 4 years had passed since the fair Pearl of Orr's Island had been laid beneath the gentle soil, which every year sent monthly tributes of flowers to adorn her rest, great blue violets, and starry flocks of ethereal eyebrights in spring, and fringy asters and goldenrod in autumn. In those days the tender sentiment which now makes the burial place a cultivated garden was excluded by the rigid spiritualism of the Puritan life, which, ever jealous of that which concerned the body, lest it should claim what belonged to the immortal alone, had frowned on all watching of graves as an earthward tendency, and enjoined the flight of faith with the spirit, rather than the yearning for its cast-off garments. But Sally Kittridge, being lonely, found something in her heart which could only be comforted by visits to that grave. So she had planted there roses and trailing myrtle, and tended and watered them, a proceeding which was much commented on Sunday noons, when people were eating their dinners and discussing their neighbors. It is possible good Mrs. Kittridge might have been much scandalized by it, had she been in a condition to think on the matter at all, but a very short time after the funeral she was seized with a paralytic shock, which left her for a while as helpless as an infant, and then she sank away into the grave, leaving Sally the sole care of the old captain. A cheerful home she made, too, for his old age, adorning the house with many little tasteful fancies unknown in her mother's days, reading the Bible to him, and singing Mara's favorite hymns, with a voice as sweet as the spring bluebird. The spirit of the departed friend seemed to hallow the dwelling where these two worshipped her memory in simple-hearted love. Her paintings, framed in quaint woodland frames of moss and pine cones by Sally's own ingenuity, adorned the walls. Her books were on the table, and among them many that she had given to Moses. "I am going to be a wanderer for many years," he said in parting. "Keep these for me until I come back." And so from time to time passed long letters between the two friends, each telling to the other the same story, that they were lonely, and that their hearts yearned for the communion of one who could no longer be manifest to the senses, and each spoke to the other of a world of hopes and memories buried with her, which, each so constantly said, no one could understand but you. Each, too, was firm in the faith that buried love must have no earthly resurrection. Every letter strenuously insisted that they should call each other brother and sister, and under cover of those names the letters grew longer and more frequent, and with every chance opportunity came presents from the absent brother, which made the little old cottage quaintly suggestive with smell of spice and sandalwood. But as we said, this is a glorious July evening, and you may discern two figures picking their way over those low sunken rocks, yellowed with seaweed, of which we have often spoken. They are Mara and Sally going on an evening walk to that favorite grotto retreat which has so often been spoken of in the course of this history. Moses has come home from long wanderings. It is 4 years since they parted, and now they meet and have looked into each other's eyes, not as of old when they met in the first giddy flush of youth, but as fully developed man and woman. Moses and Sally had just risen from the tea-table, where she had presided with a thoughtful, housewifely gravity, just pleasantly dashed with quaint streaks of her old merry wilfulness, while the old captain warmed up like a rheumatic grasshopper in a fine autumn day, chirruped feebly, and told some of his old stories, which now he told every day, forgetting that they had ever been heard before. Somehow, all three had been very happy, the more so, from a shadowy sense of some sympathizing presence which was rejoicing to see them together again, and which, stealing soft-footed and noiseless everywhere, touched and lighted up every old familiar object with sweet memories. And so they had gone out together to walk towards the grotto where Sally had caused a seat to be made, and where she declared she had passed hours and hours, knitting, sewing, or reading. "Sally," said Moses, "do you know I am tired of wandering. I am coming home now. I want to begin a home of my own." This he said as they sat together on the rustic seat and looked off on the blue sea. "Yes, you must," said Sally. "How lovely that ship looks just coming in there." "Yes, they are beautiful," said Moses abstractedly, and Sally rattled on about the difference between sloops and brigs, seeming determined that there should be no silence, such as often comes in ominous gaps between two friends who have long been separated, and have each many things to say with which the other is not familiar. "Sally," said Moses, breaking in with a deep voice on one of these monologues, "do you remember some presumptuous things I once said to you in this place?" Sally did not answer, and there was a dead silence in which they could hear the tide gently dashing on the weedy rocks. "You and I are neither of us what we were then, Sally," said Moses. "We are as different as if we were each another person. We have been trained in another life, educated by a great sorrow. Is it not so?" "I know it," said Sally. "And why should we two, who have a world of thoughts and memories which no one can understand but the other, why should we, each of us, go on alone? If we must, why then, Sally, I must leave you, and I must write and receive no more letters, for I have found that you are becoming so wholly necessary to me that if any other should claim you, I could not feel as I ought. Must I go?" Sally's answer is not on record, but one infers what it was from the fact that they sat there very late, and before they knew it, the tide rose up and shut them in, and the moon rose up in full glory out of the water, and still they sat and talked, leaning on each other, till a cracked, feeble voice called down through the pine trees above, like a hoarse old cricket, "Children, be you there?" "Yes, father," said Sally, blushing and conscious. "Yes, all right," said the deep bass of Moses. "I'll bring her back when I've done with her, Captain." "Wal, wal, I was gittin' consarned, but I see I don't need to. I hope you won't get no colds nor nothin'." They did not, but in the course of a month there was a wedding at the brown house of the old captain, which everybody in the parish was glad of, and was voted without dissent to be just the thing. Miss Roxy, grimly approbative, presided over the preparations, and all the characters of our story appeared, and more, having on their wedding garments. Nor was the wedding less joyful, that all felt the presence of a heavenly guest, silent and loving, seeing and blessing all, whose voice seemed to say in every heart, "He turneth the shadow of death into mourning." End of chapter 44. End of The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe.